Hello everybody, my name is Infra and today we're building my Lego again. So, uh, this is how far I am, let's see how far we get. I'm currently watching a video about looks maxing because I think it's funny. And, the people who do it are stupid. Um, yeah, that's all.
People, you can literally do that. So just misappropriating the funds, it's really not going to get you in that much trouble, and you'll mod, so you'll be able to still
Oh,
get out of it.
my...
And for someone who spends so much time and energy into mogging, he just like continuously goes viral for getting out-mogged by random people. He was interviewed by 60 Minutes where he's just mogged by the reporter. He goes to meet an ASU frat leader, which that was like a fake narrative. Apparently he's not a frat leader. Apparently he is a bodybuilder, but he gets brutally frame mogged. Like he does get mogged. And then later, the judge presiding over one of his cases, because he was arrested a few times, I'm gonna get into that, but the judge mogs the shit out of him. Holy cow. Okay, like mogs him really hard. And he's just going around getting mogged.
So how does he take that when he gets out-mogged?
He's actually like, the one thing about Clavicular I will say is he's like very open to being embarrassed.
Oh.
He's just like, I got out-mogged.
Okay.
He's
Does
like,
that motivate him to smash his face more? Is that
probably,
what happened?
yeah.
Okay.
But he, like, I guess that's the part where maybe he gets a lot of attention and fame because he's not like weird about it. Because you would imagine a lot of guys would be like, I didn't get mogged, but he's just like, yeah, why the fuck did I get mogged?
Yeah.
So it's
Yeah. So his like nose proportion is just 2% better than mine.
Yeah, probably clean up Adobe Photoshop. The looks maxers love Adobe Photoshop. They love to get like the little measuring tool and then do the facial thirds. And the way they do it, like I'm watching their screen recordings, it's so smooth. I'm like,
Oh, wow.
oh my god, are you looking for
That
your
is
job?
crazy.
Yeah.
Wow. So they are serious about this. This is not a bit.
No.
Wow.
This is a lifestyle.
Interesting.
Yeah. But he does sort of get a redemption arc, even though, I don't know, okay? He's also the one that said that we need to go back to the patriarchy times, as if we somehow escaped it, as if women are just, like, incapable of holding themselves to any moral code. That's what he said. Yeah. He thinks we need to go back to a patriarchy and that Nick Fuentes should be president. He would vote for Nick Fuentes or Gavin Newsom if it's up between Gavin Newsom and JD Vance.
It's going to be Gavin Newsom against JD Vance because JD Vance is subhuman and Gavin Newsom mog.
But he goes viral because this is basically the Clavicki era. Wovicki and Clavicular have a live stream collab. And Wovicki is an interesting person. I have not dived into the lore of Wovicki, so please correct me if I'm wrong, excuse me if I have any misconceptions, but what I know about Wovicki and Bad Baby are those two individuals seem like they grew up on the internet and have probably been through so much that people almost have like a soft spot for both of them, right? And Wovicki, I don't know if she's been on, I don't know what's happened, but anyway, she was in a collaboration with him and she asks him if he has autism. And this is something that he talks about very openly, where he feels like even looks maxing is a hyperfixation of his autism. He talks about how growing up it was difficult for him, and it seems like he could feel a little sensitive to it about it. But Wovicki is just like, oh, I don't even mean to be funny. Like, I love people with autism. They normally attract to me. No, like like my little brothers and sisters all have autism. And so he actually seems like he's into it and he's smiling a lot. She also points out that he must be real rich because his Rolex has diamonds in it and she's never seen a Rolex with diamonds in it. She asks if he knows anything about cortisol being recessed. She's like, cortisol are your stress levels, and then recessed, I think she's talking about like the chin going in. But he points out that she's just combining a bunch of random words that the looks maxing community have, and everyone just started shipping them because he actually seems to be really nice to her. Like this is how little he's nice to girls. And he seems like most of his live streams are him going to clubs in Miami and either flirting with girls and getting rejected or being mean to girls. And he's actually quite nice to her, at least in the viral clips. And he asks her, well, you think we'd have good kids together? And she's like, yeah, I think they'd be cute. And he said, probably from your side mostly.
What, you don't think we'd have good kids together?
Yeah, I think that'd be
Oh.
cute.
And she's
Hi,
like, yeah,
Gibby.
you look nice too. And he's like, you look better. I think you got me a little bit. So they're flirting a lot, and he even says, this is a viral clip where he says, God damn, Vicky, I wish I met you 5 years ago.
God damn, Vicky, I wish I met you 5 years ago.
So it almost made people feel like, oh, like, then he wouldn't have gone down this very self-destructive, looks-maxing spiral, and they would have ridden off into the sunset together. Yeah. At some point, she asks to pray for him because she's very religious now, and she asks him, is there anything Pacific? And he's very confused. He's like, in the Pacific? And she responds, yeah, like, you want me to pray for you? And he's like, I don't really know any animals in the Pacific.
He's trying to be funny.
Yeah. No, I think he's for real.
Oh, okay.
So it's just like the mixture of like
Yeah. I got it. The
Yeah.
vibe. I get the vibe.
the neurodivergent and like the also neurodivergent, but like very different types of neurodivergent combining together, and it was just very cute. They also set up a mini date because the initial stream went so well, and it did seem like they had some bit of history or chemistry. It was nice. People noticed that Vicky was the only girl that he was actively laughing around. He seemed very genuine. Like there are parts where Vicky's on her phone during the date, and he's like, it's not nice to be on your phone during the date. And she's like, oh, sorry. And then he asked her if there are times where she's without her phone. She responds, sometimes she actively lets her phone die. And there was a time she didn't have her phone for 2 days because it wasn't charged. And he's like, what did you do during those 2 days? And she mentions quite cutely, used other people's phones. So it's just like really cute, right? However, I do think it was for clout. So the very initial stream, this part did not go viral, but he actually kicked Vicky out of his stream, the very first stream, because she was using some sort of product and he was accusing her of doing an undisclosed ad on his live stream. And she swore it was not an ad, and then he wanted her to swear her hand on the Bible, and she said she didn't want to because that made her uncomfortable, religiously speaking, and so he kicked her out of the live stream, like out of the house.
Okay.
But then those clips, the flirting clips from the initial live stream started going viral and people started shipping them. So then he asked her to come back to do like a little date live stream. So I don't know about Vicky's intentions. She seems pretty genuine, but I think Clavicular was going where the clout was going.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, but also, like, what do you expect? Like, this is a random blip of rebranding and virality that he had. And this, like, the Vicky clips actually pushed him to people like me, like just people who didn't really know him. And I was like, oh, like I've heard about him. I don't know any of the stuff that he said. I just know like looks maxing is a weird concept, but it was so cute. It almost wants you to, you want to support them.
Yeah.
But then you look into it. Okay. And he's also said these types of things during a live stream. Chat, I'm not going to lie. My mom literally got fat after she had me.
Dude, chat, I'm not gonna lie, my mom literally it got like after she had me.
He also talks about girls like this. You think I want to know about your fucking hobbies?
Bitch, I want to get in your fucking pants, god damn it. I want to fuck you.
And I want to convince you that I'm not trying to fuck you, which is why I'm having the conversation. So how about you do me the courtesy of telling me where at least went wrong, okay? Just so I can know. He will just tell girls that their heads are full of cum. Your fucking skull is full of cum instead of brain. Yeah, he also likes to say that the best things to come out of self-driving cars, like Waymo, is my favorite usage of self-driving Ubers is to send stupid hoes off the fucking end of the Santa Monica Pier in a self-driving car. He says in another video, unless you're Chad, you will never experience what it's like to have a girl look at you and be truly in love. I see so many people, they're making all this money, they got all these cars, but they've got a face that only a mother could love. I'm not telling you not to money max, but I'm telling you that until you maximize the looks along with it, you will never know what it's like. And that's a horrible reality to face. It's truly sad, and most people won't get it. They'll cope their way around it. Oh, look at all these girls, but no girl will ever be able to look at them and truly be in love. He's also cried on stream because he ordered a burger and there was cheese on there. And he's not cheese maxing. One of his team members was interviewed by GQ and they state, he just does butter bagel, no cream cheese. Do not hand him a fucking burger with cheese on it. He will fucking throw that shit at you. He goes onto websites like, you know those random chat websites where it links you with another person on a video call? A random stranger like Omegle or whatever those.
Yep.
And he just tells people how ugly they are. In one clip, he says a girl is gross for being overweight, but also because she spoke in, quote, Ebonics. He also says that there's another guy who outmogs him, but, quote, but he's black. He's also said the N-word before, repeatedly, I think, on stream. He's also just like promoting bottom of the barrel care when it comes to sexual health. He says, dude, it's been burning to piss. It only means one thing. Usually it goes away on its own after a while, but I don't know. I'm trying to think of who even could have given it to me. You know, chat, put predictions in the chat on who gave me this fucking fired up peen. And he says that he's not gonna get an STD test because he can't live stream it, so what's the point? In another stream, he takes a woman back into his room. So his friend, it's him and his friend, and two women show up. They're live streaming in the living room of Clavicular's house, or at least it looks like it. And Clavicular takes one of the girls into his bedroom. After they do whatever they do in the bedroom, which I would imagine that they're both, you know, consenting adults at this point. There's nothing wrong with it. However, it's wrong that afterwards, she's off camera in the live stream room. He's sitting in front of his little computer chair live streaming, and he's shaming her in front of his chat, calling her a cum dumpster for giving up her butt. Those are his words. In like 5 minutes of meeting him.
You gave up your butt in like 5 minutes of eating. Yeah. I thought of a nickname for you. Cum dumpster.
Then he asks her to sit in frame on camera so he can probably humiliate her more, and she refuses, and he says,
Listen up, ho. You gotta learn how to listen. Women not listening is like, makes me wanna fucking kill myself.
just sit in the fucking chair and stop being a bitch. If you don't sit there, you can get out. Then he tells her that she's basically an escort for how quickly they had intimate relations, which like same could be said about you. And he tells her, I liked it, okay, you're a fun time. Let's do it again. She rejects. And the chat is donating money so that they can have their comment read out audibly. And like, tell me what's the difference between this and incels. And they have the audible comment read.
Walk of shame just tipped $2. She's regretting being a little hoe. Now she has to do the walk of shame out of the room.
She rejects wanting to have anything to do with Clav anymore after this, and she says it just wasn't that good. To which he bluntly responds,
I'm on pre-gab, so I can't get hard.
And it's like, not only is it very misogynistic and inappropriate, I will say there's like a huge layer of just depression around it. Like just watching it, it's like so, wow, you did all of that so you could sleep with women, and then why are you being so mean? And then you look so miserable throughout the whole process, and then you're pushing it onto your live chat audience to do the same thing.
Hello.
What a meaningless life. He also says that every woman is pretty much a hoe. He says, I'm telling you, once a girl is not a virgin, her value is nothing. One body is a hoe. He also says things like, I don't really like a woman who tries to be super educated either and try to have these intelligent conversations, because a lot of the times you could...
Yeah, I'm
and
building
this
a
is talked about
Batmobile.
by Socrates a lot.
Like, a woman could be very well educated, but that doesn't make them a good thinker. So they just might have a lot of these like facts in their brain, maybe from books they've read. They don't necessarily know how to interpret them properly. They won't make the right conclusions. So I just don't want a wife who's like wanting to argue about like, you know, politics and like that all the time.
He also ran someone over with his car. Okay,
Oh.
this is just a random pedestrian. I will say that. It is a guy that is known to be kind of a professional streamer follower. Some people call him a stalker. I don't know if I should call him that. But he shows up in a lot of live streams where he just like harasses, bothers streamers during their live. And he finds them somehow, or maybe by coincidence runs into them in public spaces. He did hop
Fucking
onto
open
the hood of
apps? Like,
Clavicular's
what does that
Cybertruck
mean?
and was, like,
What do you
laying
mean
there like a
open
gremlin, foaming at
apps?
the mouth.
Like, what is that?
Clavicular just started driving and ran over him. And Clavicular is also live
Like, do you
streaming,
just
and
say
he asks the
YouTube
girl
and then it
holding the
opens
phone in the
YouTube,
passenger seat,
or
is he dead?
what does that mean?
Hopefully.
And then he says, hopefully. And
Oh,
then right
open
after
OBS
that,
or
he
Minecraft?
posts an AI-generated picture
That's
on
kinda
X of him running the
nice.
guy over, and he captions it, play stupid games, win stupid prizes. I will say, like, maybe the guy is not the
Ew.
most sympathetic victim. He's alive. He did not die, but
Yeah,
ultimately
only on
the
your
guy
PC
decides
makes
not to
sense.
press charges, which means
Basically,
Clavicular is free to
a
say whatever he
voice-activated
wants about
stream
it.
deck is what it
Because later
sounds
at a
like.
club, people are like, some girl is like, why are you so famous? I don't
Just
know. Who
to
are
just
you?
to
And he
see.
says, it's because I ran a guy over with my car.
Yeah, that makes
Well, there
sense.
was another incident that resulted in a charge. He was collabing with another live streamer, Jenny Popatch. I think she is also, I don't know. I did some light digging, and there are some, I don't know if they're controversial, but like controversies with her apparently. I don't know. But she's live streaming with Clav. Clav has a girlfriend, And apparently
He has a girlfriend?
yeah, I don't know if they're still together, but Jenny has come out to say that she felt like she was set up because Clav would like flirt with her and she thought it was for the bit.
I realized that I was set up by Clav and his girlfriend.
So she would kind of flirt back because, you know, they're all like content creators or whatever. And then eventually she goes to the house where Clav's girlfriend is. And Clav is holding Jenny's arms back while the girlfriend is just like beating on Jenny. And there's a live stream of it. Yeah.
Like actually beating?
Yeah.
What is going on?
And then he shot an alligator in a marsh in the Florida Everglades. He shot at a drone. There are also new allegations against him from his ex-girlfriend who stated that she accuses him of essaying her when she was 16. And this clip has circulated online, not of the essay, but the next allegation that she has, which is he injected her face with Aqualix, the fat dissolver, on camera. He was 19, she was 17, and he was not licensed to perform any such injection. Which, by the way, that injection clip was so dangerous to even watch because she looks so nervous. To me, it feels like she's peer pressured into this. And then afterwards, she's like, I think you went through my cheek. And you can see her kind of move her tongue inside her mouth.
Oh.
And she's like, I think the needle went through my cheek. Right? Because that could cause nerve damage. Like, you never know what you're doing. And then she even worriedly asks him, like, am I going to get, like, facial paralysis? And he's like, no.
You guys marrying?
W. Needles. This is how they do. They don't take out 10 different needles.
You went through like my.
Output
I will not.
Clav, I'm sorry, I sniffed her, but
Also, the whole time, the live chat is talking about how she's a bucket. She's a minor.
Oh.
And also, he's getting donations from users that go by Jeff Epstein. So she's suing Clavicular in a civil lawsuit, which his attorney has come forward to say that none of this is true and that Clavicular is going to vigorously defend himself. But what does that have to do with anything else that's about to go down?
What?
Please hold. Your wait time is 1
No.
million minutes. Spending your whole day trying to get help. is
University.
But Southern New Hampshire University, they'll treat you badly. Really rotten man steps up to 10 and just with Uber that board and go do cell phone. Hound Ian is part of. I don't even know how to categorize. Like, there's a lot of categories of YouTubers where they all do different things as their form of content. It's hard to say that Gideon fits into like the predator hunter category. He does, but he also like does other content. I think he started off as like a prank YouTuber. Here's the thing about Gideon. I know that as of recently, there has been some controversies of he was friendly with another YouTuber who maybe he did not align, I think, in political values with. I think there was like a whole thing there. I didn't do a deep dive into it. And then I do believe that he was arrested briefly where, I mean, it was not really like a substantial charge. They were live streaming, trying to go into a McDonald's. The cops were called. It was a whole thing, okay? It was the footage of the body cam of the arrest. Gideon was acting like an influencer would when they get arrested, trying to film content. It was, you know, the generic variation of like, do you know who I am? Do you know how much money I make?
No.
Yeah, that kind of situation. So that was just like a really bad look. But I think other than that, it seems from the very
I
light
need
research that I've
flat
done,
pieces.
Gideon is someone that
But
everyone
short.
thinks is like a relatively
Yeah.
like hopefully net positive in the world. Like
need
he
one
is
more.
putting people behind bars. He doesn't go as far as some other predator hunters. And he just has like a very unique way of doing it. Like I think if you've seen any viral clips of him, there's cops arresting predators, pedophiles, and he's just like selfie recording himself. And he's just like, hey guys, so this one's going to jail, am I right? Like,
this is Angel.
What?
Right now, he's having a mental breakdown. His dogs are at home by themselves, so we're gonna have to find out a way to get them taken care of. He came here to meet a 15-year-old girl. This is the new addition to the team. Anthony and Fred Hunters, a part of EVP Watch now. We just did this. We're in Brooklyn, New York.
very that vibe. And it's just kind of jarring to see the juxtaposition of like his very casualness along with the circumstances, but also like it's hard to hate on a guy who helps put people behind bars. Right. Anyway, He decides that he's going to, I believe the ex-girlfriend, I believe Mason Hull's ex-girlfriend, Liv, reaches out to him. And she's explaining, like, I was dating this guy for 8 months. His name is Mason Hull, and he is a looks maxer. He does have a TikTok following of like a couple 100,000 followers. That's growing now that he's been arrested, which is crazy. But he's nowhere near clavicular. He's like a small looks maxer, probably like 200,000 on TikTok. And she's like, I was going through his phone and I found CSAM. I thought he was cheating on me. I found CSAM. I went to the police. They're going to investigate it. And I've given them, like, she recorded it on her phone. So she's like scrolling through the Telegram messages, gave that all to the police immediately after leaving, which, like, huge kudos to her, because there was no like, I'm going to confront him. And like, some people were worried because sometimes like Ghislaine Maxwell, you know, you've got people who stay for whatever, fame, whatever. Anyway, but they were like, kudos to her. She got the evidence, left straight to the police, didn't come online. She's not trying to go viral with it. She did exactly what you're supposed to do. Police are investigating, and it starts getting leaked here and there that something's going on with Mason Hull. And Gideon is like, okay, I want to cover this case, but he also knows if he starts reaching out, because I think at this point the ex-girlfriend hadn't reached out to him, if he starts asking around how to get in contact with Mason Hull's ex-girlfriend, Mason Hullo, is going to know what's happening. So he decides he's going to play an Uno reverse. That's how he describes it. He's going to go on the Discord and debunk the Hullo accusation.
So what I did was I put in my Discord, yo, this looks like a nothing burger, it's fake. And the Pred himself literally posted it on his own TikTok.
So there were whispers that something's going on with Hullo. Like, you know, weird charges, like something's going on. And Gideon goes online and he's like, no, it's not true. They're all fake. Okay.
Really? Oh, he's trying to play his Hulu side.
Yes. So it's a whole ordeal. I mean, all of the videos are on Gideon's YouTube channel. There's a handful of them. There's interviews after the fact. There's just a lot. So please go watch all of those in its entirety so that you can get a really good idea of what's going on. But they decide that they're going to confront Hullo. Okay. So Gideon. And then you have this guy, Alex from Predator Poachers. I don't really know much about him. But and then you have Liv, who is the ex-girlfriend. So those three are going to show up to Hullo's apartment and confront him.
Wait, I'm so sorry. Where did we go from? So he was defending Hullo.
Only because he knew that he wanted to do this video.
Why did he do that? So the girlfriend reached out to him.
It seems like it.
Oh, so then why is he defending Hullo again?
Because they're going to show up to Hullo's house. And if he didn't defend, then I think that like he wouldn't let them in and talk to them. Like it was like a whole...
Oh, is that what it is?
Yeah. I think that's why. I mean, he can probably explain it better. You know, it's not really the strongest aspect of this case in terms of the actual case itself, the criminal charges. Okay, honestly, the only reason you need to know about this Discord chat is because some people are upset with Gideon for even posting that on Discord in the first place, even though it was part of a grander scheme. And then second of all, at one point in the video, you're going to see Gideon almost comically pull out an Uno reverse card on Hullo's face. So that's really the only reason you need to even have this context.
So when he first meet Hullo thought that Gideon is on his side.
Yes, but like, okay, see, it's difficult because Gideon is someone who catches predators.
Right.
So if you don't know anything about Gideon other than that, and Gideon shows up to your front door, you're not going to let him in.
Right.
Especially if you're a predator, right? So then with that Discord message, it seems like maybe Hullo was more open to letting him in.
Okay. So does Hullo know that they're coming?
No.
Oh, it's a surprise.
Yeah.
Okay.
So they get to Florida. They are in the back seat. That's like how the video opens, and you just see Alex from Predator Poachers. I know nothing about that man. Liv, Hullo's ex-girlfriend, Gideon on the other side. They're all like crammed into the back seat. And Liv says that after she left Hullo's place, she went straight to the police, and she did confront him on the phone after. She says he was just sobbing, calling me, absolutely sobbing, telling me he wants to talk to me, and he's so sorry, and he'll change, he'll go to therapy, and he's, you know, doing all of this, and now he has demons inside of him, just all that type of bullshit. So they show up to his apartment door, and they knock on the door. They're filming with their iPhones, and Hullo opens up shirtless, and his hair is a mess. He looks like he just woke up. And Alex from Predator Poachers tells him, like, I don't want any neighbors to overhear anything and then call anybody and just have a shit show. Is it cool if we go inside and talk about it over hushed voices? None of us have any weapons or anything crazy like that. Is it cool if we come in?
Mason, before anything, I don't want any neighbors to overhear anything, then call anybody and just have a shit show. Is it cool if we just go inside and talk about it in hushed voices? None of us have any weapons or anything like that, or any crazy shit.
So they're just like trying to convince Hulo to let them in. So at this point, Liv, the ex-girlfriend, is like waiting in the car.
Oh.
You know? So it's just Gideon and Alex and their cameraman. I don't even know if their cameraman was there. Okay, so it's just like basically Alex and Gideon. Gideon says, you know, when we went over to his house, we knocked, he opens the door, he sees me and Alex, and I shit you not, I saw the life leave his face. So they start, you know, trying to convince him to get in, and most of it is like, you don't want the neighbors to overhear. So Mason Hulo, hello, lets them in, and Alex is saying things like, before anything, like, you know, is any of that shit on Telegram? Is it stuff you made yourself, or did some dipshit just send that crap to you?
Is any of that shit on Telegram? Is it stuff you made yourself, or did some dipshit just send that crap to you?
So a lot of it is like them trying to play his side like an investigator, which is something that they do in most of their videos. I think objectively, the way that they are able to communicate with people is really cool, and is not cool, cool is not the right word, is effective, and is something that I guess people could learn from. However, I will say a lot of these videos, a lot of the content is not admissible in court. So just keep that in mind, right? Civilians cannot go around playing detective and get confessions out of people. It's not going to fly like that in most courtrooms. And he's just like, well, I didn't make anything myself. So he says that you know, they're asking him all the questions of, did you know how old these kids were, like these victims in the videos?
What's the youngest age that you saw that these people sent to you? I don't even know.
And he just says he doesn't know, but he just felt really guilty about it. And this is where Gideon comes in. And Gideon is someone that, after my very light research on him, he has this phenomenal ability to say the most unhinged things with a complete and absolute straight face. And he just asks and clarifies. He's like, you felt guilty after you came? And he's like, after I just watched the videos and stuff, I felt guilty and I just couldn't, I don't know, I just had to delete everything.
I just felt guilty about it after.
Like after you came?
Yeah, like after I just watched the videos and stuff, I just felt guilty and I just had to delete everything.
And Mason Hulo starts giving them lots of different excuses. He said, I wasn't trying to go for younger. I was honestly just trying to go for a little younger than I am.
Not trying to go for like younger. I was honestly just trying to go for a little younger than I am.
He says, you know, because he's still like 18, he just wanted to see in the 16 to 18 range specifically, which is already a crime. It's bad, right? But that's his excuse. However, that's not the truth, because Liv already told Gideon the girls were like 3, 6, 7, 8.
Yeah.
Not that it would be okay if they were 16, 17, but or even 18 and forced into this, right? But was it just girls or boys or both? He responds, both, mostly probably women.
Boys or girls or both?
Both.
Okay.
Mostly probably women.
I would hardly even call 18-year-old girls women, let alone little children that are nowhere near the label of women. Side note, the videos in possession are very bad. According to the police file, in one file it reads, the victim is between the ages of 8 and 10. She is being restrained by a device, so she can't fight back. She's like tied up.
Oh.
While another victim is even younger, 6 to 8 years old, and in short, according to the police report, she is being essayed and she's crying. Then in one of the longer videos, there is an 8 to 10-year-old little child who is also screaming and crying during the duration of the video. And that's just what's listed in this specific police file. It does state that in his possession, he had more than 10 images and videos. These are just 3 that we know of. In Gideon's video, he's asked, you know, if it appeared to him like the children, the victims, were in pain. And Hulo responds, I mean, it seemed like they were probably just numb or drugged up. It seemed like they weren't really saying anything.
Did it seem like the kid was in pain?
I mean, it seemed like they were probably just numb or drugged up. It seemed like they weren't really...
Also, Hulo, the entire time, his demeanor is just like this. And his eyes are just like soullessly staring into the camera.
Wait, what? How is he out? He's not arrested after the girlfriend's report?
No, so they had to go through and I guess figure it out.
Is he still out?
No.
Okay.
I think Gideon was on it quick though, so it's not like there was a week in between. I think it was like the next day after the girlfriend reported to the police that Gideon was in Florida.
Wow, okay.
Gideon states that Liv, the ex-girlfriend, had told him that as she was going through his phone, she also discovered that he was looking up videos of animals being harmed, which raised a lot of alarms in her brain because they had just gotten a kitten together.
She saw in his search bar, he was trying to find videos of animals being harmed. And you know what's crazy? They just bought a kitten.
Now, Hulo later says that that's not true at all and that she's like half making up stuff just to make him look bad, but like, I don't really trust Hulo at all.
Yeah, it's like if she knew
I
there
mean,
was thousands.
I have brand new kittens that I love with all my heart in my room that just obviously doesn't add up to what she's saying with that.
Obviously, that's not even the most alarming part. The most alarming part, aside from the alleged purchasing and possessing of CSAM, is the fact that he has a little sister around 10 years old, which, according to the police report, a lot of the victims depicted were in that age range. He also has a little sister that's an infant, and they ask him, so Gideon and Alex are asking, confronting him, were there any thumbnails in there to where the body shape of that girl or boy looked the same age as your little sister?
Was there any thumbnails in there to where the body shape of that girl or boy looked the same as your little sister that's...
He says, that's not what I wanted to look at. Obviously, you didn't watch it, but you did see there was a body type that looked like your 10-year-old sister. Probably yes.
Probably, yes.
Were they white, Asian, black? He responds,
I want to watch more white people.
he says that he didn't really try to look for younger. He just bought a package basically, and he was just swiping and self-pleasuring. But specifically, if you note back to the alleged screen recording of the messages, the seller is saying things like CSAM, teens, all groups. So it seems like he specifically asked for CSAM.
Mm-hmm.
So, and not that it would make it better if he was watching teenagers, but it's just like he keeps trying to be like, oh, I didn't want younger. It just happened to be in there and I was just swiping. And there's like this really weird part. I get what they're trying to do, but they're like, so your hand was down there the whole time? And they're like, was it moving up and down? Like they're trying to get him to admit that he was getting gratification out of watching. But
Did you make those videos of the 12-year-olds? Was your hand going up and down on your penis?
he said that he was just watching
Oh.
shit and his body and mind just got curious and craved more. He says, quote,
I felt extremely guilty.
Bad, no, you
after
cannot have
I
any of
spoke
these.
to
I'm
the
already
police.
missing
so
some.
Gideon leaves, and this is pretty much like I wouldn't say a confession in the legal sense, but as close to admitting to the crimes as you can get on video. Okay, like it's pretty damn near there. And after he leaves, Hulo's response is doing things like posting a selfie of him at the gym with Looks Maxing music, and he writes on there, no stress, there's always two sides to a story. Coincidence that she's overly pushing, trying to get this out on social media after us separating. Easiest way to spread misled information is online, and therefore I will release with a video on my behalf. With time, the truth will reveal itself. Stay tuned.
What?
Another one reads, making a meme joke about a matter like that doesn't seem serious. She says it destroyed her career. Why is she having a great time now that it's out? Think about framing someone online. That there's only so many options. They are smart. I don't know. The peptides have infiltrated his gray matter and they're wreaking havoc because I don't know what this means. He also posts screenshots between
Crazy.
his ex-girlfriend and someone else that, in my opinion, I don't know how legitimate these messages
Look
are.
how
It just
small
seems
this
too
piece
much.
is that I gotta
It
find.
shows his ex-girlfriend allegedly messaging someone, hi,
What do you-
have the messages I sent? They respond, yeah. She responds, good. We are going to set him up. Everyone is going to think he is a PDF. Liv was like, those messages are fake. No one believes those, right? Because that's exactly how someone talks when they're going undercover to take down a small public figure, right? That's exact. Furthermore, Hulo's ex-girlfriend states that they didn't even have enough money to buy food. And this is not her complaining like, oh, he wasted our money. This is her saying like, that's the level of depravity. Like,
Yeah.
she's like, he's using whatever money they did have to purchase CSAM.
Yay.
And that's why he's saying things like CP $25 max, which has become a meme. So if you go into this case, you're going to see a lot of people saying $25 max, 25 max. Which even Hulo decides that he's going to jump in on the meme because he posted a Looks Maxing video. And by Looks Maxing video, I mean clenching your chin, posing really uncomfortably in a way that makes you look like some sort of anime action figure.
What the
but
hell?
incredibly unnatural, sucking in your cheeks. And then you're just doing like selfie videos, thirst trap videos. He posts one of those with 5 times 5. Like 5x5, which is 25. Does he just think this is a hoot and a holler? Like, He says he wasn't memeing just to meme it. He did it because, quote, oh, that's just everyone saying it.
I saw you post like the 5x5 thing, like,
oh, that's just everyone saying it.
And it's crazy because during all of this, you have people defending him. You have fans defending him. You also have fellow moggers, besties, Chad moggers with oatmeal for brains, brain as smooth as his skin. He posts a selfie of the two of them in the car. Hulo looks unnatural just posing, and he writes in the caption, as a former defense attorney and someone who has faced allegations before, I know the importance of waiting to hear both sides. Stop judging as if you know someone's life and let the facts come to light. They were also organizing that he was going to do some sort of big interview with another Looks Maxer, but I don't think that if it happened, it's probably not going to air. Yeah. Gideon at one point starts going through Hulo's phone during this video that he filmed, and he points out, like, I don't know what algorithm it was or one of the social medias, but he's like, why'd you like this picture of this really young looking girl? To which Hulo transparently says, so I'd get more posts like that to see more.
I'm being honest, I like that one.
Yeah.
So I'd get more posts like that to see more.
And he's like, oh, that makes sense. You built this brick by brick. No pun intended.
and you built this big brick by brick. No pun intended.
So Gideon is saying, like, you built your algorithm brick by brick. He says that he understands his girlfriend was traumatized because she clicked some of the links and saw the CSAM. But he says,
I feel like she really is trying to ruin my life.
I feel like if anything, I need to go serve what I did wrong and then maybe go to like a facility treatment center. And throughout this entire video, like, they kind of framed it as we're just filming so you can't later say we came in here and beat you up. It's for safety. And then later at the end, he's like, are you guys gonna post this?
Yeah, but are you posting it?
No, I'm not posting that.
Yeah. And they tell him no. And then he's like, then what are the mics for?
Yeah. What are the mics for?
And he's like, I just don't want, anything to go online. I just don't want to see my face on the internet right now. And they're like, that's totally understandable. He contemplates deleting his social media, saying, I truly just want to delete my account after confessing. I don't even like watching TikTok because people are making fun of me left and right. There's no point in even having it.
I don't even like watching TikTok because too much is on there. People are making fun of me left and right. Like, there's no point in even having.
Gideon, after going on a monologue about how Hulo needs to confess to the internet, when he sees Hulo checking out of the conversation, he hits him with a, you ever do swimming? You have like a swimmer's body. And then he's like, oh. And Gideon's like, no homo.
Did you do swimming? You have like a swimmer body. No homo.
Thank you. It's just the shoulder up. It's the up shoulders. And he's like, it's kind of like you have a Michael Phelps build. And then somehow Gideon convinces him to do like a selfie style video. So Gideon is recording his face, and
I got burned.
Like it's like a fan meet. Okay, Gideon is the fan. Not saying he is a fan, but like the recording style.
Okay.
And then he's like, Mason, no more child porn, right?
Mason, no more child porn, right?
And Mason is nodding and looking away. Last time?
Last time?
And he's looking away, mewing, running his hand through his hair. And then Gideon literally pulls out an Uno reverse card. Because remember, so a lot of people were actually mad at Gideon when it was happening that he had discredited the allegations against Hulo on his Discord.
Okay.
So a lot of people are like, I thought you're for catching predators, not protecting predators, right? Yeah. So he was like, I did it for the long game, like Uno reverse.
He handed a card to him?
He just kind of waved it in his face. I don't know if Mason took it, yeah.
What's Mason's reaction?
He's like got no reaction this whole time. He's just like soulless eyes.
I mean, I guess what
yeah.
What could you do at this point?
Mason Hull was eventually arrested May 6, 2026. He is now facing 15 counts of possession of CSAM. His occupation in the arresting documents read TikTok influencer, which he was released on bond. That bond was revoked because he kept going online. In fact, he went on a Discord where they played pretend court.
According to court documents, investigators say Hull violated those conditions. Records also allege he was seen on Discord, taking part in what's described as a mock trial and making jokes about the criminal case.
So it was like a Discord server with a bunch of people, and one of them was like, I'm gonna be the judge. And then the other person was like, I'll be the prosecutor, I'll be the defense attorney. And Mason...
On this case?
Yes, and Mason was in the chat.
Like, he just snuck in, or he knew?
No, he knew.
Oh.
And they're like all there. It's like a video, like a Zoom meeting on Discord.
Oh, they're having a fake little trial.
Yeah.
Mason was a part of it.
Yeah. And they're like, Your Honor, my client. And they're just like doing dumb shit. And he's there.
I'm confused.
Yeah. So the bond was you cannot be on social media, you cannot be on the internet unless it's to speak to your attorney. So they revoke his bond. Now he's back in jail. He's still posting.
In jail?
Someone is posting on the account.
On his social media?
Mm-hmm.
Posting what?
His, like, the vault. They call it the vault of just fucking weird thirst traps.
They're posting thirst trap right now?
Yeah.
That is crazy.
Yeah.
Who could possibly be posting right now?
His manager, who knows? And some people are commenting and they're supporting him in his comments. One comment says, "Can't we just forgive him and stop being jealous?" Another says, "I'm not gonna lie, I don't think he's a bad dude." Another comments, "One minor imperfection you have." Another writes, "Hulo is pred-maxing." One states that for Hulo to get out of his charges, he has to, quote, "Hulo got a IQ max, bro." Another says, "No more CP maxing." But there are genuine defenders who are saying things like, what he was involved with is somewhat disturbing and wrong. But at the same time, I do not believe he is evil or a genuine danger to society in the way people online are making him out to be. From what has been said about his behavior and interests from a young age, it seems like he is a mentally ill person whose mind became corrupted over time through exposure and disturbing content in unhealthy internet spaces. I also feel like Gideon should have focused more on exposing the distributors and people behind the material instead of mainly turning Hulo into a viral target online. What? One person comments, "Being mocked by a pedophile is so brutal. How do any of us even recover from this?" Another's, "Because he's facing 25 years. One comment writes, "1 year for each dollar he paid for CCM is crazy work." One person comments, "Looks Maxer in PDF. Prisoners are going to be opening him up like a kid on Christmas." To which one person comments back, "I don't like how that was worded." Another person comments, "His cellmates are going to appreciate all the looks maxing he's done." Another person comments, "People defending this because he's attractive proves how cooked social media is. If this was some random ugly dude, nobody would hesitate to call him a monster. Protect kids first, not influencers." Now, I will say this about Gideon. I know lots of people have opinions about just like the whole niche of content that's created with predator catchers, and like really that could be said about any niche of content online. I do think I don't really know much of his lore, but I think without his video, Hulo might have a lot more defenders. Because these are the exact group of people who are inclined to say things like the ex-girlfriend's lying because she's jealous. Like that, I think that would have been the rhetoric by a lot of people. I don't know if it would have been all people, hopefully not. But I think him able to get the video of him confessing to it, at least for the public to see, even if it becomes inadmissible in court, I do think it helped a lot with this case. So, what are your thoughts on all of this? Let me know in the comments, and stay safe. I will see you in the next one. Bye.
Bada bing, bada boom.
One prominent UFO researcher once said, "If you start looking for patterns, you're gonna find them." And people think one of the worst patterns to emerge in 2026 is the pattern of important scientists going missing or ending up dead. Is it a fear-mongering conspiracy where netizens are connecting together a few dots and calling it a link? Or is it a real, legitimate theory? I mean, I can't be the one to tell you. However, it does seem that any scientist or researcher studying something important to the greater safety of humankind or the detriment of humankind, anyone, scientist, researcher, involved in some sort of death, it's going to be investigated by some curious netizens. So Chen, a Chinese researcher based in the United States, he has the exact type of resume where if something happens to him, it makes you want to throw coincidence out the window and sign up for like a front row seat at Conspiracy Con. Chen has a research role at Cassia, which is basically China's flagship AI research institution right now. Although they were first formed, I will say, to help China build nuclear missiles and satellites, their first program was actually called 2 Bombs, 1 Satellite, which is like
2 bomb?
Yeah, 2 bombs, 1 satellite. Yeah.
What's that? Okay.
And Cassia's signature specialty is actually biometrics, which is how they teach computers how to identify humans by face, by their iris, and even their gait, how they walk. They had this like whole thing where they could identify you. They don't even know you. They don't know what your face looks like, but they could identify you from like a mile away on CCTV footage if they like follow certain gait patterns. Yeah. They have a free data set of people's faces that have become one of the most widely used training set in the entire world for facial recognition. He was a postdoctoral researcher in the bioinformatics division at Tsinghua University. What does that even mean? What is bioinformatics? It sounds kind of like cute, but it's not cute at all. It's a very interesting role. It's not just data. It's not just AI, machine learning. You have to specialize in all of that, but you also have to specialize in molecular and cell biology. Researchers in the bioinformatics division at Tsinghua are working on projects like the Human Cell Atlas, which is actually a giant international project, like a global initiative. It's to catalog every cell type, describe its molecular fingerprint, if you will, and notate where it lives and what it does. Basically, Google Maps for the human body, which the human body is made up of roughly 37 trillion cells. So this is going to take a minute. The goal would be to give every biologist like a shared reference. So if they find a weird cell in their own experiment, they can look it up against the master map. It would also make it easier to find out which cells changed how, which could help find cell signatures that flag early cancer before it's dangerous. But if you're not working on the single cell atlas, they could be in any number of different AI and biology research programs. The whole idea is LLM, large language models, so ChatGPT, cloud, but instead of being trained on human language, they're going to be trained on the human body. Biology, like a language. Create a foundational model, a cloud for cells, ChatGPT for cells. They train on cells and patterns of which genes turn on together, in which cell types, under which conditions. The ultimate goal, they said, is to have a digital patient. So everybody has a patient profile, and now they have one for AI, and you run experiments and medications through the digital patient before the real patient, which sounds like it could also save lives, but also sounds really fucking terrifying at the same time, okay? But after those research positions in China, Chen gets invited to come to the United States. He doesn't try to immigrate, he gets an invitation. It's like a Hogwarts invitation in the mail for a research role for Cold Spring Harbor Laboratory, which has been dubbed the birthplace of molecular biology. So there is that. They've been around since like 1890. They're a world-renowned nonprofit private research and education institution. The lab today focuses on 5 distinct areas: cancer, neuroscience, genomics, plant biology, and quantitative biology. They do a lot of important work, but also they were the epicenter for the American eugenics movement at one point. The lab did preserve all its records for teaching and research while openly discussing it, so I guess they're trying to be transparent about one of the darkest chapters of American history and science, but I mean, who's to say, right? Chen gets an invitation from that lab, the Cold Spring Harbor lab, to come study in the US, do research for them. He moves to Long Island, New York. His research direction is so complicated. He's focusing on providing systematic solutions for early diagnosis and precision treatment in cancer research using bioinformatics technologies. Yeah, it's a very important role. He also joins Harvard as a research scientist in the Department of Statistics. Throughout his entire career, he has published, co-authored at least 15 papers in notable peer-reviewed international journals in subjects like cancer, basically like trying to cure cancer. He starts his own company in China called My Health Gene. The company uses huge amounts of biological data, DNA, genes. They analyze to help doctors catch diseases early on and pick treatments tailored to each individual patient. So he's got the type of resume where if he's involved in a death, people are going to start a conspiracy theory online. April 7th, 2022, outside the Cambridge District Courthouse in Medford, Massachusetts. It's like a small courthouse with 3 courtrooms. There's 2 jury deliberation rooms. It's 12 holding cells. It's not like a big, giant fortress building like a lot of federal courthouses. You get a free parking lot. There's restaurants right next to it. You go pay your ticket, and then you go eat, I don't know, bojangles. Okay, that's the vibe. Researcher Chen is walking towards his car, a white Chevy Equinox. It's like an SUV. And as he's walking, getting ready to get into the driver's seat, I don't know if he does, but he must, right? He must sense something. Like something must shift in that exact moment. It is believed that as he's getting into his car, he locks eyes with this young man who also just stepped out of the courthouse. And there must be something that happens between the two of them. Nobody hears any sort of exchange. Nobody hears them talking. or at least I haven't reported it, but something must happen. Some reports describe it as they share a look. Whatever it is, it's like something activates inside of researcher Chen. He gets in the car, turns the engine on, and before anyone else can react, he slams the foot down on the accelerator. He's not booking it to leave the courthouse. He's accelerating and ramming straight into the young man who just walked out of the courthouse that he just locked eyes with. He's not honking for the young man to get out of his way. This is not like a road rage incident either. Chen, the brilliant researcher, drives directly into this young man. He basically has him trapped. So this young man is now trapped in between the Chevy Equinox, Chen's car, and another parked car. He's trapped. Chen reverses, rams it back into him until the front of Chen's SUV is completely dented like the surface of the moon. And then Chen steps out of his car.
Slamming into the young man and another car?
Yeah, but mainly the young man. Then he steps out with a black handgun and fires into the young man 5 to 6 times. This is a courthouse. Where the hell are the cops? Why isn't anybody stopping Chen?
Responding to 4040 Mystic Valley Parkway in the rear of the courthouse. Shots fired, man down.
Police officers are circling him within seconds. You know, they're pointing their own weapons while ordering him to drop his. But it's not the police that stop Chen. It's very interesting. It's a tall man in a suit walks up. He approaches Chen, restrains him almost calmly, like he's just pinning Chen on the ground. He uses his knee, so Chen is face down. And this man in the suit has his knee on Chen's back. And then using one of his hands, he's kind of rubbing Chen's back, almost soothing him.
Okay.
And then finally, the police come over, handcuff Chen. Who the hell is this man in the suit? This is Chen's attorney, who was just representing Chen in the courtroom. Chen, the brilliant researcher, is now being arrested, and the young man laying dead in the parking lot of the courthouse is Wang, otherwise known as Cohen. He's 23 years old, and he's Chen's nephew. But would this scientist kill his own nephew, his sister's own son? It doesn't make any sense. Well, it is believed that Cohen wanted a wife. He wanted a woman to marry, but like, what does that have to do with Chen? It is reported that Cohen didn't just want anyone to marry. He wanted to marry scientist Chen's wife, his aunt. We would like to thank today's sponsors who have made it possible for Rotten Mango to support NAMI National, also known as the National Alliance on Mental Illness. NAMI is the nation's largest mental health organization dedicated to improving the lives of individuals. This episode's partnerships have also made it possible to support Rotten Mango's team of dedicated researchers.
She
We would
speaks
also
so
like to
fast.
thank you guys for your continued support. As always, full show notes are available at RottenMangoPodcast.com. Today's episode includes brief mentions of stalking behaviors, gun violence. Some quotes or statements may be condensed for brevity, and a lot of the research, even though this case does take place in the United States, a lot of the research was done with the help of our Chinese translators because there's just a lot more information in China. You'll see why in a second. But with that being said, let's begin. The setup for Chen is just not ideal. It's not ideal. He has his wife, Michelle. Michelle is a pseudonym. Her name is, it's not widely circulating, so we're going to keep it Michelle. She has 2 young kids, and Chen is barely home. Now, to be fair,
How old is Chen and Michelle though?
they're like in their late 30s by this point, early 40s, and
How old are their two young?
elementary school. And Chen is like barely home. He's never home. He's not doing school pickup and drop off. And to be fair, he is the sole breadwinner. And his most lucrative business appears to be the one in China, where he has the biotech company. He has all these research roles in the United States, but you're not getting paid $1 bajillion to be in the Department of Statistics at Harvard. But you probably will get paid $1 bajillion to own a private company in China that helps cure people of
So
certain
he's back and
diseases.
forth, or?
Yeah. Half time in China, half time in Boston. And it's doing really well. He's even being invited to speak as the guest at the Tsinghua Beijing Tianjin Haibei Healthcare Big Data Summit Forum. The amount of ink that they would need to just like have letterheads with that entire... It's unclear exactly how his time is divvied up, but I would say it's like closer to 50-50. But it has been established that Michelle Chen's wife she is adamant that she wants her children raised in the United States. So it's not like Chen leaves her without a choice. It's not like Chen is like, well, you have to stay here. I'm gonna go. In fact, if Chen had it his way, they would all move back to China. Because not only does he have his company, he's been offered really crazy prestigious roles in research and things that would give him a lot of funding to do, I guess, his life's dreams and goals, whatever that may be. It has been said that the longer this back and forth goes on, Chen senses some tension with his wife, Michelle, because every time he comes back to Boston, she does seem a little bit distracted. She does seem a little bit distant, but that could also be because she's just freaking exhausted. She's holding the house down by herself. She just might be awash with dilemmas and deficiencies, you know? However, it is noted that Michelle is the one that also wanted him to go to China to start this lucrative business, and she did not want to go with him. So technically, it is a compromise. Chen does make it back to the family to spend all the big holidays. So he's back for Christmas, he's back for Chinese New Year, and sometimes he likes to keep it fresh. He wants to surprise his kids. In 2019, after finishing up this huge project with his company in China, Chen decides, I got time. Sure, I was gonna stay in China for an extra 3 days to wrap up the project, but it's already wrapped, so I can go home 3 days earlier than I expected. The name of the game is surprise. I'm gonna go surprise my wife and kids. He quietly boards a flight home, gets to the airport, drives back home in Boston, and when he slips his key into the front door, all's quiet. Everything's good. He walks up the steps, opens the door to the primary bedroom, and there in his bed is his wife, his 39-year-old wife, Michelle, and his 19-year-old nephew. And that is how Chen finds out that the last year of his life has been a lie, okay? Well, over a year, like a year and a half, because the nephew's almost turning 20, but in his house, it's his wife and nephew. They've been having an affair in his house. Not only is he betrayed by his wife, he's also betrayed by his nephew. It's not just his marriage that blows up that night, it's his entire extended family. Now, this is not ancestral in the sense that the nephew is Chen's sister's son. So his wife has no blood relation to the nephew. So I guess that's the only silver lining, is this is not an incestuous affair, but I mean, that's like a really low bar to set. It's his wife and it's his sister's little brother at the end of the day. To Chen, it probably feels like a multifaceted attack on his psyche. On top of that, affairs are always very tricky when it's happening inside the shared marital home because that's supposed to be your safe space. Moreover, Chen is the one that invited his nephew to come live with them out of the goodness of his heart so that his nephew could go to college in the United States. So in 2016, back in 2016, Chen gets a call from his older sister, and she's telling him that her one and only son, Cohen, the only nephew that Chen has, because he only has one older sister, and this is the only son that she has, he's ready to go to college now. But the problem is he wants to study abroad in the US. But the problem with that is that his English is not good enough to yet apply to most of the colleges that he wants to attend. So probably the fastest way to learn English would be going to the United States, taking a gap year, immersing himself in the culture and the language, and going to like a English program. Would Chen mind if Cohen could come stay with him in Boston for a year to learn English? Just provide housing and food, and we're gonna send a little money for transportation. Like, the setup is, a lot of Asians have probably experienced the setup, okay? And then he gets to college, we'll go from there. That's it. Just like a year, really, is what we're asking. We're not asking you to put him through high school. It's just a year, and then he's gonna dorm in college. That's the plan. Cohen joins the Chen family in Boston. Michelle doesn't like this. She is not happy. She's got 2 kids. Now she has to watch this random ass teenager, okay, not blood relation. She's never even really met the kid like that. And now she has to watch him. In fact, this is a huge point of contention for them early on. Michelle is arguing, like, I don't even want him to be here. First of all, why are you even saying yes if you're not even here to help take care of him? You're gonna be in China most of the time. So it doesn't make sense. Now she's doing chores, cooking, cleaning, managing the entire household with some teenagers she barely knows, adding on to all of it. But Chen convinces his wife his older sister is the only reason that he was able to go to college. She paid most of his tuition, and this is her son, so he owes it to his sister. Also, Chen's been with Michelle since college, so she kind of knows. So she's like, okay, you know what? Fine. Chen leaves for China, and at first he's very worried that every time he calls Michelle, it's just gonna be screaming on the other line. She's gonna be like complaining about how miserable she is and how this is so unmanageable, and you know, now there's this stinky, probably smelly, unhygienic teenager living in their house, and she just wants to like punch someone in the face. But no, every time Chen would call, she would tell him, Cohen is helping around the house, doing chores. He seems really grateful that he has this opportunity, so he's trying to do his part. He's actually a very mature young man. The part nobody knows, however, is who initiated the affair. Not that I think it's, well, maybe it is kind of pertinent, but it's believed by some that Michelle has blamed Cohen for seducing her, and Cohen blames Michelle for seducing him. And they're both selling their sides of the story to Chen when he finds them in bed together. We don't know who did what. However, the likely starting point of this affair seems to be from English tutoring lessons. So remember, Cohen is trying to learn English. He went to this English academy to learn, and he ends up failing his very first English exam that he worked a year to study for. So the whole point of the agreement was he's going to come to America to learn English, get admitted into an American college. If he can't learn English, he can't get admitted into an American college, and then all of this would have been for nothing. So Michelle takes it upon herself, has been what's been reported, and she decides that I'm just going to tutor him in my free time. Like when the kids are at school, I'm just going to like try to help him with his English. It works. He passes all of his exams, successfully gets admitted into Northeastern University in Boston for computer science, which is obviously not the only thing that he gets into while he's in the United States. The affair goes on for almost 2 years, so it does seem that he was of age when it started. So there's no allegation that he was not of age. It seems like he was about to turn 20 when the affair was caught, so it's like almost 2 years.
Like 18.
What?
Yeah. And even after getting into Northeastern and moving into a dorm, moving out of Chen and Michelle's house, they allegedly continue the affair. So he's just dropping by, playing daddy. Yeah, the only person in the dark of what's happening in his house is Chen, the one who's working nonstop in China, earning money to support his wife and children, and now his nephew is in his house playing house.
Oh, that's really fun too for the two kids, though.
Yeah.
They also live there.
Yeah. That night, after kicking Cohen out, Chen can't even sleep in the same house. He goes to a hotel and he decides he's going to divorce his wife. There's nothing else that he can do about it. It's not something that he's going to get over. And the whole process of divorcing his wife goes as amicably as one would hope a divorce goes. He does have to go back to China frequently still after the divorce. It's believed that his wife and children end up staying in the Boston house. Chen is not lashing out on them. He's not trying to take every penny with him that he earned and rob Michelle out of a life and home. There's no violent tendencies. There's no really even strong resentment. It seems like he just cuts her out, but still co-parents. Some allege that once the emotions settle down a bit, Chen has a conversation with Cohen about it, which I can't imagine any sort of conversation like this going well, but allegedly it ends with Cohen telling his uncle, I will stop harassing you guys, as long as you let me marry my aunt.
What?
The worst part about this is Chen's sister, so Cohen's mom.
Wait, what is that?
Yeah, no, there's a reason behind it, and it's actually kind of like weird and dark, but you'll see. The worst part though is that not only Chen is like, what do you mean? Like, why would you marry my wife? Well, ex-wife now, right? His sister agrees with him. His sister is like, you need to let my son marry your ex-wife because you guys are divorced anyway.
I cannot believe this.
Outside of the Harry Potter series, a lot of people in China are referred to as Voldemorts. Say Voldemort the way that you do in China.
Voldemort.
Yes, okay. Actually has nothing to do with the source material. It's not a nickname for those caught gossiping with snakes or like bald men with uniquely shaped noses that streamline the process of breathing. Like, it's not for those people. It has nothing to do with that. It's rather the phonetic pronunciation of the word Voldemort. In Chinese, it's
Voldemort.
Which if you switch the characters, it can also be read as monstrous brother supporter.
Okay. That's a really unique way.
Yeah, it's like an oddly complicated nickname, but like once you get the nuance, it all clicks. There's a few prerequisites that must be met for someone to fully live up to the nickname. You must be a sister. You must have a brother. It is better if the biological brother is younger than you, preferably like a few age gap is, the sweet spot. And the most important aspect is your family must not have enough resources for every child. That is when someone could become Voldemort. It is to describe families with a strong patriarchal mindset that prefers sons over their daughters, which results in the family resources being directed only to the sons. There have been countless situations where the older sister forgoes college, not because she can't get admitted, she's already been admitted, but because the family can only afford one tuition and it's going to go to the brother. The daughter has to stay behind, drop out of school early so she can focus on helping the struggling family business, while the son, who's not nearly as bright as the daughter, because of course he's not, he's been spoiled his entire life because they live in a patriarchal society in those specific families in China, gets to go live in a big city, attending college, while everyone back home is supporting him. The nickname Voldemort is not to shame the sisters that this happens to. It's more so like a description of they're getting their souls and dreams sucked out of them slowly by their families. The shame is placed on the parents and obviously society, but the sisters are called Voldemorts because phonetically it, can mean that. It's like kind of used sympathetically. So if you look at a girl who's given up everything for her brother, you might say like, oh, well, she hasn't had the best shot at life because she's a Voldemort. It's more like it's not really her choice. She could have done way better. It's just, this is what happened. If anyone has the rights to this god-awful nickname, it's probably Chen's older sister. She's basically like grandfathered into this. It's a miserable, unlucky position to be in. Chen's family are from a really, really small town. They've got 2 kids. So they have Chen's older sister and Chen. They're only 3 years apart, which makes this even worse. Usually when the son is older, the parents come up with a bunch of palatable excuses like, oh, well, he's gonna go to college first because he just got in and we're gonna save a lot of money for the next few years so you can maybe go to college. Probably not. But when they're younger than you, it's like, well, no, you can't because we're saving the money for your little brother. Chen's family are day laborers, mainly doing farm work. Chen and his sister were also expected to help with, but they noticed that Chen would try to sneak away from work to read in a corner when he was a kid. Everybody noticed. Nobody got mad at him. They thought that this might be the start of a child who could get them out of this situation. Somehow, both the siblings were blessed academically. Chen's older sister ends up getting admitted into a Key Point High School, which Key Point High Schools in China, notoriously difficult to get into. Essentially, it's a pre-college admissions program. And just to give you a bunch of context, in the 70s and 80s, China did not have enough educational resources, but they wanted to compete with the rest of the world. which he could only attend this school with his parents and his sister helping for the tuition. He doesn't take it lightly. It said during the first 4 years, Chen holds himself to such high standards that he only did 4 things: eat, sleep, walk to and from his room to the library and to class, and study. That's it. Eat, sleep, transport, and school. That's it. Nothing else. Basically, everything was just keeping him alive, and everything was just studying. He consistently ranked in the top of his class in the university, to the point where most students have to apply and take another test to attend grad school. But Chen was offered a spot without taking a test. He didn't even need to apply, which again, he wouldn't be if he was working and studying, but he's just studying, and he feels like a lot of this is due to his sister. And grad school, he still has to pay for it. He gets a master's degree in image processing from the Department of Automatic Control, and his sister helps pay for it. Now, essentially, image processing, the foundational technology, is for guided weapons, drone perception, aerial reconnaissance, surveillance. It's very like defense engineering pipeline degree, which kind of fits NPU. That's what they're known for. From there, he gets into Cassia, which is like the Chinese, that's where they do the AI, stuff. And then Tsinghua, then Cold Springs Lab in the US. And while he's doing that, Chen's sister goes from sending money over to pay for all of his education to now that he doesn't need the help and he's getting paid, now she's back in their hometown taking care of their elderly aging parents. Since Chen clearly doesn't have the time, he's also in the United States. He has a demanding job, and now he has a wife and 2 kids. And the promise, like the unspoken promise, nobody says it outright, but the unspoken promise, whether it, is that the sister is going to do all of this, and Chen will do everything he can to help his sister later in life whenever she asks. And again, Chen does really, really, really well in his field. He's been granted a U.S. green card based off his outstanding contributions to science, and then later he gets a U.S. citizenship. They purchase a house in Boston. He's even offered a position at, again, Cassia, the Chinese Academy of Sciences. This is like the highest academic institution in the sector that he's working in. It's like the most prestigious. They collaborate closely with the government. They're the ones that helped create China's own
Where?
Baidao navigation satellite system, because US sanctions, so China had to build its own like space station. They had to build like their own navigations. It's crazy, okay? And they're the ones that mainly did it. And so he gets this opportunity to go research there at this level, and it's huge. So he's like, okay, I want to go back. I want to go there and do this. But his wife Michelle is like, well, no, I don't want to go to China. So we're not going to go there so you can do research that you could maybe probably do here. So just figure out a way to do it here. On November 13th, 2022, 4 University of Idaho students, Madison, Kaylee, Ethan, and Xana, had their futures stolen from them. And for months, a killer walked free. Idaho Murders College Nightmare is a 3-part documentary that follows one of the most chilling murder cases in recent memory. With unprecedented access to the victims' families and police footage, the series peels back the layers of a case that forever changed Moscow, Idaho, and asks the question that haunts everyone left behind. How do you make sense of something so senseless? Watch Idaho Murders College Nightmare, now playing only on Netflix.
I found it.
Pet
I knew going through it
isn't
individually
something
would
he's talked about much, but it is
make it
a
pop
feeling
up.
we all know well. When daily life gets in the way,
How much
it
did that
feels
take? 20 minutes?
impossible to measure up to our pet's unconditional love. But you're doing better than you think you are. And Hill's Pet Nutrition is here to make this whole pet parenting thing easier with science-led nutrition to support their unique needs and lifelong health. My dog Tiger is on a no-fly list. The one time we took him on a plane, he was so sick with stress and anxiety, it made us realize that unless his life depended on it, there will be zero reason for him to ever fly again. And even though I know it's for his own health, leaving him while I'm traveling always makes me feel a little bit guilty, or a lot a bit guilty. Thankfully, Hills helps me alleviate this guilt because I know I'm giving my pet nutrition that always measures up to their needs. You can feel confident that you're doing right by your pet and taking care of them with guilt-free meals they can't get enough of. Because you're only human, there's Hills. Science does more. Ready to give more love than humanly possible? Find your pet's new favorite food at hillspet.com/rotten.
Hello?
That's hillspet.com/rotten.
Okay.
Anyway, after the affair. Originally, the plan is for everybody's sake to keep the entire affair a secret. Chen and Michelle are gonna get divorced, but they can give like some generic reason about schedules. He's in China. Yeah, maybe there's probably going to be rumors that he has like a mistress in China, because that's usually what happens when these very vague reasons for divorce come out in their circles. But they could just say, no, our schedules were not matching up. It just didn't make sense. We were not seeing each other. We're not seeing eye to eye. As for Cohen, I mean, he's already in college. It's natural he's drifting away from his uncle and aunt. He's making his own friends. So it's not like he has to call his sister and be like, oh yeah, Cohen did this today. Cohen hung out with me today. So they're already living separate lives. So the whole plan is not even to tell Cohen's mom about what happened. Just tell nobody.
They haven't. Okay, I see.
That's the original plan. But Cohen starts telling his mom what happened. He shares his version of events, whether it be the truth, it's hard to say, we'll break it down in a second, but he tells his mom back in China that his aunt, Chen's wife, seduced him. And they were intimate for a while, but he was so lonely, he didn't even really know what was happening. It's like hard to understand. And she manipulated him into this really, really inappropriate affair. And when Chen found out, his uncle found out, instead of protecting him, he throws Cohen out of the house, leaving him practically stranded in the United States with nobody he can reach out to, nobody to look after him. And like, sure, he's a college kid, but still, like, this is his only link to an adult who might be able to help him. He's only been in the States for a few years. And now on top of that, Mom, Chen is threatening to get a restraining order out on me. And Cohen is like, all I wanted to do was talk to my uncle about what happened and apologize and explain my side of the events. But Chen is so hot-tempered, so upset, so jealous, so resentful, he threw me out of the house without hearing me out and told me that this is trespassing and he's gonna get a restraining order. With everyone finding out in the family about the real reason for the divorce, Chen is feeling probably humiliated, but also there is this new pressure put on him from his sister. She's upset because then at least the least you can do. Her theory is like, the least you can do is help my son get a green card.
By marrying the aunt.
Yeah, I guess her thought process is, this is a woman who is 39, took advantage of my son who is 18, went into this new country where he knows nobody. His entire life is now inside of this box, which is probably his room inside of Chen's family house. And she is the adult. She's the one making decisions. And she seduces him. She takes advantage of this, ruins his life, ruins the entire family relations. And of course, Chen divorces her. So the least she can do for basically repentance is to marry my son, give him a green card. Like, this is what he should get out of the trauma, at least, is kind of like her thought process in the theory. But she's mad because she's like, okay, brother, not only are you letting your ex-wife not marry my son, because that's the least she can do after taking advantage of him, because that's from her perspective.
Oh, so she brought it up to
Chen, yes.
And Chen say no.
Yeah.
Okay.
And on top of that, she's like, now you're trying to get a restraining order against my son, which again jeopardizes his chances of getting a visa or green card the more appropriate way, through work after he graduates, because he's on a student visa. And that's so much harder also to get like an H-1B visa. It's so difficult. From her perspective, she did everything from her brother, and this is how he repays her for her one and only son. She repeatedly calls Chen, telling him that, Cohen is young. He's clearly been used and seduced by your ex-wife. Yes, he acted foolishly, but now that it's all said and done, the least you guys can do is get him the green card. It is unclear if this version of events is true, though I can see how it is highly possible, okay? Considering Michelle is the one in the position of power in this situation, and I will stand on that. I tend to agree that she's mostly the one at fault. I get that Cohen is 19. I get that the affair started after he was 18, but he's in a very vulnerable situation where he's coming into a brand new place, moving to a whole new country. He doesn't speak the language. He has no support system. He thinks he's being taken care of in this home. I can see how he is the most vulnerable in this situation. Though I do see some netizens saying Michelle might have been vulnerable because, she's in a marriage where her husband is never home. She's left alone with the kids. Her entire identity is just being alone and raising the family without her husband. That's just speculation of what people think Michelle was going through. However, Michelle is also the one that reportedly wanted Chen to work in China a lot. It's been reported that she was not enthusiastic of a research opportunity that Chen received in China that he was really excited for, but she was enthusiastic of a lucrative business idea that he wanted to start a company in China. So some people are putting the blame on her, and it's like, well, it's kind of your fault that he's not home because you wanted him to go start this company instead of just being satisfied with his research roles, where he is probably doing greater good for humankind and society, trying to find ways to prevent cancer, even if it is using technology that people may not agree with. He might ultimately net neutral, like be saving lives at least. So there is that people are like, well, I mean, he didn't really have to be in China all the time, so that doesn't make any sense. Or if you really wanted, you can move to China with the kids. But regardless, there's a lot of back and forth. But I would say wholeheartedly, out of the two, Michelle and Cohen, it's pretty clear the one who bears more responsibility, at least for the start and the continuation of the affair, is Michelle. She's 20 years older than Cohen, double his age. She's supposed to be his caretaker in the US, even though he is an adult, but still. However, there are new theories that have come out kind of out of nowhere. There's stories coming out that perhaps Cohen is the mastermind of this affair. Mainly, this is stemming from online forums with netizens who claim they went to high school with Cohen. One particularly well-circulating post, the netizen who claims to know Cohen says he is highly manipulative, that during his high school years in China, he just jumped from one girlfriend to another, which is not inherently a bad thing. However, they believe that he was manipulating and using his girlfriends. They claim that Cohen had a whole group of guys in high school that looked up to him because they all wanted to be PUAs, pickup artists.
Yeah, but in Chinese context, it's like basically you're
gaslight, manipulator.
Yeah.
It's not like a
get different girls.
Like lying, scheming, and cheating is not below a PUA. It has a very strong negative connotation, probably worse than America. And they said that Cohen would this is an allegation that's coming from like a random netizen post, that he would film himself having intimate relations with girls and share it amongst the group of guys who also aspired to be PUAs. But I don't know if this is true at all, or if he just like would talk a big game because he's a high schooler. And I think the only part that would be really alarming is if these videos were shared without anyone's consent or taken without anyone's consent. Also, there are minors at that point, so that's already concerning. However, I don't know how true this post is. I mean, there's really no verification process for this. There's no way to authenticate it, but it has since gone viral in China, which is why a lot of Chinese netizens have kind of bought into this theory that maybe Michelle is not the one that started the affair. Not that they like Michelle. It seems most netizens don't like her, but maybe she's not the one that started the affair. Again, I don't know how true that is. The theory goes on in China that Michelle was not a fan of Cohen when he first got to the US. She was really annoyed that she has this task of taking on, a full-grown teenager that she's not even personally related to other than by marriage. He's a burden. She's probably not treating him the nicest. And the netizens theorize that Cohen, seeing this, feeling this, he decides instead of being upset and treating her the same way, he's just gonna woo her. He starts changing his attitude, showering her with compliments, not thinking it was probably gonna lead to an affair, that it was just gonna make her be nice to him. But things snowball into an affair. Who's the one that should have stopped it? Probably Michelle. You get the idea. People are it's a lot. Others have been spreading even more bizarre theories online, stating that Cohen had a plan to come to the US. He knew that his uncle and aunt had a strained relationship because his mom would talk about it. That's an allegation. That's like a huge speculation. It's a rumor. It's not even an allegation. It's a fucking rumor. That he just wanted to break up the parents so he could get his aunt, marry for a green card. Now, I will say there's a little bit more nuance to this. I know everyone's like, oh, well, that's like a huge theory for Chinese netizens to come up with. Like, why would he marry his aunt for a green card? It is a very tricky situation. So when Chinese students come into the United States to study, they all come on a student visa. And getting a green card or getting citizenship is notoriously difficult of really anyone of any nationality when they come into the United States. Obviously, like we see it on the news all the time. But with Chinese students, it's especially difficult because the people that they typically socialize with and form relationships, interpersonal relationships, and therefore maybe future marriages are also Chinese students who are more immersed in Chinese culture versus like Chinese Americans who might be American citizens, right? Or are American citizens. And so if they find each other, you kind of get these situations where you have now a couple in the US and they're both hoping that they can separately get H-1B visas, or at least one of them can and the other one can try to stay.
H-1B is work visa, right?
Yes, which are very difficult, and you have to have specialized skills in the industry, and a lot of the industries that they're going into, such as tech, such as, you know, it's just like a very overpopulated industry of people trying to get H-1B visas. Unless you're phenomenal at your job, it's going to be very difficult. And even if you are phenomenal at your job, it gives you a really limited sense of mobility, because if you're an American citizen, you could work at Meta today and then Amazon tomorrow because they pay you more, but then you're kind of locked into a company for a very long time until you can find a way to get a different visa that's not dependent on your work. It's really hard. It's a really lengthy process. Visas are
Why
a
wasn't
huge
it?
deal, to the point where
It will not stick.
I believe, because I was like talking to the Chinese researcher about it, and she was saying, like,
I'm gonna
even if you
probably
like
break
go
this
on
entire
dating
thing.
websites in China, like in the US, as a Chinese person, a lot of the Chinese students will indicate on their dating profile if they have a visa or if they don't.
Yeah.
It changes the whole like factor of the relationship. So it's like a huge deal. So this is not just like a let me marry my aunt and do something crazy for giggles. It's like maybe some people can wrap their minds around why he would do something. Not saying he did, but why this rumor gained legs and started running around. He would also be able to secure permanent residency from that point if he were to marry someone with US citizenship. I don't know if that's the case. There's a lot of back and forth of rumors here. Technically, he is studying computer science at Northeastern University. He could technically apply for an H-1B visa. You know, again, difficult. It's Northeastern is not a top 10 school. It is ranked top 50 in the United States. It's an incredible university, okay? It's a good school. It's just like visas are fucking hard. I don't know what else to say. It's just so difficult. He may have a relatively okay chance at securing a visa, but it's not guaranteed. So the only way to guarantee a visa is to marry a US citizen. However, he goes to Northeastern. A lot of the girls that he probably would date are probably fellow Chinese students who are also trying to secure a visa. And then with Chinese Americans, or even Americans of different cultures, it's not going to be as easy to mesh and click and try to, because I don't know how proficient he is at English. It didn't seem like he had that much struggles, but you get what I'm saying.
I'm leaving it.
So maybe the easiest
Stop.
way would be to marry his aunt on paper for a few
Looking
years.
good. This will
Another
not
theory
stick
is that
because it
Chen's
is
older sister
a
was
bitch.
never resentful of being Voldemort
So
out
I'm
loud,
leaving it.
but maybe she expressed it to her son and in the privacy of her own nuclear family unit. So
I messed
maybe
it up.
she talks about it all the time with her brother.
This is what
and
I
in
have
front
to
of
work
her son,
with
Cohen.
right
Or
here.
maybe she said things like, "Oh yeah, my brother
And
got
this.
into Harvard at the Department of Statistics, but it's all because of me." He wouldn't have been able to do it without
I was
me,
able to
because
stick
I
it
paid his way through
without
college. So
this
perhaps
piece.
she felt like he was living the life that she was owed, and Cohen soaking
But I feel
in
like
all
I
of
need
these
to be
statements
able to
throughout his
push
years of
here.
development.
But there's
He
glass.
decided that his
Glass.
uncle really just owes him things, is what a lot of Chinese netizens suspect. And this is coming from, I think, a lot of cultural nuance that they probably have in this case that we don't have as much in the United States. So they're saying, like, we've seen situations like this, where sisters will openly talk about it in front of their kids, talk about their uncles, and say these types of things, or they feel like they need to be repaid. So maybe for that reason, they felt it was entirely reasonable for Michelle to marry Cohen for the green card.
I give up.
But again, these are just internet theories and rumors. There's really nothing that we can be
Shouldn't
certain
everything?
about.
Yes,
And
it's
Cohen
supposed to
is
lock in
here to
place,
defend
but
himself against
because
such rumors
I
and
can't
allegations,
push
which
on
makes
it
the
in the
waters much
right,
murkier
like,
here. But
I
one
can't
of
get
Cohen's
enough
old
pressure
men
for it
has
to
one of the
lock
interviews
in.
where he states, at least from his
And this is like
perspective,
very
he thought
squished.
Cohen was scared of his uncle. Yeah, he says Cohen was
Like
telling him
this
that he's scared that his
is
uncle is gonna
very
break in one day and
much
kill
like
him. And obviously
barely
Cohen is
fitting
like,
in there,
I also live here,
right?
so now I'm scared too.
So I'm supposed to
This is
push
after
this
the
in,
Yeah.
uncle found out.
Mm-hmm.
So
So the roommate is
like
like, but you know, at the end of the day, I felt like it was him being
this
paranoid.
part is supposed to
And
click
maybe
onto this
Chen's
part,
resume played a role into it,
but
because I also
because
think, like,
it's
subconsciously,
like
I'd be like, he's trying to like
barely
be
fitting in,
studying
and because
cell
this,
biology
I
for
can't push
cancer,
on
like
the
maybe he's not
red
gonna kill
and
you. Like, I don't
white
know.
part, so that
For
makes
the
it
affair
harder
itself, there
to
are people who blame
push
Michelle and
on
only
it.
Michelle. There are people who blame
But
Cohen and only
I
Cohen.
can't take it
And then
out
there are
because then I
people,
can't put it back
probably
in
majority
after it's
people, who feel
locked
like
in.
it's just probably all around a tricky
So it's
situation,
literally
mainly
just
falling on
like
Michelle. But also, is Cohen as innocent as people think he is?
you have
Innocent
to
in the
be
ethical and moral
magical,
sense, not in the
basically,
illegal
is
criminal sense. Because
what it
after
feels
all of
like.
this,
Maybe
after
I should
the
use hot
affair
glue.
is found out by Chen, and Cohen goes back
No,
to
that'll
his
probably
dorm,
start a fire or
it's
something.
said that
but
he would
I
show
want
up to
to.
the
I want to
house
glue
a
it.
lot.
I just want to glue it.
Whose house?
It's Chen and Michelle's house.
Who's living there right now?
So Chen ends up moving back in because of this. So when it was just Michelle and the kids, it said that
But yes, everything else usually just clicks in very easily. This is supposed to be the nice part. The hard part is supposed to be finding everything. This is supposed to be the nice part.
He just wants to talk to her and just talk. That's it. But the messages he sends are far more
If
threatening
you don't plan
than
to,
just talking.
yeah, I don't plan to take it apart, but hot glue will melt it, and probably will make it a bigger mess.
If I'm not gonna kill your entire family, I'm going to self-exit. So I'm not entirely sure what the energy of that type of text message is, but it's not.
Or?
Yeah, either or.
Either I'm gonna kill you all, or I'm gonna kill myself.
Yeah.
Basically.
Yeah. So this is very alarming for Chen, and that is when he ends up moving back into the family house. He's not trying to get back together with Michelle. So this is not like a let's try again type of thing. It's more like, hey, my kids are in here, so I'm scared for my kids.
And that's why he had the restraining order, right?
Yes. So he ends up getting a restraining order, and they end up drawing the line for this restraining order. So it seems like there were multiple incidences where they didn't think it was far enough to get a restraining order, but they finally do it once Cohen allegedly shows up at the children's elementary school, waiting for Michelle to come pick them up so that he can catch Michelle and talk to Michelle. So there are allegations that Cohen would show up to the house and just like peer through the windows until they would open up, which they would never open the door. Just a lot. It's also said that Cohen started demanding that his uncle Chen find him someone to marry. If Michelle is not going to marry him, the least you can do is get me a green card, or else I'm going to tell everyone online about what happened.
Where's that report coming from?
From what they alleged happened in order to get this restraining order.
This is directly from Chen, reported to the police.
No, so he's reporting it to his attorney, and the attorney is summarizing this for the judge. However, there is text message
Please
evidence,
just stay.
In terms
just
of
don't
like,
move.
we did try to FOIA this case. It's still pending, so they didn't give us any files. But I don't know if we have the exact evidence for that. But this is what he told his attorney, and the attorney told the judge, and a restraining order was granted. So he's saying that I just want permanent residency, find me someone to marry. And Chen is like, okay, I'm not someone who runs in those circles. I'm sure there are people out there who will find someone who would arrange an illegal and unethical deal where you pay money and marry someone for a green card, right? But he doesn't know these people. And also he thinks, what nerve does Cohen have to not, like, what leg do you have to stand on to make these demands after everything that's transpired? Like, maybe he could make these demands to Michelle, but to Chen, he feels like this is kind of crazy. It's also been reported that in one heated confrontation, Cohen beat up Chen and put him in a headlock. It's unclear if this happened. It's unclear if Chen attacked him first. Everything is kind of unclear, but it seems like there was definitely something going on. Chen and Michelle end up filing a restraining order against Cohen in late 2020, and one of the screenshots of the threatening messages sent to Michelle from Cohen was submitted as evidence. He's texting his aunt saying things like, "If I don't kill your entire family, I'm gonna self-exit. Great, this is just too fucking amazing. My future has been ruined by you. You ruined everything for me." She goes, "Ruined by me?" And he responds, "Now I'm the walking dead with zero dignity left." In 2020, the court not only issues a restraining order, but because of the threats of self-exit in the messages, that's a cause for concern for the courts. They decide to hospitalize Cohen and put him on a self-exit watch for a few days, which does not make Cohen feel better about his uncle and aunt. After the restraining order is filed, it said that Cohen felt even more wronged by the whole hospital stint, everything, because all of these things are probably they're not going to help his chances of getting a green card, because, these are all going to be in probably I don't know how much of the hospitalization stay will be. I don't know if it would be recorded as just he was hospitalized because he was sectioned for it. So it is, but I don't know if I don't think they're going to get reports because that's a HIPAA violation, but I think it would probably show up. And so any violation of this restraining order would result in a criminal record, which would ruin any and all chance he would have at applying for a visa or green card in the near future. So with all of that going on, Chen's dad passes away. So in the midst of all of this, Chen's dad passes away. And then it's just their mother left, and with nothing left to argue about, Chen's sister allegedly threatens Chen, "If you don't help my son get a green card, I'm going to abandon our mother. I'm going to leave her. I'm just not going to take care of her. What are you going to do? You're barely in our hometown. When you come to China, you're working in the big city. What are you going to do? All of that is going to be on you." It is said that under all of this alleged pressure, Chen's mental state starts crumbling. The only mental protection he has is knowing that Cohen, the only thing he cares most about is staying in the United States. So he's not going to break that restraining order as long as it's in place. The order is only valid for 1.5 years, and the court will then have to decide whether or not they need to extend it. For the 1.5 years that it is in place, Chen's life is a living hell from the constant pressures, but still, this is kind of his only saving grace. His company in China is suffering because of his frequent absences. He's stressed nonstop about his kids' safety. He's trapped in this house with his ex-wife, and it's just, he has to face and confront the affair every day because, again, it happened in the house. And I was actually on Reddit, and a lot of people whose partners have had affairs say it's actually so detrimental to find them in the house. Like, they're saying they think the trauma of the affair would be slashed in half had it never taken place in the house. Because it's like such your safe space that now feels so dirty, and they say that every room reminds you of the affair. And so I wonder if that did something to his psyche. Not that it would excuse anything, but his...
On top of that,
yeah.
From your families.
And so his very stable, envy-inducing life, where his work is actually producing some sort of, hopefully, net positive purpose for humankind, is just gone. April 7th, 2022, they're at Cambridge District Court in Medford, Massachusetts, to attend a hearing on whether or not they should extend the restraining order against Cohen. During the restraining order, Chen says, "He strangled me, physically attacked me, went to elementary school to find my child without permission,
went to elementary school to find my child without permission, attempted to enter my house on several occasions, and would show up and announce late at night, and just hiding, linger outside the windows."
Cohen was there. He testified before the judge, and he says, "I think it's a good time for both of the parties to move on. I think for me, I've been working very hard on myself.
I think it's a good time for both of the parties to move on. I think for me, I have been working very hard on myself. I have totally moved out of this matter, and I even moved away from where I previously. I live with my church friends.
Ultimately, the judge states that they did not see any grounds on extending the restraining order. The judge states, with the defendant having moved, it seems that the likelihood that they're going to encounter each other in their everyday lives is much diminished.
It seems that the likelihood that they're going to encounter each other in their everyday lives is much diminished. And I haven't seen a significant change in circumstances other than to ameliorate the need for the order.
With the restraining order being lifted, this meant that there is no longer any restriction on Cohen coming near them, near their property, contacting them, going to their children's schools. Their session was the last session in court that day. Some people speculate that the judge just wanted to get out of there. That's a huge speculation, but after the last session, everyone is slowly leaving the courthouse. As they're leaving, William Barbino, who is Chen's attorney, is, making sure Chen is okay, and he's thanking his attorney, and Chen's like, I'll be fine. And he's like, thank you. I'm just gonna go home. Michelle is not there, by the way. So Chen, he exits the courthouse, walks towards the parking lot, gets to his car, and he's clearly not fine, because he steps into the parking lot and he makes eye contact with Cohen. And it's said that in that moment something happens. It's hard to say what, but people think that maybe he looked at Cohen and saw something in his eyes that indicated a promise of I'm gonna keep harassing you. But maybe it was a snarky look. Maybe it was nothing. Maybe he looked at the back of Cohen's head and was like, no, I can't do this. I don't know. There's no way of knowing what went on in his mind at that moment, but he decides to ram his car into Cohen and then get out the car and shoot him.
A man under arrest accused of shooting and killing his own nephew. Prosecutors say it started with a legal battle in court and then minutes later ended in murder.
Oh, so he brought a gun though?
Yeah, but he does have a license to carry. Yeah, a concealed carry permit, I believe.
I see. There will be a huge argument. Is it premeditated versus...
Yeah, that's a huge thing right now. So the fact that he has that permit makes it harder to prove premeditation. Right. I think even to argue it's a crime of passion is difficult. Some would say it would perhaps be more applicable if he had killed him in bed when he found the affair. But I would say that this is actually a pretty solid argument that could have a back and forth of crime of passion, because it is after the restraining order was denied, and his safety, he feels like he needs to protect some sort of safety for himself, his ex-wife, and his kids, maybe, perhaps, could be an argument. I'm not entirely sure, but he does get into the car, ram into Cohen's body, and shoots him 5 to 6 times. And 23-year-old Cohen is killed. Chen's attorney says he thought he heard construction noises, like the ramming of the car, and he went outside, and that's when he realized, he said, I went in. He sees Chen with the gun, so he's like, I went in. I just kind of put my knee on his back. So he sees the police, he sees that that's his client. He's like, I mean, I would assume that the police want my client, okay, want to restrain him. So he's like, I just went in, put my knee on his back, kind of rubbed his back a little bit, just kind of comforting him, I guess.
Just very gently placed the knee on him and sort of rubbed his back. I don't know, you know what I mean? It's never happened to me.
Wait, so he went in, the cops were standing by just watching with their gun?
Yeah, I think they were trying to assess how
to approach.
Yeah.
But the attorney just charged.
Yeah.
In? Okay.
Yeah, I don't think he charged, but more so like, you know, was like approaching calmly so that he didn't startle Chen.
I see.
And then he just put him on the ground. Chen went down without a fight. And he said, I just kind of looked over there, and there was a dead body and my client here, and I knew the police would want to have him, so just kind of held him there. He says about the restraining order and this whole situation, he says it's really sad. I mean, Chen was so gentle. Chen was so kind. He didn't have any history of violence. He never had a restraining order against him. He never had any allegations of physical abuse. He grew up in China originally. He got his PhD there. It was in statistics. I mean, he's a bright guy. He was basically number one in all of his scholastics, all his education. Then he went over to postdoc at Harvard in statistics. He has 2 children. I know he loves his children very much. There's going to be 2 children at home who do not have a dad, if in fact he's the killer. Which, you know, he's a lawyer, so he has to say that. And he goes to the jail for the rest of his life. He was very kind and pleasant and timely and decent, and just like the type of guy you always want working next to you. You know what I mean? I mean, it's emotional. It's powerful stuff. It just really affected him, apparently, more than I could see. I knew it affected him clearly, but it affected him obviously a great deal. The DA states, we know the restraining order was not renewed. We don't know if that was the reason for whatever happened outside the courthouse. He was arrested, he was denied bail, and it's going to be very interesting considering a lot of the public sentiment actually seems to be in favor of Chen. A lot of people also have this...
it's ongoing still?
Yeah, so and it's just very messy. I think a lot of the public sentiment comes from clearly his resume, clearly his track record of no criminal history, and his resume of doing such high-level research in fields that, again, could probably ultimately end up helping people, and his very docile demeanor. And further, I think a lot of people have frustration on the restraining order process in the United States of how it's almost like never given out, how it's never really upheld, how the police don't really care until the restraining order is broken, which at that point, like, where is the harm done? Probably everywhere. So a lot of people, they side with Chen. They think that he actually was someone who was driven into madness by relentless pressure by everyone around him. One person says, I really sympathize with Dr. Chen, hope he receives a lenient sentence so he can return to a peaceful life. Others, you know, think that what he was doing for humans was probably way more important, so they think like we should just let him out. They're like, he's not like a spree killer. He's probably not going to go out and like randomly kill another person. Not that he killed, you know. Others say, well, he's got to lay in his bed. He made it, he's got to lay in his bed. They think that Chen's biggest mistake was, quote, he married the wrong woman and ruined his entire life. Others lament on the fact that Chen could have actually done a big service to society, saying, this is so sad. I truly feel sorry for him. He could have had a brilliant future. Others blame the court, saying the court refused to extend the restraining order to his nephew. The court implicitly made this happen. Others say, bless this guy, he was just trying to protect his family against his crazy relative. During the arraignment, he was in court. He bears like zero resemblance to the Chen everyone knew. He looks like he's having a full mental breakdown. He looks disheveled. He looks like, I don't think he was, but he looks like he's been sedated. He looks like he's been dragged into court. Like his hair is a mess. He is kind of in like a hospital gown, so I don't know if he's been sedated, but it looks like he could have been. He has pled not guilty to murder and armed assault. The judge ordered Chen be held without bail. Michelle was present in the courtroom. She was visibly distraught. She did wave goodbye to him as he was being taken away. So it is going to be interesting. Now, he has a new attorney because this is now a very serious criminal case. And his new attorney has stated, my client was seeking a restraining order against the person that is now being described as the victim. There is a lot of investigation that has to happen to understand who and why things happened the way they did. Chen has gone from a very well-respected cancer researcher to now being on trial for murder. What are your thoughts on this case?
What about his sister?
There was in 2025, a wrongful death suit filed on behalf of Cohen's estate. So I would imagine his mother is heavily involved in that against Chen. And it has been settled. It has been yeah. So it doesn't seem like it's settled. I don't think that there was an exchange of any payment or damages paid. It's just been dropped. Yeah.
Wow, this is, man.
Yeah. But I think maybe the trial will be enlightening in the sense we can actually get some real answers. I do think that there is a huge role that Michelle played in all of this. I think there are really only just rumors of how much of a role Cohen played. I think it would be interesting to see all of the evidence come out of whether or not he was extensively stalking them, because there are some rumors on Chinese social media of people saying maybe this was Michelle trying to lure her ex-husband back by creating this, like, I guess, potential threat to safety. So there's, I guess questions of how scary was this restraining order against Cohen even as scary as people think it is? Like, I guess there's that rumor. So we don't know. And I think it's going to be a huge point of contention. What are your thoughts? Let me know in the comments. Be safe, and I will see you in the next one.
Crazy. I was crazy once. Um, I don't know.
Bada bing, bada boo.
Finding love is not easy, especially when you're competing against 3,900, almost 4,000 other people for the attention of just one person. 4,000 people are writing letters to one man to get him to fall in love with them. You really only have one shot. How do you get his attention? How do you stand out? How do you not be so boring? Maybe some people think I'll include some pictures, but how do you make those stand out? Maybe they're nude. Well, no, because the nude photos, they get flagged, and he's not even going to be able to read them. Hundreds of people have already tried, and sure enough, they've been flagged for being, quote, inappropriate. But how else are they supposed to stand out? Do you just write what you're thinking straight onto the page? I think I can change you. I know you've been hurt, but I'll be with you. I can see the pain in your eyes. I know you feel sorry. It's kind of like The Bachelor. Everybody is fighting for this one man's affections. Who's gonna come out on top? Who is he gonna pick? Only this man is not The Bachelor. He's a killer. He has committed double homicide. He killed 2 people in cold blood and has gone viral on TikTok for being hot. They call him the Deadpool killer, the Joker. People want to be his Harley Quinn. And now thousands of people from all over the world are writing to him, believing that they can be the ones to change him. Make a killer go good again. This is the case of Wade Wilson. We would like to thank today's sponsors who have made it possible for Rotten Mango to support the National Network to End Domestic Violence. They are a nonprofit organization dedicated to creating a social, political, and economic environment in which partner-related, workplace, and stalking violence no longer exist. This episode's partnerships have also made it possible to support Rotten Mango's growing team, and we would also like to thank you guys for your continued support as we work on our mission to be worthy advocates. As always, full show notes are available at rottenmangopodcast.com. Just a few quick disclaimers for today's case. There are mentions of suspected SA and somewhat graphic descriptions of injuries, as well as brief mentions of substance abuse. The majority of the research was pulled from the court trial itself, and the longest day of testimony lasted about 9 hours. Just for one of the days. So for the purpose of time, as always, some statements have been condensed. With that being said, let's get into it. Monday mornings are usually for regrets and headaches. The weekend is over, everything is back to reality, and it's not a good feeling. It's not great.
Back to reality.
In Fort Myers, Florida, Mila, she's freaking out. Her car was basically stolen from the bar last night, from the Buddha bar. Her $80,000 car is now gone. Stephanie, another resident, she can't get in contact with her best friend Christine that she went to the Buddha bar last night with.
What is a Buddha bar?
It's like a club called the Buddha bar. Yeah, Jason, another resident, is at work. He's hungover, he's exhausted, and then all of a sudden the doors open, police walk in, and they want to talk to him about, what did you see at the Buddha bar last night? And Wade, 25-year-old Wade Wilson, is standing in line Monday morning at this print shop. It's like where you can buy those giant prints, like printed storefront posters or art prints. He's standing in line behind another customer who's already being helped by the owner of this print shop. And it seems like both the customer and the owner that's behind the counter, they keep glancing at Wade. They keep looking at him and acting like he's not there, acting like they don't see him or the condition that he's in, because this man is shirtless. He's also shoeless, missing a couple of teeth, and he's got blood smeared like all over his torso. Just, he's covered in blood.
What do you mean missing a couple of teeth? Like his front tooth?
A few teeth are knocked out. He's waiting for his turn to talk to the owner because he needs to tell him what the hell happened at the Buddha bar last night. Sunday night at the Buddha bar in Florida is probably the perfect time for someone who wants to be at a bar. You get to enjoy the live music and dance and drink, but it's not as packed as every Friday, Thursday, even Saturday. You don't want to be shoulder to shoulder with people in this sweaty, humid room. It's busy, but it's not overly crowded. You actually get to socialize with some of the people there. It's not the craziest crowd, which is perfect for Mila. She just wants to have a little bit of a low-key night. Mila walks into the Buddha bar, maybe 10:30 p.m. She has this thing, okay? Mila has this thing where she never brings a purse with her. She likes to be hands-free. Her phone, her work phone, she's got 2 phones, her business cards, her wallet, her keys, everything goes into her pockets. She just stuffs it in there. And if it doesn't fit into her pockets, she usually has somebody with her that has bigger pockets than her, like her boyfriend, Wade. She gives him the keys to her $80,000 Dodge Hellcat. It's like a muscle car. He has the keys to her $80,000 Dodge Hellcat in his pocket, and the two start partying it up at the bar.
So Mila is dating Wade Wilson?
Yes, and she's at the bar with him, and he's got the keys to her car. Now, outside the bar, Amy just pulls into the parking lot, and she sees this sleek gray Hellcat parked outside. She's like, that's perfect. That's my best friend Mila's car, which means Mila's inside. Amy's here to see Mila. She grabs her bag, gets out the car, and she starts walking in. She's known Mila for maybe 10 years now, and this is the kind of friendship where it appears they don't really see each other too often, and when they do, it's like no time has passed. They hadn't seen each other in a really long time at this point when Mila and Amy decide, let's meet up at the Buddha bar. How about Sunday night? I mean, it's kind of the perfect night. I want to introduce you to my new boyfriend, Wade, and you live like a mile away from the bar, so it's perfect. Amy lives a mile away from the bar. So she shows up to the bar. It's going to be a fun night. And she's trying to find Mila in this crowded, loud, Mila! And next to Mila is her boyfriend. The one that she's been talking about so often. The one that Amy's supposed to meet. And the first thing that Amy notices is this guy is tall. This guy is probably 6'6". He's tall. And next to Mila, he looks even taller considering she's what, 5'2"? She's tiny. He also seems nice. He seems charming even. Wade Wilson, nice to meet you. Oh, Amy, nice to meet you too. The three of them, they grab drinks, they're hanging out, they're dancing. And then it happens. This is the one thing that every friend who goes out with couples, they dread. The couple starts fighting. They start arguing and the whole energy just goes south. It's sour. They're arguing at the bar because they just want to do different things. Wade wants to leave the bar right now and go to a guy friend's house and maybe do a little bit of drugs. Mila, she doesn't want to do any of that. It's Sunday night. She wants to go home early. She'd rather either stay here at the Buddha bar, enjoy the music, dance like they agreed to do, or just go home at this point. She doesn't want to continue the night at somebody else's house, and she doesn't even know this person. And what is she supposed to do? Sit there and watch them do drugs? She just wants to go home. They're going back and forth, back and forth. Nobody wants to budge. Mila's like, I've told you at least 3 times that I don't want to go over there. Please stop pushing it. Besides, this bar is about to close. It's nearly 2 in the morning. I think we should call it a night. The two step away from each other to cool off, and Amy's trying to stick by Mila's side. Maybe let's just head out, get some fresh air. I'm sure he's going to join us outside, and once he gets outside, maybe he'll change his mind. Maybe he'll be like, you know what, babe? Yeah, you're right. Let's go home. They walk outside the bar and they hear a car engine rev and crack. And then they see a car speeding away. That's Amy's looking at the car. She's looking at Mila. She looks back at the car. Isn't that your car? Wade, Mila's boyfriend, had taken Mila's keys to her $80,000 car and had just driven off. Stranded his girlfriend at the Buddha bar. At the same bar, there are 2 other girls that have no relation to Mila and Amy, or at least not yet, Stephanie and Christine. Just like Mila and Amy, Stephanie and Christine have been friends for a really long time, and they're just trying to enjoy their Sunday night before the work week starts. The girls are about to leave when a man jumps in front of Stephanie. Oh my gosh. Oh, sorry. I was just wondering, who's your friend? He kind of cocks his head towards Christine, who looks up at him. Hi, I'm Junior. Oh, this is my friend Christine. Stephanie's a little bit confused. Christine reaches out her hand, shakes Junior's. Christine, nice to meet you. And the 3 of them, Stephanie, Christine, and Junior, they start walking towards the bar and they start talking. I mean, it's very clear that Junior is very much interested in Christine at this point. He's so distracted, he almost forgets to introduce. Oh, by the way, I'm so sorry, guys. Meet Jason, everyone. Jason, this is Stephanie, and this is Christine. They're like, hi, Jason. So the 4 of them, they enjoy their drinks together. And Christine is giving Stephanie the, oh, this is good. Like that look. He's cute. He's charming. He's friendly. He's so funny. Look at his clean shaven face. He's got the big dimples. Christine is joking to Stephanie. The guy that I was talking to earlier tonight, remember? He had just 1 dimple. This guy, Junior, he's got 2 dimples. Okay, the message is very clear. Stephanie and Jason are playing wingman tonight, so Christine and Junior can get to know each other. And they do. The girls are at the bar from 10 p.m.-ish to around 2 in the morning until the bar is closing up, and slowly everybody starts shuffling out of there. Things are going, honestly, very well at this point. Nothing feels forced. Nothing feels unnatural. The conversation is flowing so easily, and they're all standing in the parking lot for a second when it's suggested, why don't we just all go back to Jason's to finish off the night? Christine and Stephanie had Ubered to the bar, so it makes sense. It was kind of perfect. They get into Jason's car. Jason starts driving back to his place. They open up the front door. They're all giggling, all 4 of them, when they flip on the lights, and on the couch, sitting there, staring at them, walking in, is Jason's mom. And she's pissed. It's past 2 in the morning. It's Monday morning now, and Jason's been out all night long, and now he's brought home 3 people over.
How old is Jason?
I would say probably early to mid-20s.
Oh.
So everyone tries to make small talk with Jason's mom to kind of ease the tension. And it's not really working, so they all just run off into Jason's room to get away from the weird awkwardness. Jason's room is interesting. It's at the very back of the house, and there's a door to the backyard in his room.
So it connects to the
Yes,
backyard.
exactly. So Stephanie and Jason, they decide we're going to just step out into the backyard to hang out, give Christine and Junior some space to do whatever they want to do, because the 2 of them, they start having intimate relations pretty quickly inside of Jason's room. Now, I do want to mention, everybody here is an adult and it's consensual. Stephanie is the type of friend to fight somebody herself. She's the type to call the cops herself if she thinks even for a second that something is wrong. This is, by the way, Stephanie does tell this to authorities later on. Like, she is recounting the whole night, and so does Mila. There's a lot of testimonies here. Now, Stephanie says they're just adults that met at a bar. They're having some fun. And it was nice to see Christine enjoy herself once in a while. I mean, she's usually the one that's taking care of everybody. So it's nice to see that she's getting a break from all of that. Now, the four of them are there for a few hours, maybe. I mean, they kind of lost track of time when Junior pulls the girls aside and he tells them, this guy doesn't want us here anymore. We got to go. That's what he says. And it was at this point, Stephanie said, they realized, wait, these two guys, they don't know each other. Junior and Jason, they also just met at the bar tonight. What? She assumed that they had been friends. Like, they were under the impression that Jason and Junior had known each other and had arrived at the Buddha bar together as friends. But the way that he's saying, hey, this guy doesn't want us here anymore, it very much is indicating, I just met this guy.
And he just slept in his room?
Yes, with Christine. And so the whole thing is a little bit strange, but also not strange because it's not like anybody lied about it. It's almost like Stephanie and Christine just assumed. They made the assumption, right? And they just seem so natural. They seem like they had been friends for years. Now, it's unclear who offered or how this next plan comes into place. But the new plan for the rest of the night, I imagine it's maybe like 5, 6 in the morning at this point, is to go to Christine's house. Christine lives alone, so there's no mom that's going to be sitting in the living room waiting for them to get in. She does live with her cat, Monty, but other than that, she lives by herself. So they grab all of their stuff. They throw it into the car. This is actually Junior's car. That's also another revelation the girls are having. They're sitting in the car and they're like, wait, Jason drove this car to Jason's house, but now Junior's driving it. So apparently it was Junior's car that Jason drove. It's weird. It's a little bit weird. So they get into the car. Junior's in the driver's seat. He turns it on and the engine is so loud. I mean, especially because it's 5 in the morning and they know that all the neighbors are probably going to wake up to this. It's just revving so loud, practically waking everybody up. Junior puts his hand on the steering wheel. He puts his hands on the gear shift and he starts backing out of the driveway and the engine is getting louder and louder. But the car is not moving. The car is not even moving an inch.
I mean,
What the
this
hell is
but
happening?
flat.
He tries to back out again and the car engine revs loudly again.
I need it to be cut.
Do you know how to drive your own car? Like, what's going on? Are you drunk? He doesn't seem drunk.
Like this, but
Junior
one
is
more?
fiddling around with the pedals. And it's
Or
not
like
moving.
this, but one less?
Because it's not even his car. He had never driven a manual car before. This is a stick
Oh,
shift
hell
car.
no.
He's used to automatic cars. He's never driven a Hellcat before. This is his girlfriend's car. Mila's Hellcat that he stole from the Buddha bar. And his name is not Junior. His name is Wade Wilson. And he is about to murder one of the girls in the car. Joshua, the owner of the print shop, waves bye to his customer. Thank you. Have a nice day. He's smiling at the customer and he's avoiding Wade as much as possible while that customer is walking out of the print shop. He pulls Wade to the side and he's asking him, this is also Joshua tells the police later, what the hell is going on, man? Wade starts pacing back and forth inside this print shop. I need your help. I need a bus ticket. I need a plane ticket or something. I gotta leave town. Joshua had heard about the fight with Mila from a mutual friend of theirs. And he tries to kind of calm this guy down. Wait, look, if it's about the fight with Mila, no, you don't get it. You don't understand. I killed someone. Wade starts frantically filling Joshua in on what happened last night, how he went to the Buddha bar with Mila, stole her car, but he didn't know how to drive it because he can't even drive a stick shift and the car is not automatic. He had some random dude named Jason drive it out of the bar. He, Jason, and 2 other girls went back to Jason's house and then Jason kicked them out. So Wade and the 2 girls, Stephanie and Christine, they were going to head back to Christine's house for the night. Or early morning, I guess you could say, just a few hours ago. But Wade could barely get the car out of the driveway. And now Christine is dead. He killed her. Joshua freezes and Wade begs him to help him get out of town. I gotta go. I need a bus ticket. I need a plane ticket or something. Because I also might have just tried to kill Mila this morning as well.
Whoa,
So there is so much going on. Joshua is nodding, but the only thing on this guy's mind is, how the hell do I get out of here so I can call 911? He later tells the court this. He's like, I just needed to get out. I didn't want to alarm him to make him feel like I'm going to rat him out or snitch on him. So I'm thinking of, okay, do I tell him I need to go talk to a friend? Do I tell him I need to go smoke a cigarette? He just needs to call 911 so that someone can come and get this guy, because this is not good.
Are they friends?
He said they're more like acquaintances.
Okay.
He's saying they're not even that close of friends.
So he barely knows him.
Yeah, he's like, I'm not trying to help this guy get out of town. I'm trying to help this guy get arrested.
And the Wade just showed up.
Shirtless, shoeless, missing a few teeth, and with blood smeared on his torso.
Wow.
Yeah.
Let me ask you something. How well did you know Mr. Wilson?
I didn't know him very well. He was an employee at a friend of mine, marina in Conch Key, and
down in the Keys.
Down in the Keys, and I've only met him maybe a handful of times before that.
Mila's also not having the best morning either. Not the best Monday morning. This is before Wade goes to Joshua's print shop. This is early in the morning. She wakes up on Amy's couch. This is the friend that was at the bar with her. And she's staring at the ceiling, probably contemplating her life right now, okay? Contemplating how she got here. How her boyfriend Wade just abandoned her at the bar last night, essentially stole her car, and the past 6 months of her life were a living hell. Wade was probably the world's worst boyfriend for the past half year of Mila's life. Within a few weeks of dating, she had already called the police on him multiple times. He had physically assaulted her multiple times. One time, Wade apparently got very upset at Mila for these text messages that she had on her phone. It's unclear what the messages entailed or what the contents were, but they're both in the car and he's driving, blowing up on her, and she doesn't like where this is headed. So she ends up trying to get out of the car, just trying to create some distance between those two. He runs after her, ripping off her skirt. She said she wasn't wearing any undergarments underneath, so she's just running down the street in nothing but a t-shirt on, trying to find somebody to help her. He ends up tackling her to the ground, choking her in the middle of the street until she passes out. She comes back to, and she's in the car. Her hands are tied behind her with a cord, and there's this makeshift blindfold over her eyes. He said he's taking her back home. Their place at the time had a boat on the property. And it's parked on the dock, so there's water out there. He drags her onto the boat. They start getting off into the water, so there's really no way for her to escape anymore. It's not like she can just jump out the boat. And he tells her, I'm teaching you a lesson. He essays her. And when he's done, he brings her back home and then starts trying to comfort her, telling her the pain is over now. That's what she said, like the pain is over now. This is all reported to the police, and Wade ends up spending a total of 3.5 months in jail before being released on probation. He'd actually just gotten out a few days ago, and then the two of them decided to go to the Buddha bar. But now, Mila's done. She's over it. She said she just wants her car back, she wants her property back, and she will be so happy to never see this guy ever again. And now it's the next morning. She probably has a raging headache from the alcohol, if not, probably from the mess that she's in, and her phone is ringing nonstop all morning long. She's getting a bunch of text messages, missed calls from an unknown number. She finally squints her eyes. She looks at the time. It's around 8:45 in the morning. She calls one of the numbers back. Whoever this is calling her work phone, trying to get in touch with her. So it seems like could be work related. She owns a spa. It could be a customer. It could be a client. She doesn't know. She calls. The voice on the other end is the most agitating voice that she's going to hear all morning. It's Wade Wilson. And he's acting like none of that happened last night. She says hello and he's quick. Where are you? Can I come get you? She tells him, look, I just want the keys back to my car. I want my car back and I need to get it back today. I have a few things I need to do. Where are you? He starts calling her a bitch and a cunt and all sorts of threats. It's just a lot. It's getting pretty heated, enough that Amy can hear from her bedroom. She says that she starts walking out into the living room and she thinks the whole energy is weird. I don't know if she necessarily heard the conversation or maybe Mila told her afterwards, but they both state that he was going from being very calm, saying things like, I love you, we can make this work, to the next time I see you, I'm gonna fucking kill you. Like, it's just back and forth like this, just hot and cold. Mila manages to de-escalate the conversation because, again, she just wants her car back. She's not even trying to fight him or argue or talk about how messed up that was last night. She just wants to do whatever it takes to be happy and nice and get her car back and then block him on everything. She de-escalates the fight, and the two of them, Mila and Wade, they agree to meet in the parking lot of Mila's spa that she owns. Amy understands that as, okay, we both gotta go because you don't have a car. She gets ready. The two girls get into Amy's car because, like I said, Mila doesn't have a car. And as they're driving to her spa, the whole time in the car, Amy said, Mila's phone just nonstop blowing up, buzzing the whole way. He's just calling her the whole time. And this guy just feels very unhinged. Amy parks her car at the parking lot. She watches Mila get out of her car, approach Wade, who's sitting in the car, and she goes to the driver's side. Next thing Amy remembers is she's on the phone with 911 because there's just so much blood. Mila had gotten out of Amy's car, walked up to Wade on the driver's side of his car. He's like, Mila, get in the car now. She's not gonna get in the car. She literally says, I'm not getting in the car. Is this guy crazy? He tries to grab her by the waist. He's pulling at her dress to try and drag her forcibly into the car through the driver's side window. Not even the door, through the window. So Mila says she needs to think quick. She throws her arms up in the air, like she's about to dive into the pool, just straight up, like a plank. She refuses to let her body fold up because she thinks the second that her arms fold in, he could probably drag her into the car. She's gonna go through that window, and she's like, no way I'm getting into the car with this guy right now.
Like he's kidnapping her
Yes.
in broad daylight.
She's resisting. She's planking. He's pulling her. He's ripping her dress, grabbing her hair, dragging her, and whatever he can get his hands on. She manages to wiggle away, and Wade starts panicking, realizing that she's slipping away from his grip. He opens the driver's side door. He hasn't even put the car in park at this point. It's still in drive. He gets out the car, grabs Mila. The car starts slowly rolling forward because it's not in park. Wade tackles Mila to the ground, and the two of them are positioned where the car nearly runs them over. It grazes their legs. Wade jumps off of Mila, quickly puts the car into park, just pulls the emergency brakes. Mila uses this chance to run. Amy has been in her car trying to figure out what to do. This is happening very quickly. She has her hand on the door handle. She's ready to get out and help her friend. Wade is chasing after Mila, and he points at her. If you get out, I'm gonna kill you. Amy does not get out. Mila is 5'2". She's tiny, maybe 100 pounds. Amy is 5'4". Both of them against Wade 6'6". Nothing good is gonna come out of this. They're both gonna get killed. They would need to have a whole army of them first. Amy's busy in the car calling 911. Meanwhile, Wade manages to catch up with Mila. So Mila at this point, I imagine.
This is, you say 8:30, 9 o'clock in the morning?
I would probably aim closer to 9:30 in the morning because she got the original phone calls. She calls back at around 8:45 in the morning.
Right. So
Yes.
there's nobody around?
There are other business owners, but I don't think that they've come out yet fully. Mila's just trying to book it to the spa. I think her intention is if I get into the spa, I can lock it. I'll be safe. I mean, I'm hiding somewhere. Because I don't know if she knows which businesses are open at this point inside of this little retail shopping plaza, or which ones are going to open the door for her. Now, Amy can see all of this. Mila is holding onto the stair railing at one point, quote, like a monkey trying to hold on. He just keeps ripping her more and more, trying to drag her into the spa. So now he wants to take her into her spa. Mila says she knows that if the two of them are alone in her spa right now, he's going to kill her. She said, I didn't know whether he was going to drag me in and then they would have to resuscitate my body. If he got me inside, I knew I was going to die. So she is doing absolutely everything in her power to stay outside of that spa. She said, I start to get beat. It all went so fast and so slow, whether it would be punches, slapping, choking, that kind of nature. I'm trying to reason with him, trying to talk to him, but there is nobody behind those eyes anymore. So there's no reasoning with him. He just has these dark serial killer eyes where there's nothing to reason with. It's like looking into a black hole. You're saying words, you're trying to evoke emotions, but there is nothing behind those eyes. I'm just trying to buy time. That's what Mila says. Now, Wade has Mila pinned up against the hallway wall. Both hands are around her throat. The only time he takes his hands off her throat is so that he can pummel her face with his fist. At this point, two things happen at once. One, they start hearing police sirens in the distance coming closer and closer. Two, Wade punches Mila in the face so hard, her nose, quote, explodes. Just blood explodes everywhere. Mila thinks this is either one of those, or maybe both of these things that kind of freaks Wade out, because it seems to take him off his guard, giving her just enough time to duck underneath his arm and run away. She bolts it across the parking lot. A neighboring business opens her door. She's rushing and they slam the door closed right behind her. They lock it. And by the time that the police arrive, Wade is gone. He has just driven away. The police have an idea though. Why don't we lure him out? That's what we can do. The plan is Mila's gonna convince Wade to meet her in the parking lot of a local restaurant called Joe's Crab Shack, which surprisingly or unsurprisingly, I don't know at this point, but this man is headache inducing. Wade agrees. He's like, yeah, sure, Mila, I'll come meet up with you. He's gonna meet up with her at Joe's Crab Shack. There are 2 officers on site that's gonna block his car so that he can't leave. And they actually end up talking to Wade. There's footage of this. He rolls down his window. The officers.
Wait. This happened when? Right away?
This happened like an hour or 2 after the assault.
Wade knows damn well the cops were coming.
Yeah.
And he's like, let me meet you.
I guess he was confident enough that Mila was not pressing charges or that maybe they didn't believe her. I'm not sure what he's thinking. But he shows up and he rolls down his window and the officer is reassuring him because he doesn't want to scare him off. I'm not going to arrest you. We're just going to detain you for a second or 2 to figure out what's going on. So the officer leaves for 2 seconds to get a backup officer. He turns around. Wade is driving off. Again.
Just wait till my partner gets here. L41, gonna need a couple more units. Don't go anywhere. Hey.
Like 1 second he's there, the next second he's not there. He drove off from the Buddha bar in the Hellcat, he drove away from the spot, and now he's driving away from Joe's Crab Shack. And the police are confused. Where the hell is this guy going next? They don't have to wait too long to find out, because soon enough they get a 911 call from the owner of a local print store, Joshua. The call was along the lines of, hello, I have a friend of mine who came in here with blood covered all over him. He said he killed somebody. His name is Wade Wilson, and I told him I was going to go smoke a cigarette and I would be right back, but I'm calling you. The police are now standing in the parking lot of the print shop. It's a very busy day. Wade is long gone. And once again, this is the police's 3rd time missing him this morning. He's gone. But this time he left them a little something. The car. The car is parked in the parking lot. The car that he drove to the print shop. The car that they're staring at, though, is not Mila's car. It's not the Hellcat. It's a black Nissan. And they know that this is not registered to Wade either. So it's not Wade's car. It's not Mila's car. So the question is, then whose car is this? The police officer puts his face up to the window and he's pretty much like cupping his hand so he can see better inside. And he decides, we gotta open this car. We gotta break into the car because there is blood inside. There might be someone in the trunk. That is what the officers believe.
Whoa.
Stephanie was at work when she gets a call. This is Monday, the day after Buddha Bar. She gets a call from the police and
Stephanie is
Christine's friend. They were the ones that were at Jason's.
Right. Okay, yes.
But they knew Wade as Junior.
Right, okay.
So she gets a call from the police and they're like, hey, we found your friend Christine's car, her black Nissan. What do you mean you found her car? It was never missing. She's so confused by this. Now, here's what the police are able to piece together by this point. After talking to Stephanie and hearing her side of events from the night before, this is what they gather. It appears Wade Wilson went to the Buddha Bar with his girlfriend Mila. He then steals her $80,000 Hellcat and has Jason, a random guy he meets at the bar, drive him and the 2 girls, Stephanie and Christine, back to Jason's house. Afterwards, they try to go to Christine's, but because Wade cannot drive the Hellcat because it's a manual stick shift, they leave it in Jason's neighborhood and they Uber to Christine's house. So now it's Wade, aka Junior, Stephanie, and Christine at Christine's house. Stephanie says that she was there for maybe 15 minutes, but she had to go back home because she had work the next day and she had to take her son to school. Stephanie turned to Christine and she asked her, is everything okay? Like, am I okay to go? She said that Christine gave her a hug and kissed her goodbye. And so she's like, okay, I'll talk to you tomorrow. Stephanie says if Christine was concerned about this guy in any way, she would have not let me leave that house. If she was scared in any way, she would have told me, let's get this guy out of here. So Stephanie leaves. She walks past Christine's black Nissan parked in the driveway and goes back home. All morning, Stephanie has not gotten a text back or call back from Christine, but she's not freaked out about this because technically they essentially pulled an all-nighter last night. She just assumed she doesn't have work. She's probably knocked out right now. Meanwhile, that morning, Mila's phone is blowing up from calls from an unknown number. The police track that number and it's shown to be Christine's phone number. But the two girls, they don't know each other. I mean, sure, they were at the bar, the same bar last night, but they never spoke. Why would Christine's phone be calling Mila? Because Wade had taken Christine's phone, but why? Mila doesn't know. She just wants her car back. The Hellcat, right? That's presumably parked somewhere near Jason's house still. Wade agrees to meet up with her at her spa, but he shows up in this black Nissan. He attempts to kidnap her and then later essentially attempts to murder her, drives off. He goes to meet with her again later at Joe's Crab Shack, not knowing that the police are there waiting for him. He pulls up in the same black Nissan, Christine's car, and then he manages to drive away. And now he's gone to a print shop where his friend Joshua is the owner, and he tells him that he's killed people. Joshua rushes to call 911, and by the time that the authorities arrive, Wade is gone, but he's left the black Nissan in the lot, which happens to have blood in it. This is what the police know, and the police are very concerned that they're going to find Christine's body in the car.
But how did he leave without a Nissan?
I guess he just ran off.
He ran barefoot?
Yeah.
Wow.
And instead, they find a phone inside the car. Now, this phone is not Wade's phone, and it's also not Christine's phone or Stephanie's phone. It's a complete stranger's phone that has no correlation to any of these people in the car with blood inside. Usually when you see a vulture, it's never a good sign. Vultures are literally called vultures because they feed off of anything that they can find, and sometimes there are bodies that they feed off of. Police find vultures surrounding this wooded lot nearby, and it's like this empty wooded lot. The police decide we gotta go investigate what's in there because that's a lot of vulture activity. They walk in and they search the place, and they find a woman's body. One of her fingers and nasal bones were fractured. She had injuries all over on both sides of her body, bruising up and down her arms, her hands. Her ribs were broken, as well as the hyoid bone in the neck. Her name is Diane Ruiz, and Wade Wilson had just recently killed her. Wade is sitting in the living room of this nice empty house. This is after the print shop. He's sitting in this nice, honestly kind of expensive house with 5 crumbled up cans of White Claw next to him, the seltzer, the alcoholic beverage. He had some popcorn, he took a shower, so he feels better. He put on some fresh clothes. They're not his, but it's the least of his problems right now. And he grabs his phone and he starts calling the person that he usually goes to. Now, whenever something bad happens, whenever he's in trouble and he needs to get out of it, this is the person he calls. Wade had never been that close with his biological dad. In fact, he only recently saw his biological dad for the first time, 7 years before all of this? Wade is 25. He met him for the first time when he was 18. For all of Wade's childhood, he had been living with his adoptive parents. His biological parents had been 14 and 15 when they got pregnant with Wade. They just weren't in the situation to take care of him, so he gets adopted by a family that went to church with the mom, with the biological mom. They already had 2 daughters. They're of the age where they can really take care of a full family, and they think, let's bring Wade into our family and make it a family of, 5. For 13 years, it works. Wade is a very active member of their family. He's always spending time with them. He's spending time with his 2 sisters. And it's actually when he turns 13, the family starts figuring out something is very different about Wade. It starts off with these smaller things. One time, Wade's sister was giving him a haircut, but because he was wearing this hoodie, it just keeps getting in the way of making sure that the hair is even in the back. And she asks him, can you take off the hoodie? Which he does, but as he's taking it off, she notices something incredibly alarming. He's wearing a t-shirt underneath, and he had stapled his t-shirt to his skin. He had stapled the arms of his t-shirt to his arm, the sleeves of his t-shirt to his arm. There's just staples in his skin. Nobody knows why, but I think everyone can agree that's very alarming behavior. Regardless, Wade reaches out to his biological dad when he's 18 years old. And the two of them, they've been trying for the past 7 years to have some kind of relationship. It's a little bit hard to do when the only time that they've really seen each other is once, and Wade only ever calls his biological dad Steven whenever he's in trouble or he needs money. Kind of like now. His biological dad, Steven, picks up and he's like, "What's going on?" Wade sounds really frantic, like he's about to lose it, and he keeps repeating to his dad that he did something that he can't take back, and he's in big trouble. He needs help leaving town. There's two people who can't be here anymore. That's how he puts it. Because he killed them. He's a killer. That's what he tells him. Wade's dad does not believe him because he knows that Wade is always on drugs. And he's thinking he might be high right now and he's like making up stories. He's hallucinating. He's delusional. Something's going on. But he's also kind of a fibber. Like he likes to tell these crazy stories and most of the time they're not true. So he thinks, okay, this guy is just really out of his mind, bonkers high. But Wade keeps calling him throughout the rest of the night, giving his dad more details on what's going on.
He just told me, he did something. There was 2 people gone that would not be back. He said, "I'm a killer." I just told him to call me back. I just thought it was another story.
Finally, at 10 p.m. that night, so almost 24 hours after the Buddha bar, Monday night, he starts telling his dad in detail about how he went home with a girl named Christine from the Buddha bar. They hung out, and after she fell asleep, he got on top of her and he, quote, "I choked that bitch." He stated that he stayed in Christine's house for a little bit longer afterwards with her dead body, and then eventually he decides, I should probably dispose of her body. He grabs blankets, clothes, and he rolls her up inside the blanket, like almost how you would roll up a rug, sandwiches her, and the thought was, initially, he was going to put her into the trunk of her car, but he couldn't lift her. He told his dad that he thought rigor mortis had already set in, so it was making her body very stiff, and he thinks that's why he couldn't place her in the trunk. So he just leaves her in the apartment, takes her car, and leaves. The dad is periodically asking questions like, "Why would you do that, Wade? I don't understand. Why would you do that?" And he says, "I don't know, Dad. I don't know why I did it. I just wanted to do it." Wade then tells his dad about how he found a woman walking on the side of the road the next morning, and he was stopping to ask her for directions. This is after he beats up Mila. This is after he tries to kill Mila, but before Joe's Crab Shack.
So this is like you're saying like 9:30 a.m.-ish?
Yes. He finds a woman on the side of the road and he stops to ask her for directions. Somehow he manages to get this woman into the car, whether it was by pure physical force or manipulation, I don't know. He strangles her, finds a place to dispose of her body, drags her out of the car, and then he realizes she's not dead. So he gets into the car and runs her over, quote, until she looked like spaghetti.
He just saw a random woman on the street and decided to brutally
murder her. Yeah.
For no reason.
Yes, his dad was also confused. So Steven asked, "Why would you do that? You don't even know this woman." And he said, "I thought, F it, already got one down." The most chilling part of this is the whole time Wade is describing what he did to his dad, and Steven, the dad, describes it as being very excited. Like he wants his dad to be excited with him. Imagine if your son won the lottery. They want you to share in that joy and excitement with them. That's what he sounds like. He sounds very proud and happy.
When he talked about these 2 people who are no longer with us and that he was a killer, did he show any type of remorse?
No, ma'am.
But he also needs his dad's help right now to get away with this. Help him run. Get him out of town. Steven, Wade's dad, is quiet for a moment before he says, "Okay, give me your address. I'll send you an Uber." Not too long after, a car pulls up to the driveway. Then another, and then another. But it's not an Uber. It's the U.S. Marshal's office, and they are here to arrest Wade Wilson. The police had already reached out to Wade's father,
Parents
Steven,
who
and
hold
he
their
had been
kids
helping
accountable.
him. While he's on the phone with Wade, trying to send him an Uber to help him get out of town, his wife Melanie is on the side texting the police the address to where Wade is. Steven is actually pretty honest. He said, as a dad, I did hesitate on whether or not I should turn him in or not, or help him get away. And he just thought about immediately. I don't think he pondered on this quite long, but he said immediately he just thought, what if that had been his wife or his sister or his daughter, right? He can't do this. And what if Wade is going to kill again? Then that's on him. He knows that he doesn't have a choice. He has to turn his son in.
And where was Wade? You say he's...
He had broken into a random person's house in a suburban neighborhood, and he was drinking 5 White Claws, eating popcorn, taking a shower, and wearing the homeowner's clothes.
And nobody was home.
They had recently just gone to Ohio, so this is like their second home. I believe they were on a flight to Ohio when this was happening, so they had just left.
Wow.
Yeah, the timing is a little crazy. Now, Wade is arrested very quickly inside a stranger's house, and he's very quick to tell the police everything he told his dad on one condition, that he gets a burger and some fries. He tells the police everything. He starts from the beginning about how he stole Mila's car from Buddha Bar, goes to Jason's house where he leaves the Hellcat because he can't drive it. Then he goes to Christine's where they're finally alone. Stephanie had already left. He strangles Christine to death. The whole thing is just bizarre. He doesn't give reasoning. After they were having fun, she was in her bed falling asleep. He just gets on top of her and, quote, I just decided I was going to kill her. Then he steals her car, drives to meet with Mila, nearly kills her, runs from the police that are called on him from the spa, and as he's driving around, he sees a woman walking down the street, minding her own business. He stops the car and asks for directions. He does not need directions. This woman is Diane Ruiz. She was walking the few blocks from her house to work. She works as a bartender at the Moose Lodge. It's maybe a 15-minute walk. She's the bartender there, but I mean, honestly, she's a lot more than that. The Moose Lodge always holds these kind of events for even kids and elderly. Sans alcohol, like no alcohol, of course. And she was always there working these events. People loved her. I mean, she had worked there for 3 years now. Everybody knew her. Whether he convinced her that he truly had no idea and it would just be so much easier if she could just get in the car for 2 seconds and help him down the street, or whether he forcibly dragged her into the car, or perhaps he told her, thank you so much for helping me, I can just drop you off at work since it's on the way. I don't know. I personally think that he forcibly dragged Diane into the car. He doesn't state that. He says that she willingly got into the car, but I disagree. Somehow Diane is in this man's car. He starts choking her while he's driving, and his head is on a swivel. He says that he's just looking for a place to dispose of Diane's body now. He stops near this empty wooded lot, drags her out, and realizes she's still breathing. He lays her body on the ground, and he gets into the car and starts driving forward, backward, forward, backward, forward, backward, and a neighbor even testifies. A couple was eating breakfast that morning, and they had looked outside and they saw this random black Nissan just driving back and forth in one place over and over and over again, and then eventually drove off. And they didn't think anything of it until a little while later, there's crime scene tape everywhere.
You were kidding me, and they didn't see the body.
What?
Wow.
He said, quote, I ran over her until she looked like spaghetti. And then he just leaves. And the authorities, I mean, they have the same questions as Wade's dad. Why would you do that? And he just tells the investigator, quote, it came across my mind to just murder. Just kill, kill, kill. He says, it's just like, you know what? I've already done it once. I'm going to do it again. It came across my mind to just murder, murder, murder. Just kill, kill, kill. He said that he could also sense Diane's fear, and that made him want to kill her. He said, she really wanted out of the car bad at this point, and I could tell. I can sense her fear. I'm like a lion, you know, and you're the prey. I can sense it. They can't get away from me, even if they wanted to. I'm too strong. I don't look strong, maybe, necessarily, but I can, believe it or not. I'm not trying to be mean, but I could take either of you two down. He's talking to the 2 detectives. He's like, I don't look strong, but I could take you down. And he said her fear is what triggered him to kill her, because he's a lion and she's the prey. He allegedly tells the authorities, and I would do it again. Afterwards, he drives to Joe's Crab Shack, where he is confronted by the police and manages to escape once more.
Stupid.
Then he drives to the print shop and manages to escape once more. As for why he took Christine's phone, he states that somewhere along the Buddha Bar or Jason's house, he had lost his phone. And before he left Christine's, so she's already deceased at this point, he needed a phone. He grabs hers and uses her face to unlock it with Face ID. And he leaves. Police had already arrived at Christine's house by this point, and immediately upon walking in, they knew that clearly something was amiss. Someone had placed what seemed like a roll of blankets just in the middle of the hallway between the bedroom and the kitchen. They slowly approached the wad of blankets, and they quickly realized that at the center was Christine. Just from looking at her, her face is badly bruised. She has a swollen eye bruising up and down her body. Her fingernails were broken and chipped, indicating that she was asleep when he started strangling her, but she awoke and there was clearly a struggle, and she fought back hard. And what's crazy is, this isn't even the first time that the police had known about Wade Wilson. A few months before the murders, there was another situation. Kelly did not know Wade Wilson. Kelly is another woman, but she knew Stephen Wilson, not his dad, okay? But that was her boyfriend that she had been living with for the past 6 months. They start living together 2018, but the incident takes place February 2019, and the murders are October 2019. So they start maybe dating a year before the murders. Kelly and Stephen are full on living together when she finds some weird things in the house. It's like this weird glass contraption. It's obviously not hers, so it's got to be Stephen's. And she doesn't straight up ask Stephen about it because maybe she just has an inkling that he's going to lie to her. She ends up taking a picture of it, posting it onto Reddit, and asking Redditors, "Hi, hello, what is this? Is this like a drug thing? I don't know anything." Everyone starts commenting, "Oh yeah, that's a makeshift crack pipe. Your boyfriend's doing crack." Kelly also finds out that his name, her boyfriend's name that she's been living with for 6 months, isn't even Stephen Wilson. Well, I mean, it is, but his real full name is Wade Stephen Wilson. And he's got 2 kids. He has children. Wade Wilson has kids. And he did not tell her about that. She ends up finding out through all of this by herself. She confronts him and he tries to convince her, "Those are my kids. Those are my friend's kids." Which, what? Like, we're not even getting into the drug usage. She hates it. She doesn't want drugs in the house, and the fact that he's constantly lying to her. In addition to all of that, Kelly would catch him cheating on her multiple times with multiple different women. He would deny it. She would at times catch him on camera cheating, and he would still deny it. She said this guy is a master manipulator. That's how he lives his life. I guess one day Wade had enough of being called out on his own bullshit because Kelly comes home and everything is gone. Everyone and everything is gone. Not just Wade's stuff, but all of her stuff is gone too. He even took her gun and ran off. She reports it to the police and they do nothing about it. We got back from our trip in South Korea, and my husband did one with us before which not term brain can be language right from the tendencies me a thought a lot. Kelly would later say he didn't have any violent tendencies. He yelled a lot and was mentally abusive. He kicked a door in once, but he never hit me, and I just thought I was in a shit relationship. I didn't think anything of it until he tried to kill me. A few months before the murders, February 2019. The murders take place October 2019. This is the day before Kelly's birthday. Wade comes over to her house and he's like, "I'm sorry. I'm going to go to rehab. I'm going to get the help that I need, and we're going to be happy again." By the way, Kelly has like a whole TikTok series about this. She's like, "I've been on this train before. I know where this is going." No, like, you're not going to rehab and I know it. They start getting into this heated argument, screaming at each other. Wade leans over and starts choking Kelly, throws her into the backseat of her own car. He grabs a knife, cuts off all of her clothes, essays her. He starts biting her all over the face. He ends up busting open her lip. She's got ligature marks on her hands, knees, neck. Her neck marks are so deep that Wade's fingerprints are literally imprinted into the bruises on her neck. He then proceeds to tie her up, gag her, drive 3.5 hours to the Florida Keys, where he is definitely not going to rehab. Now, mind you, this whole car ride, Kelly has a shirt tied around her head. She's literally being kidnapped. Leggings stuffed into her mouth, and she's naked in the backseat. She also has a broken foot because he slammed the door on her foot. He just takes her on a journey, driving through McDonald's, stealing her phone, selling it to buy crack, and eventually he leaves her in her car in the middle of nowhere to go hook up with another girl. Kelly manages to untie herself. She drives all the way back home. This is like 4 a.m. at this point. She said that she was speeding back home, quote, "going like 100 miles an hour, trying to get someone to help me, hoping that I would get pulled over so that I could explain what was happening." Kelly states that the police took pictures of all of her injuries. She had a kit performed and received treatment from the hospital for several hours, but she states that the police did not care for the case. They found Wade down in Florida Keys, and he told the authorities, "Kelly's just kind of into that thing." Like, into that kind of thing, choking and rough stuff. That's all it took.
And police just stopped.
The incident report reads, quote, based on everything learned during the investigation, at the time the case will be inactive due to the following. There are no witnesses to the alleged crime and no evidence to establish probable cause. The suspect has continued to deny the allegations and refuses to submit to an examination. The case will be inactive pending further investigations. Kelly also claims that the day that the police decided to deem the case inactive, Wade told authorities that Kelly was stalking him, that she was warning his current girlfriend about him, and that would be stalking, and the police were going to open an investigation into her. I don't think anything came of it, but still.
When I tried to pursue this, all of that disappeared. Everything from my trial was gone. My photos could no longer be found. No one found them. No one has them. I've never seen them, but I remember them being taken.
Kelly has also stated on her TikTok that Wade tied up another girlfriend of his and threw her out into a parking lot completely naked, and that at one point he dated a man and ended up stabbing him. Yes, so Wade dated a man prior to, I think it was after Kelly, and he ended up stabbing his boyfriend.
This is all from Kelly.
Yes.
Wow.
Now, Kelly states that she has since gotten an attorney, and she firmly believes that had the police believed her or even tried to investigate a little bit, had they arrested Wade, he would have not killed the other two women later on. She's also very vocal about how much she hates the man, which is understandable, but she says, I want nothing to do with him until it's time to watch him fry, and I will be in the front row with a big old sign saying bye. Yeah, fry as in executed. What is certifiably frightening is the fact that when Kelly shared her story on TikTok after Wade Wilson's arrest, after he was already going viral on TikTok for being hot, okay, people commented on her video, well, you're a 3 and he's a 10. After her traumatic story of being kidnapped and essayed by a now convicted killer, and how perhaps if the police had listened to her, none of this would have happened, there were some people still focused on the fact that they believe he's more conventionally attractive. I really hope that these netizens are not 18 or registered to vote in the US this upcoming election, because I'm terrified. Now, some people on TikTok seem to excuse double homicide for the pure fact that they like this man's face tattoos. It's kind of wild. That is why Wade Wilson is going viral on TikTok. They keep playing his court videos with the Joker quotes overlaid or the Joker audio overlaid. One TikTok is of him in court, and there's audio of the Joker's voice from the movies saying, remember this, nobody watches you harder than the people who don't like you. So give them a show they'll never forget.
It's like fan edits, right?
Yes, he's on trial for double homicide. There's also this one moment in court where I don't know why he's doing this, but he's kind of placing both of his hands and sliding them over his frontal pants area. And the comments are genuinely thirsting over this move. They love his hand placement. And when someone tells them, hey, this is actually insane, they say, we don't like what he did, but we just like his face tattoos. And see, I have a problem with that. Let us have a full rundown of some of his tattoos and their meanings, shall we? Even after some of these people have been told what the tattoos mean, they still don't care though. I'm just gonna preface that. He has the word live tattooed on his fingers, L-I-V-E. He has TTG tattooed on the right side of his forehead, which allegedly stands for time to go or train to go, as in ready to fight. He has bread for war tattooed in big letters under his chin, again, as in ready to fight, ready for war.
I see a symbol.
He has the letters NMM on his left jaw. That the meaning seems a bit more up in the air, but some people believe that it's a reference to Deadpool, the Marvel character.
Wait, what's the tattoo?
N as in Nancy, M as in mom, M as in mom. So that's the tattoo that Wade Wilson is the Deadpool's name in the movie.
So they share the same name.
Yes, and that's why some people call him the Deadpool killer right now, especially because the new Deadpool 3 came out around the same time that his verdict came out. And yeah, it's just the timing is horrendous. Now, Deadpool's alter ego is Wade Wilson, and Deadpool actually gets M-Day tattooed on his body for the day that the mutants lost their power. So some people think it's a reference to his name being Deadpool, but it's very unclear. Around his eye, he has the words, "Why so serious?" which is likely a reference to Heath Ledger's iconic line in 2008's The Dark Knight as the Joker. And then he has the words, "Ha ha ha," tattooed underneath.
Oh, hell no.
He also has a wannabe Glasgow smile tattooed onto his face, which is, you know, where the Joker has his lips cut to his ears?
No.
He has it tattooed though. So it's not a real cut. It's a tattoo. And it might have to do with Heath Ledger's next line in the film, which is, he sticks the blade in my mouth. Let's put a smile on that face. So it's why so serious. He sticks a blade in my mouth. Let's put a smile on that face. He also has the number 14 on the right side of his neck, which is a white supremacist mantra that stands for the 14 words they live by, which is, we must secure the existence of our people and a future for white children. He has the number 88 tattooed on his neck next to the 14, which is the numeric code for the 8th letter of the alphabet, aka H. So 88 would be HH, and for white supremacists, it stands for Hail Hitler. And the combination of the numeric codes 14 and 88 is typically a very white supremacist number. He also has 2 Nazi symbols, one under his right eye. Yeah, in case you're like, well, no, the 1488 could mean something else. Maybe it's January 4th, 1988. No, he has a Nazi symbol under his right eye and another one on his scalp. But a lot of the times the one on his scalp is hidden by his hair. It's huge. It takes up like half of the right side of his scalp.
Ew.
Now, the thing is, when he went to the Buddha bar in 2019, when he committed these murders, he did not have any face tattoos. Otherwise, I don't think Mila would have dated him. I don't think Christine would have given him the time of day. I don't think Diane would have even stopped momentarily to help give him directions. I mean, you see one Nazi symbol on the face, you're running. But he didn't have any of these tattoos on his face in 2019 or in his mugshot. He wasn't allowed on bail. So how did he suddenly show up to court with these tattoos all over his face? October
No way.
2020, almost exactly a year after the murders, Wade has been sitting in prison waiting for this upcoming trial. He's obviously denied bail. And that is when a little note gets slipped underneath a different cell door. The note reads along the lines of, I'm here for 2 murders, but I'm going to leave around 1 or 2 a.m. There's also an address. This is where I want to be picked up. It seems like an arrangement of sorts. What do you mean you're leaving at 1 or 2 in the morning? This is prison. You don't just get to leave when you want to leave. A man named Curtis in the cell picks up the note and he smirks. Message received. I mean, for Curtis, not for Curtis's cellmate who's sitting there like, what do these people think we're doing? This is not an episode of Prison Break. He goes to the guards, tells them what he saw, everything. He tells them from start to finish. The guards storm the entire cell block, full lockdown in pod 1. And sure enough, in one of the cells, the glass on the window had been cracked. Side note, the window is too tall for anyone to actually climb through, but the metal stool that was bolted onto the ground was also found to have been pried off. Someone had ripped it off from the ground. So whoever did this, they're determined to get out, but not smart.
Wait. So, what does that mean? So they
Okay,
broke
the window is
window?
really tall. So there's no way that anyone, even someone 6'6", could get through the window unless they have some sort of leverage. But the furniture in cells are usually bolted to the ground because of that reason. Someone had pried off a metal stool that's bolted to the ground.
So they can step on it.
Yes, they ripped it off so that they can step on it.
Wow.
They're determined, but they're not smart, because even if you get that window cracked open, it's so small. Like, they make them small for a reason.
Yeah.
It's not gonna fit an average male body through it, let alone a 6'6" dude. Additionally, even after the window,
Please
you're
tell me
still
he was
talking
just
about
in the
multiple layers
window.
of barbed wire, guards
I
with
would
guns,
love
security, alarm
for this
triggers,
to end with
CCTV.
he's just
I guess we'll never know if they had a whole
ass.
plan to outsmart any of that, because both Wade and his cellmate are caught.
You
They're
like Rotten
charged
Mango
with
too?
attempted
I
prison
do
escape
like
and
Rotten
criminal
Mango.
mischief. I mean, side note, the whole time Wade is
Welcome,
in prison
hello.
waiting for his trial,
I
he
don't
is just
know how
overall
late
a
I am on
mess.
that.
He keeps
I'm sorry.
reaching out to news networks to talk about what happened, and each time he would just change his story. First, he stated Christine was alive and well when he left her house, and that Diane was the one that asked him for a ride, and that he dropped her off at a bus stop.
Are you guilty of those murders? Did you commit those murders concerning Christine Melton and Diane Ruiz?
No, ma'am, I did not commit these murders, and I'm innocent. I did not, no, ma'am.
April of 2023, Wade was caught running an El Chapo wannabe scheme in prison. He was charged with attempted trafficking of crystal meth inside a prison. He also snitched on another inmate of his who was trying to kill the mother of his child. There is an inmate by the name of Tristan Gendon, and he wanted to kill the mother of his child. He asks Wade, can you help me kill the mother of my child, who's obviously not in prison? And Wade is like, how would I do that? I'm in prison. And he says, well, of course, I think you know some people on the outside. He promises Wade a $250,000 payout, which I highly doubt that he's telling the truth here. And I think Wade also knew that Tristan is not a believable character. Tristan even wrote this letter for Wade detailing how he's going to get paid. He literally writes the evidence. He writes, next plan involves going to funeral home and crocking my pop's safe open to extract drug money and hit money for Valerie. ADT security pin to disarm system is blank. Garage door code is blank. Easy ass in and out, and you can open safe with diamond blade demolition saw. Easy $250,000 in there. Could have been done already. Yeah, Wade wasn't buying it because he goes straight to the prison guards and snitches on him. He says, people would accept 100,000, 200,000, surely, but I'm not that type of person. I don't know her personally whatsoever from a can of paint, but it doesn't matter. She's a person.
No way.
I think that he knew he wasn't going to get paid. I think that he knew that he didn't have anyone on the outside to do this, and he was going to use this to his advantage to make himself look like a moral person. But it's just all very transparent what he's trying to do here, no?
Yeah.
So he actually ends up receiving the tattoos in prison. He gets all of the face tattoos in prison, but he chose to get these tattoos in prison while awaiting trial. Now, obviously, these new prison face tattoos are not going to do him any favors during the trial. His attorney's motion to let Wade change his appearance for the trial, aka, can we please let him get a haircut, get some suits, and clean up his face tattoos, whether it's covering them up with makeup or something? The judge grants this. They give Wade permission to cover up his face tattoos, his
And he
clearly
says no.
racist, obnoxious, and honestly just very poorly done tattoos on his face. But when Wade shows up to court with his new suit, new haircut, and new face tattoos, his attorney sits down next to him, takes one look at the side of Wade's face, and he looks genuinely disgusted by his own client. He shakes his head and he whispers to the co-counsel, and he just looks grossed out because Wade asked the judge for a haircut. He does get one, but he does a strong fade on the sides of his head, and he's basically showcasing the giant Nazi symbol tattooed onto his scalp.
Yeah, so he gets the tattoo in prison, these very, very specific tattoos, and he decides to show it in court.
Yes.
I think that says more than enough.
Yeah, and he goes out of his way to show it in court.
Yeah.
Okay, covering up the face tattoos, maybe that's... I honestly don't know why he wouldn't do that. But to intentionally get a haircut to show off the scalp Nazi symbol, it's crazy.
And this is not even like a momentary, like, oh, I'm not.
No.
Like, this is like a decision he made over and over and over.
Yes. Now, that moment of the attorney being disgusted by his own client has gone viral online, as well as another moment that Wade shares with another one of his attorneys, a blonde female attorney. He is leaning closer to whisper something, which is kind of what you do in court. You can't really speak loudly, but that moment has been romanticized by some people on TikTok because they keep comparing this scene to the scene of Harley Quinn and Joker from Suicide Squad. Yeah, there are edits all over TikTok of just Wade walking into the courtroom, and I guess there's a noticeable bulge in his pants. And the comments on the fan edit of him walking into court read, it walked into the room before he did. And people are having a blast. There's another fan edit where he's walking into the courtroom in his suit, and there's two police officers watching him because, you know, he's a dangerous killer. But the song on this one goes, as I walk, you know this song, as I walk through the shadow of the valley of death, I take a look at my life and I realize there's nothing left. They think he's the Joker. And the comments read, he walks in like he's about to lead a very important all-company staff meeting. He walks in like he's a model for Hugo Boss. The attorney has a thing for him for sure. He walked in like he's the attorney. He walks into the courtroom as if he's the judge, heart emoji. He walks in like he's the president. He's the CEO of the court. Another fan edit includes a song by Eminem called Spacebound. The lyrics go, nobody
Do not
knows me,
use my
I'm
boy
cold,
Eminem.
walk down this road all alone. It's no one's fault but my own. It's the path I've chosen to go, frozen to snow. I show no emotions whatsoever, so don't ask me why I have no love for fucking hoes.
That is crazy.
It's a fan edit with just screen captures of him from the trial. You know, the trial where he's being tried for double homicide? And one of the comments reads, as a family therapist myself, I cannot imagine this court without a report and explanation of how the adoptive parents treated and influenced this young man. Another fan edit is just of him walking into court. There's a sad song playing in the back. The caption reads, How do people say he's showing no emotions? I see he is sad, hopeless, and helpless. Let's forgive because at the end of the day, nothing is going to change. Peace. And they do a peace emoji.
No.
Another comment reads, I can see his aura. He killed his emotions too. He accepts his situation. That's why he looks like that. In another TikTok, there's whole TikTok pages, multiple TikTok pages.
He's not even hot.
One comment on that page reads, I don't support what you did, but I just see a lot of suffering in your eyes. There is also a change.org petition to stop Wade Wilson's death penalty execution because this is a death penalty trial in Florida, which I wouldn't even be talking about this petition in this context if it were a genuine, or at least in my opinion, a genuine petition organized by those who genuinely just are opposed to the death penalty across the board. And regardless of if it's Wade Wilson or anybody else in the world, they would be fighting for their rights to live. That is a very different story. We are not here to argue whether the death penalty is good or bad. But just reading the comments left behind on this petition, it is pretty clear. Some of these petitioners, they could care less about the morality behind executions carried out by the state. Even the original petition, again, like I said, if it's a petition created by someone who just genuinely is opposed to the death penalty, I would not be talking about it in this manner. But the petition itself includes a poem. The poem reads, you wear a mask of tattoos as your disguise, but I see the pain and sadness in your eyes. It's clear by your beauty that God wanted you to live a beautiful life, filled with joy and the love of a devoted wife. But after a life of abuse, a damaged boy remains, a boy who is shackled in sorrow and chains. You had a life of torture and didn't get the chance to find a way to fight the demons you face night and day. As the verdict looms, the world spreads hate, but let us pause for a moment and contemplate. Because behind the bravado, the world should see a frightened boy who deserves our sympathy.
No!
In your gaze, there's a desperate plea for a little understanding and empathy. The world sees a villain who should never be free, but they don't know your full story.
Girl.
That is crazy that somebody came up with that.
Yeah, they thought they ate too.
Yeah.
Yeah. One comment on the petition reads, save this man. He's too young to die. This man doesn't deserve death. He needs help. Praying emoji, crying emoji, broken heart emoji. This is so heartbreaking. Another reads, I wish I would have known him sooner. So many people don't realize how much good there is within. Society failed. Society failed everybody. I do not support the death penalty in this matter or case. The death penalty is murder. Murder is a sin. Therefore, if he is sentenced to the death penalty, it makes them no better than a murderer. He still needed time to develop. He's 25, okay? He had a rough upbringing into his adolescence. The pain in his eyes from seeing his dad brought out hidden trauma of neglect and abandonment. Suffering in your own pain brings a lot of cognitive issues and out of touch of reality. This guy deserves a second chance to realize there's consequences. He may be a father, and we don't want the same pattern to occur with his children. He has suppressed thoughts and needs proper psychological treatment. He's very young to be sentenced to death. Yes, he did murder 2 innocent victims, but I believe he does have mental issues. I've been exposed to people with different types of mental issues, and I'm sure if you get to know him, you would notice these things. He should have received medical help when he was a small child. I believe that he would not be at this point today then. Another one reads, nobody can decide if a person lives or not. Not just because it's the law. It means, they can decide if a person lives or not. Them. It doesn't even make coherent sense. At this point, irony is just sitting in the room with us. Another person comments, we all make bad choices, some worse than others, but there's no reason to kill somebody for the things they did.
These people are delusional.
One just reads, save Wade. He doesn't deserve the death penalty. Save Wade, save Wade, save Wade, save Wade. Or, I think he was set up for this. He deserves a chance to speak. Yes, he was given a chance to speak. He said he ran an innocent woman over until she turned into spaghetti. That's what he said. Some people in the comments actually question his guilt. So that's a whole thing. Some people believe that he's being framed. Where did they get this crazy idea, you ask? From Wade Wilson himself. In 2020, the year after his initial arrest, he told a news station that he had been involved with some very shady people in the past, like really shady. They were traffickers, trafficking syndicates. They trafficked all sorts of commodities, drugs, humans. He used to manage the product, aka he used to groom women for them, manipulate the women into becoming victims. And then he wanted out. He was like, my soul needs to heal, basically. I need to get out. And they said, no, you're never getting out. And he said, no, I must. And they framed him for the murders.
A man is guilty until proved innocent, and he is not guilty until proven innocent. And the thing about it is that I don't, I'm just a man sitting in jail, and I'm being slandered, I'm being talked down to, I'm being put on a very bad place. I'm being put in a very bad place, and it's not fair to me. I have a family. I have 2 children.
So because of
Who
that,
gives a
one
fuck?
comment in the change.org petition reads, "There are too many holes in this
Womp
story.
womp.
You know how many people got locked up and are not actually guilty? Imagine putting someone to death and they weren't guilty. I believe he's covering for someone. He already said he had to lie and confess to protect his kids. What if he didn't do it and we kill him? And the death penalty won't bring them back. Someone who is in pain and has had lots of trauma deserves a chance to be happy and find God, even if it's locked away. He deserves a chance at life with meaning, and his kids deserve to have their daddy around." It's likely that some of these netizens
Maybe
have
he shouldn't
a
have fucked up then.
actual interest in those who commit crimes. It usually manifests in those who believe that they can change someone, that someone is so evil and is so willing to kill, but they will go to the ends of the earth to, I guess, protect the ones that they love, that only they can heal the inner child of the killer and nurture them. They think that they're living in their own dark romance novel, but no, you're living in a true crime documentary because you're going to be next. Like, I don't know how else to put it. And I know some people consider this case
That's
a book
pretty
talk
fair.
case because there were some people on Book Talk that were, I guess, romanticizing it as a dark romance. But none of the Book Talk guys would do this. I mean, if you read a dark romance book, I don't think that they don't do stuff like this. It's just bizarre. There are people even writing letters to the judge that read, "If you look past his tattoos to his face structure since being in prison and medicated, he's healthier. His face is fuller compared to his booking picture, his mugshot, where his face is gaunt, pale, and he looks unhealthy. He's been healthier since being in prison. So in this healthy state of mind, he is fully committed to the white supremacist tattoos on his face." I mean, I feel like the argument is not being proven here. Again, we're talking about the white supremacist Wade Wilson. Not only is his face a walking racist poster board, but he's part of the prison gang Unforgiven. It is the largest white supremacist prison gang in Florida. Meanwhile, Christine and Diane are gone, and I don't think that they've publicly stated anything about seeing these TikToks that have been made about Wade Wilson, and I don't even think that's something that we could be able to comprehend the amount of anger, or I don't know exactly what the word would be if they were to stumble upon them. But Christine lived alone with her cat Monty. Monty was actually a fixture in a lot of the crime scene photos. The jury and the court had seen him in a lot of the pictures, and they just called him the fat cat because after Christine's very vicious murder, after the police arrived at the apartment, after CSI came to take pictures, through all of that, Monty refused to leave Christine's side. So that is why he is in a lot of the crime scene photos. Christine's cousin gave a victim impact statement where she says, "Christine adored her mother. They were 2 peas in a pod. They were the same and different in the most beautiful ways. They lived less than 1 block apart in 2019 when this occurred. Christine's mother has not been at this trial. Once Christine was murdered, she was never the same. How could she be? Her health declined quickly. She left Florida and is now cared for by their son in Maryland. Christine's mother is my godmother. When she left Florida, she made me promise to see this trial through, and I have kept that promise. We all have. We have sat through graphic testimony and heard all the positively gruesome details of how our girl met our end, and I sit here today and I listen because that's what Christine would have done. She would have sacrificed her sanity to see justice done, and so I have done the same. Losing Christine has been like loving Christine. It has changed the courses of our lives forever. Losing someone to murder is foul and vicious and soul-crushing, and with one exception," and she looks straight at Wade, and he looks straight back at her. She says, "With one exception, I would not wish it on my worst enemy."
With one exception, I would not wish it on my worst enemy. The prosecution has won this trial, but I assure you, the family, friends, and loved ones of Christine Ann Melton have only lost.
Zane Romero was 11 when his father died, and he was 14 when his mother, Diane, was murdered. Wade Wilson orphaned a child. Now in court,
Are you?
Zane is 19. I mean, he's barely an adult, but he's somehow brave enough to stand in front of his mother's killer. He tells the court, "My name is Zane Romero. I'm a 19-year-old college student going for my bachelor's in graphic design. I am Diane Ruiz's youngest child. I was 14 when she passed. I was just starting my freshman year of high school, and she was so excited to see me grow up and so proud of what I was growing into. She supported me in all my dreams and only tried to help and uplift me when I was taking on new risks and challenges. My father unfortunately passed away when I was only 11. My mother was all I had left. I was barely 2 months into my first year of high school when she passed. I was in marching band, and the week prior, she was telling me how excited she was to go and watch me perform at the weekend's football game.
What the fuck?
It would have been her first time seeing me perform. That was my first year in the marching band. She would never get to see me perform, and I would never get the experience of seeing her in the crowd. My mother supported my dreams and only ever wanted me to succeed in life. She always made sure that all the hard work I was putting into my education wasn't going unnoticed. She would always show up with these random gifts that helped me succeed in life for what I needed. She was raised in a tough home environment and only ever wanted to give me and my brother just nothing like that. She wanted us to grow up in a loving home and for us to be happy." Diane was engaged to be married, and her fiancé testified. He broke out into tears during his testimony because that morning the last text message she ever sent him was she was upset at him because she didn't think that he kissed her goodbye before he left for work. And he said that he absolutely did. There have been a few viral clips from the trial. On one trial date, there were 2 detectives who testified back to back. When the male detective testifies, Wade is just his normal emotional range, which is just flat. There's nothing behind the eyes. Some say there's pain. I say there's radio silence back there. He's flat. But right after the male detective testifies, a female detective starts testifying, and he starts smirking, full on staring at her, running his tongue over his teeth inside his mouth, smirking at her. It's like he's trying to incite something. As we talked about earlier, some supporters of Wade's were arguing that he's suffering from mental illnesses, which is why he should not be sentenced to death.
Hi,
Some further
scary
context
woman.
in the trial was
You're
that
still
when
here.
Wade was super young, there were some reports that he was struggling with his mental health, which, yeah, okay, a lot of
I
us
just
are
took a
who
sip.
don't go on to kill for fun. But it stated that he was very paranoid that people were
I am
watching
still
his
here.
adoptive family,
Hello.
and he insisted that all the blinds be
How are
closed.
you?
Another time, his dad
Thank
called
you
the
for
police because
staying.
Wade was allegedly convinced that there was an entity in the garage. Nobody found anything or any entity in the garage that
Trying
Wade
to
was
find a
referring
piece
to.
right now.
So growing up, there were a few other instances where he was heavily involved in sports, and he had a lot of head injuries from playing said sports.
It's like
It said that it
round-ish.
resulted in a concussion a couple of times. There's also arguments that that's where his problems began, that he started doing drugs afterwards, and even at 20 years old, he was in a car accident where he suffered from a concussion when his car hit a tree. Now, during the trial, of course, his attorneys try to argue this is why he's not well in the head. This is why he did what he did. But CT scans showed
I
no
can't find it because it's
abnormalities in his
on.
brain. It is
Okay.
argued that they should have gotten MRIs, which are a lot more detailed, like screen grabs, I guess you could say, of the brain, snaps. But prison records show that he's been diagnosed with multiple different conditions, including depression, anxiety, bipolar disorder, schizophrenia, and antisocial personality disorder, which again, many people have been, and they don't kill anybody. Multiple doctors were called in to analyze Wade and testify later on the stand. They do agree that he has significant frontal lobe impairment, which would affect his executive functioning and decision-making, as well as impulse control. And he also likely suffers from some sort of mental disorder, but so do a lot of people, and they don't kill anybody. The prosecutors
Like
argued
me.
that he was clearly not in a state of psychosis when he committed the crimes. There's evidence of him very clearly trying to run away from the crimes multiple times from the police. He's trying to get help. He's trying to go and get a train ticket out of there, a plane ticket. They also argued that the damage to his brain could not be a mental disorder and could just be from prolonged drug use. Which, like, should society have to pay for that? Like, that's crazy. The jury deliberated for 1 hour and 45 minutes and voted 9-3 in favor of the death penalty. Now, this is very interesting because Florida, not too long ago, passed a law where the death penalty does not have to be unanimous.
Wow.
Yes. So 9-3 is enough. 10-2 voted for the death penalty for the murder of Diane. So 9-3 for Christine's murder and 10-2 for the murder of Diane. During the reading of the verdict, he is completely emotionless. Like, he had more emotions when the female detective was testifying. The judge will be the final decider on whether or not he will be placed on death row and further executed by the state. The judge is going to make that final decision August 27th of 2024, so in like a week or two.
August 27th?
Yes.
In a few weeks.
Yeah, in a few weeks.
Oh.
Later, one of the jurors, an anonymous female juror, would tell Wink News, there were times where, you know,
Well,
he
I
and I
don't know
would
how
lock
long ago
eyes
this
and
was.
just stare at each other.
Was it this
and
year?
there's definitely a
Nah,
very
yeah.
noticeable weight in the room when you're sitting with somebody that has done these horrific things that he did. There are certain images that we had to see during this trial that we can never unsee. And that is the story of Wade Wilson. And how almost he's gotten over 4,000 letters at this point, I'm sure.
4,000
Letters, yeah. Digital letters, physical letters, nude photos that have been flagged. Almost 200 nude photos that the prison guards were like, yeah, we're not going to let this through.
Wow.
People genuinely think that they can change him. And they love his face tattoos, which is, I feel like, what? It's basically, you're racist. If you love his, I don't even know what to say.
Agreed.
How can you love his face
Agreed.
tattoos? They're not even well done.
Crazy.
What are your thoughts on this case? Please let me know in the comments, and please stay safe.
Oh man. It's 1 a.m. and I have work at 10:30. Do I keep going? Just kidding, I don't need an answer. I think yes. Oh, these are a lot of options.
Bada bing, bada boo.
This is
Allison's a few years
a
old, and she
terrible
already sleeps really
video.
well in her own room
Oh,
every
jeez.
single night. Her parents put so much effort in trying to make this room cute for her so that she actually wants to sleep in there at night. They have those giant letters that spell out her name on top of her bed, ALISON, and she loves that. That's her favorite part of her room. And every single night, she never complains. She goes to her closet, she checks inside her closet. There's no monsters. She checks under her bed. There's no monsters. Which, I mean, if someone is like, Daddy, there's monsters under my bed, it's creepy, but it's still understandable considering she's 3 years old. But Allison has zero complaints. Until one night, Allison's parents are passing by their daughter's door, and they hear this man's voice. And they freeze, like mid-hallway, because what the hell is that? They stop, they listen, and they hear it again. Allison is supposed to be asleep. She has no screens in her room. Nobody's in the house. They don't have guests over. And they have never even heard this voice before at all. And it just says, wake up, Allison, you little...
What?
Who the hell is talking to their 3-year-old like that? They slam open Allison's door and they're checking everywhere. They're checking the closet, the window, under the bed, the bathroom. Allison is getting confused. Like, what is going on all of a sudden? And all they see is the camera, the baby cam, pointed directly at them. It just moved. And it says, bitch, to Allison's mom. And then nothing. That's it. The voice is gone.
What?
There are multiple different websites that you can go on. You click the first link, and it feels illegal to even be on here. You feel like you're on the FBI's radar. You are suddenly inside of somebody's living room, watching the homeowner sit on the couch. They're knitting. They're periodically glancing at the TV and knitting. And you're like, do they know that I'm watching this right now? The next camera you click is CCTV footage outside of someone's house. Again, do they know that I can see this right now? The next one, you're like, okay, they definitely don't know. It's somebody's bedroom. It's their closet. It's their bathroom. It's the mall. There's public places like gyms, hospitals, schools, prisons, women's health clinics. And then finally, there are tons and tons of videos of private bedrooms with live footage of sleeping babies.
It's got to be super illegal, right?
It's questionable. A lot of these websites are not illegal because they are accessing unencrypted video cameras, like unsecured video cameras. If you get a home security system and you don't change the password, technically anyone could really access that. Just know any security camera where you can access it on your phone, so can anybody else if they really try.
Wow.
So there are websites that will just broadcast these unprotected home security cameras online. So it's kind of gray area of, is it really illegal? Is it not illegal? Who's even running these websites? It's weird. Some people who browse these websites daily, they explain, well, it's not that I'm a creep. It's just like, I'm lonely. I'm lonely and I want to be around people. And this is the most natural way to be around them, which is fine if you're watching like the live footage of Times Square. But to watch somebody else in their living room is kind of weird. I would call a therapist. I would call a police officer. But they continue. And it's also this weird paranoia that if I keep clicking and watching different cameras, I'm going to pop up on there.
What does that mean?
They feel like the more they click, one day it's going to show them on the screen.
Oh.
It's like this fear that it's going to be you next. So they keep clicking and clicking and trying to make sure that they're not on these websites. They say it's a very interesting feeling. It's a mixture of complex feelings. But I will say that some of the darker ones, they really focus on baby cams, live footage of baby cams. Now, I imagine that this is probably illegal, but Jamie didn't know that. Jamie's a mom, and she just knows that her baby cam has this really cool feature where you can go on your phone and you can make the baby camera move. You can make it look right, you can make it look left. Just swiping on your phone, it'll turn the camera.
Why I
the
hate
point of view.
baby
It
cams.
scans the entire room. I'm assuming it's a really good convenience feature. But she wakes up Wednesday morning and the camera is pointed not at the crib in her room, but it's pointed at her on the bed that she shares with her husband. And she's like, why is the camera pointed at me? I mean, she doesn't remember setting it like that. Maybe her husband is at work and is wondering what my beautiful wife is up to. Is she up out of bed? He moved the camera and then forgot to move it back. Regardless, she's like, not a big deal. She gets up, starts her day. At dinner, Kevin, her husband, comes home. And it's just the three of them, Jamie, Kevin, and the baby. And they're sitting there and she gets this alert. Ding, baby monitor being adjusted. The camera is moving. And she looks at Kevin. She looks at Kevin's phone that is on the table. He's not even touching his phone. She opens up the baby cam app and she sees in real time, the camera is slowly moving to pan across the room. It stops and it points directly at the armchair that she sits on. And this armchair is where she breastfeeds her son every single day. Then it scans to the adult bed. I guess once they realize that nobody is there, it goes back to the bassinet, the crib where the baby sleeps. Jamie's looking at Kevin. Did you change the position of the camera earlier today? He's like, well, what are you asking me right now? Did you change the position of the camera earlier today to point at the bed? He's like, no, I didn't even check the camera all day today because you were home all day. Jamie runs into the bedroom. She unplugs the camera and starts calling the police. You gotta help me. Someone hacked into my baby cam. She tries to log into her baby camera app and it's restricted. It says insufficient permissions. She can't even get into her own account anymore. And the police tell her, well, you're not the first one that's called us about this. Like, things like this happen quite frequently, and there's not really anything we can do about it.
Wow.
Another netizen said, I was changing my daughter's diaper, and I just had
That's
this
why you
feeling.
don't
You know
have
when you're
it.
outside, you feel like someone's staring at you, and you look, and they're staring at you? I had that in my house, but I was alone. So I looked around, and then all of a sudden I hear this voice, that's a really poopy diaper.
What?
That's crazy.
Coming out of the baby cam.
That's
So
crazy.
they're not just watching; they basically hacked it.
Yes.
Hacked your system. And,
Yes.
And is messing with you now.
Yeah.
That is.
Hell
A
no.
lot of creepy people will be hacking baby cameras, but that's not even the creepiest thing that you can find on a baby cam. It can get so much worse. A Chinese-American couple in San Francisco, Dina and Tim, these are pseudonyms, by the way, they wish to remain anonymous. They open up the old footage from their baby camera, like the ones at night when their baby is sleeping in her room, and they press play.
When you say old, is it like how old?
Like a few weeks old.
Oh.
Because they noticed some things were off, and they just wanted to check the footage, make sure that nothing had happened. And they go into weeks old footage, and they press play, and they have this gut feeling it's going to be bad, but it's so much worse. This is the worst thing that they have ever seen in their entire lives. They click open the file, it's at night, makes everything creepier, it's black and white, and everyone's eyes in the
I'm
room are
scared.
glowing. So if you walk into the room on the camera, your eyes look like
A
raccoon
rat.
eyes.
What's
It
their
doesn't help the
name?
situation.
Can I see?
The camera is pointed from the corner
What
of the room.
kind?
So inside you see this
What kind of
king-size
rat?
bed, a small
I love
crib right
rats.
next to the queen size bed.
My
as
brother
well as
had
some
2
desks and
rats.
some other storage organization shelves in the room.
I miss
It's
them.
just like a basic room. They press play and they see this 56-year-old woman standing at the edge of the bed, at the bottom of the adult-sized queen-size bed. She's holding their newborn.
Rex
in her
and
arms,
Cheddar.
maybe like a few days
Hi,
old.
Rex and Cheddar.
And the baby is peaceful. And the woman is just standing there, peaceful. It almost looks
Rex.
like she's zoning out.
Rex
Then
is.
out of nowhere, she
Is Rex
pulls
like
the baby up and
your
throws
favorite?
the baby like a football onto the bed with so much force, the baby bounces off of the mattress and lands on the very edge of the mattress. So it's like bouncing on the bed because she's chucking that baby at the bed so hard.
A few days old, you said?
Yeah, like 4 days old. The
Oh,
baby starts
hell
crying.
no.
The baby was not crying before. The baby starts crying now.
Is there audio too?
Yes. And the woman is silent. She has no facial expressions. She doesn't look angry. She doesn't look crazy. She doesn't, just nothing. She's just got a blank face. The woman walks over
no.
very calmly, like a
Pop,
robot,
pop, poker
and
face,
starts
pop, pop,
grabbing
poker
the blanket on the bed and shoving it into the baby's mouth and then pressing down on the baby and strangling the baby. Dina
Is
and
a
Tim
little
are
shit my
shaking
fave.
because
We love Rex.
that's their baby in the video. That's their baby. And that woman is the freaking devil. They click the next video. They see the same woman standing above the baby's crib, their baby, and the baby is peacefully sleeping. The woman starts smacking it on the sides. Again, her face is like empty. There's no anger, there's no enjoyment on her face.
Is this a different day?
A different night. Just empty face, smacking the baby side to side. Baby wakes up, naturally starts crying. The woman grabs the edge of the blanket, shoves it in the baby's mouth, and starts pressing down on the head. And then she grabs both
What
of her
the
hands and starts
fuck?
pressing the baby into the crib like she's kneading a really hard, large batch of dough or clay. Like it's incredibly
Cheddar
rough.
is
She's
chill
putting her
and will
body
cuddle.
weight into her hands. She uses
And
her
when
hand to
he's
cover the
done, he will
entire
put himself
baby's face
back
because this
in
baby
the
is a few
run
days old.
in the
Her face
living
is
room.
tiny.
Back
She
in
can't
the
breathe
run.
anymore. The baby can't breathe. She stops crying. Only then
Back.
does the
What's
woman
back
give
in the
one more
run?
strong push before walking away from the crib. As she's walking away from the crib, the baby starts crying. Because that makes sense. The woman walks back, grabs the baby by the blanket. So, you know, babies have to be swaddled when they're really young because their arms can't be free. So you wrap them in like a blanket burrito. She grabs one side. Now the baby is probably standing, I want to say like a foot and a half off the mattress of the crib. And she's holding the baby over the crib and she grabs one piece
Standing.
of the blanket and unrolls it, letting the baby roll, and then boom, land on the crib.
Free fall into the crib.
Yeah. Eventually, the woman takes the baby into her bed, the queen-size bed, and starts shoving more blankets into the baby's mouth until the baby stops crying. What's very interesting is when you watch through this footage, there are moments where the baby is not crying, and she will force the baby to cry by either roughly smacking its swaddle or by shaking it with so much force, and then she will enact this crazy violent outburst against the baby. This is the since viral case of the most evil nanny in San Francisco and how she is now currently free and evading the law.
What? Fuck you mean currently free? Oh, you have an entire like thing set up so they're not in the cage? That's crazy.
We would like to thank today's sponsors who have made it
That's
possible
great,
for Rotten
though.
Mango to support the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children. They focus on
I'm sure
finding
they
missing
love you for
children,
that.
reducing child exploitation, and the prevention of child victimization. This episode's partnerships have also made it possible to support Rotten Mango's growing team, and we'd also like to thank you guys for your continued support. I would like to say that I was suffering with laryngitis recently, so my voice sounds different. I'm so sorry. Hopefully it gets better. But as always, full show notes are available at rottenmangopodcast.com. And a brief disclaimer before we get started. Today's case involves very graphic descriptions of abuse on a newborn child. If that is understandably too much, if you feel overwhelmed, please take a break. We will see you in the next episode. So with that being said, let's get into it. TikTok was banned for I think 24 hours.
Shorter
Was
than
it
that,
like,
I think.
yeah, it was a very short amount of time. And everyone was figuring out, where are we supposed to go? Like, where on earth are we wanted as people who doom scroll on TikTok on a daily basis, myself included? And at first people thought, well, the natural migration would be to Instagram. I guess like the Reels, right? Maybe there. Others thought, remember when Vine disappeared, it was all to YouTube? What if it's like that? Which, side note, Americans collectively decided an enemy of my enemy is a friend of mine. So they were thinking, who else hates the US government other than Americans? Perhaps China. So within a day or two, they don't go to Instagram. We don't go to YouTube. We went to the most downloaded app
Red
in the US
Note.
called Red Note. 小红书. 小红书?
小红书.
It's actually like Little Red Book, I think is the more proper translation. But nevertheless, I am obsessed with Red, by the way. I had my husband download it for me for like a year or two ago. And it's been wild to wake up one day and just see it filled with a bunch of Americans all on Red all of a sudden. I mean, the top comments are Americans leaving comments on Chinese netizens' posts of their day in their lives. And they're saying, I'm here to reunite with my Chinese spy. And then to which Chinese netizens have come to comment, give me your data. Finger gun, finger gun. Chinese students have posted their English homework online on Red for Americans to help them.
Brown rats. See, I haven't had a brown rat. I've only had a gray rat and a black and
teach
white.
a non-English speaker English. It's been kind of crazy. But right before, that is what Red Note was.
Technically not me though, it was
there
my
was
brother's.
Another big case in China and America involving Red Note and TikTok. It is the Bay Area, California nanny case. In the Bay Area, this is around San Francisco, there's this small suburban home. And there's a woman who is sticking her head out the window. And she's shoving her phone out the second floor window, recording every single person in the driveway. And there's a row of people in the driveway. And they're staring proudly back at her. Like, you're recording me? Okay, fine, record me. And they're spraying the words baby abuser all over her garage doors.
Wow. How many people is outside?
Like a good handful of this random place. And there's still remnants of eggshells on her driveway from when her house was egged. I mean, the woman that everyone is calling a baby abuser is an alleged higher up at TikTok. TikTok, the company. And all of this leads back to a series of posts made on the app Red Note. It's getting crazy, okay? Dina and Tim are on Red Note, and they're looking for a Chinese-speaking nanny, but in America. They live in San Francisco. But they're on the Chinese app, and they want a Chinese nanny who lives in San Francisco. And they're on this like months and months in advance. They know the due date. They've already gotten all the clothes, the paperwork, all the essentials, and now they're just waiting to give birth and find a nanny. Dina's not really in a rush, which is why she starts looking so early on. She just wants to make sure that she can find a nanny that she fully trusts. She's skipping through all the nannies that are posting on the Red app, the Chinese app, until she comes across one where the caption reads, San Francisco postpartum nanny recommendation. The main picture you see is this huge spread of food, freshly steamed shrimp, ladyfingers, soup, eggs, dumplings. I mean, the food looks really clean and it's all homemade and it's all beautifully laid out on the table. The original poster is, she's not the nanny. She goes on to rave about the nanny. She said, I used this nanny for my very first pregnancy, and she's just so gentle. She's experienced, but also incredibly competent and capable. On top of that, the nanny is actually my neighbor's mom. So it's like someone I can trust, which, you know, obviously helps.
And the photo of the food, I'm assuming it's the nanny's cooking.
Yeah.
So she's showing off
Yes.
what she can make.
And how helpful she is. And she's saying, well, this is, you know, pretty much a referral, if you will. The person that posts this referral on Red Note, she works as the hiring recruiter, talent acquisition at TikTok. I believe she's the head of talent acquisition. So a hiring recruiter will go out and they will manage the team of people that hire people. So they'll facilitate the interviews, look for the recommendations, I guess facilitate the background
How
checks.
do you even
Talent
start to
acquisition,
build something
they
like
actually
this?
are more network based. So they will find ways to make TikTok a more marketable
From your
company
own
for
brain.
employees, because you're trying to attract the top talent. If
I'd
you're the top
waiting.
talent in your field, why would you go to TikTok over Meta versus all these other tech brands?
Yeah.
So you're trying to facilitate the best environment and
water
the
is
best,
so
I
yummy.
guess, comp package and make it amazing for people who want to work for TikTok. It's a pretty big deal. I think the average salary for talent acquisition in big tech companies, probably base, is like 200-300
Whoa.
a year. That's a
Okay.
lot. So Dina DMs the original poster, and her name is Christina, and she asks, "Hey, can we talk on the phone or at least like text? I just want to know more about the nanny and about the experience that you had working with the nanny." She gets on the phone and she's explaining to Dina, "Yeah, you know, it's interesting because I'm actually pregnant, just like you. Yeah. So I was going to use the nanny again, and because it went so well the first time. I loved her for my first pregnancy. But the reason that I'm not is because I think I might be going back to China to give birth. So I booked her originally and then I canceled on her. So I felt so bad, and that's why I made that referral post on Red, because she really is a great nanny. I mean, I would definitely have used her again, but again, I'm going to China." So after talking to Christina, Dina's like, "Okay, you know what? I feel good about this nanny." And also it helps because it's not the nanny that's posting about her own services. It's another Bay Area mom who already used her. She feels good about it.
Yeah.
So she books the nanny for 3 months, and it is $10,000 a month.
Wow.
Okay, I'm going to explain in a second because that's a lot of money, but it'll be worth it because this woman is not a regular nanny.
Girl-
September 2024.
Just
Dina
get one
gives
that
birth
charges
to
24 an hour.
baby H.
Like,
And she's honestly so relieved that she's found a nanny months ahead of time because, first of all, baby H comes early and she's on the smaller side. She's like 5 pounds. She's tiny. Dina had a lot of complications during labor. Labor was so rough. Dina's epidural didn't take well, so they had to keep dosing her with more pain meds. She
5
said,
pounds sounds very, very light.
Yeah.
Is that, what's the average? Like 10?
"Oh, I think like 7.
7? Oh,
But
okay,
5
okay.
is really light because my niece came early and she was a little heavier than 5 too.
Okay.
Yeah, so she said it caused severe back pain because of all the epidurals. The doctors told her it's going to take you a lot longer to fully recover compared to your previous labor situation. This is her second child. And she's having some pretty alarming postpartum bleeding. Some bleeding is normal, but you just have to keep an eye out because this feels like it could be a problem. Dina's fine. They send her home with baby H, but they have to be super diligent. They got to monitor the whole situation. It doesn't help that Tim is working. They've got so much going on. Dina's in pain. Baby H came early. There's a lot, and the only thing that's saving them is that they got a nanny. Like, good thing they got a freaking nanny. And the post on Red that they originally saw, it was talking about how this nanny has 5 years of experience and she has this almost obsessive level of cleanliness. She needs everything to be clean, which for the most part, the first few days that she comes, Dina and Tim are like, "Oh yeah, she does have an obsessive level of cleanliness." Nanny Lu shows up. She's 56. She's this very maternal looking Chinese lady. She's on time, immediately starts going to work. She's very diligent, and it does feel like she's done this quite often. She keeps asking the parents, "You have to install baby cams in the room. You have to monitor the app in the room. And how do I monitor the app? Because if I'm in the kitchen and I'm cooking or I'm doing something, I got to make sure that I can keep an eye out on the baby."
Wow.
Yeah, and the parents take her phone, and they can't download the freaking app because she has a Huawei phone, which is a Chinese phone that's banned in America. So they're like, "Okay, why don't you just use our iPad? We'll download it on the iPad. You can watch on the iPad." She's like, "Okay, thank you." The next day, she wakes up in the morning and the nanny looks stressed. Dina and Tim are like, "What's wrong? Why are you so stressed? What's going on with the baby?" She's explaining, no, nothing's wrong with the baby. It's just, I woke up to feed the baby in the middle of the night, but I can't remember if it was 2:30 in the morning or 3 in the morning. I feel like it was 2:30 because I was trying to keep a log, but I guess I was tired. I forgot to write it down. Could you guys check the camera and see what time it was?
Was the camera the nanny's suggestion? They installed it?
Yes.
Wow.
Yes.
That's wild.
So a lot of nannies actually want cameras.
Yeah. But for this case, though.
And she's like, "Can you check the camera to
Mhm.
see if I fed the baby at 2:30 in the morning or at 3 in the morning?"
Yeah, this is crazy premeditation. Like, there's so much thinking.
So hold on to that. And she's like, "Because right now I'm cooking and I can't remember what time it was."
Yeah.
And if you're like, "Why is the nanny cooking?" Let me explain. She is a Chinese confinement nanny. This is also very common in Korea, and that's probably why she gets paid around $10,000 a month. It is the pretty accurate belief that the human body needs to recover heavily after giving birth. And in China and in places like Korea, they take it very seriously. Obviously, we should take it seriously in America, but I don't know, the way it's set up, you barely get maternal leave, right? The new mothers will typically be confined to their house for 30 days straight.
Yeah, sometimes you can't even, yeah, you have to.
You can't leave the house for 30 days.
Yeah.
You have to only eat nutritious, warm meals. You can't let your body be cold. So you can't eat cold food. You can only eat foods that warm you up. Like papaya is a big one. And you need to help aid with your milk production. They're not even technically, if you do it the old school way, you're not even technically allowed to shower for 30 days because you're washing away immunity and you're going to get sick and you're going to be cold. I think most Koreans don't take it as seriously, but we will only eat like gyokgo.
You're gonna be cold if you shower.
And because this is nearly impossible to do, a lot of people in the US will hire a confinement nanny. So like a lot of Chinese parents, Korean parents. And it's very different from a regular nanny. A regular nanny, their focus is on the baby. They're not cooking food unless it's for the baby, right? It's already pre-established. Confinement nannies, all they care about is the person who gave birth and the baby. The partner, other kids, we don't care about you. You are nobody to this confinement nanny. The confinement nannies, if they're really good, they will typically protect the mother from everybody else. If the mother-in-law comes in and is like, why aren't you doing this? The confinement nanny is like, hey lady, get your ass out of here. If the husband is like, where's my dinner? The confinement nanny is like, hey, go sleep outside. It's very intense.
There's even hotels. Have you seen those?
Yes.
Like you just go there for like a few months after giving birth. They will really take care of you all day, all night, and the baby.
Yeah.
Like a resort spa, recovery center.
It's crazy.
Yeah.
They're drying your
Wow.
hair after your shower because you can't get cold.
I should go there
They're preparing ginger
if I ever have
baths
children.
because ginger is supposed to help your body retain heat. And because they cost typically around $10,000 a month, you really want to make sure that your confinement nanny is the perfect one. Now, obviously, I don't know if it costs $10,000 all across the US. San Francisco is probably on the more expensive side. So I would maybe guesstimate 5 to 10 on average, right? A few days into being in the house, Dina's like, you know, maybe I did pick the right confinement nanny because she's asking me if she fed the baby at 2:30, 3 in the morning. She wants me to check the cameras so that she can log it down. I mean, she's got this whole paper of when that baby was fed. But then she tells the nanny, oh, we don't have the playback feature yet. Because we just like installed these cameras and we have to sign up for the subscription. There's like a problem with it. Anyway, right now we can only see it live, but we can't play back. It doesn't record.
What?
This is the worst mistake because this is a test
This is a test.
by the nanny.
Oh.
Immediately
Oh.
after that, Dina and Tim, they're hyper alert about everything in that house. And they notice just like the smallest thing, the nanny starts slacking off. She's not abusive or anything. She just seems like she's slacking a little bit, which they think, okay, maybe we're just being paranoid as new parents. Maybe she's tired. Maybe she's not having a good day. Like we're just hypersensitive and we want everyone to function at 110% because that's what parents want, right, for their baby. But she seems a lot less caring. That's just the feeling she gets. It's a very subtle shift. Dina asks her husband, you know that old camera we had in the room that's not a baby cam, but is for security, that we had in all the rooms just because when we were both at work, we don't want anything to happen to the house. Do you still have that in there? He's like, oh yeah, I still have that. It's like in the corner of the room. It's not, I don't think it's pointing directly at the crib, but do you want me to check it? She's like, yeah, could you check it?
Is this weeks later?
This is a few days later.
Oh.
So this does in fact record footage and
The nanny didn't know that, huh?
no.
Wow.
They didn't even focus on, because baby cams and security cams, I guess in their minds, they had completely separated the two.
Right.
Baby cams are typically pointed at the crib and
Yeah. Wow.
and so they're like, okay, well, maybe we'll just check it. So they go through the previous night, like a few minutes of the previous night.
Yeah.
And there's this one section where Tim is watching it. The baby starts crying. The nanny walks over and grabs the baby, a few days old at this point, grabs the baby and kind of shakes her a little bit because she's crying. But it's not a violent shake.
Yeah.
It doesn't feel like she's going to have any health concerns. It just seems like, oh, please, like, why are you crying? Like, you shake a baby rattle, like, come on, get it out of your system. But still not okay.
Mm-hmm.
It's not the most violent thing, but still absolutely not okay. She's being rough.
Mm-hmm.
So Dina and Tim, they confront her and they're like, hey, could you just be a little more gentle when you touch the baby? And immediately, the nanny is sobbing. She's breaking down on the floor and she's complaining about how exhausted she is at night. She wakes up so late at night. Her eyes hurt. Her back hurts. Money is not even the issue. Both her daughter and her son-in-law are high-ranking employees in Silicon Valley.
Oh, you mean Tim and...
No.
Wait, no. Oh.
She's saying her kids.
Oh, that's
So,
weird.
Yeah, she's like, I'm not even doing this for money. I'm doing this because I love kids. And like, money is not the issue, but I'm just so exhausted right now.
Huh.
And they thought it was really weird. And she keeps explaining to them, I would never do anything inhumane. She says, it's not in my nature to ever harm a baby. Dina and Tim, they're comforting her because it's so strange, but there's also something about her reaction that irks them. It just rubs them the wrong way. Because why are you telling me that you would never do anything inhumane to a baby? I feel like that's baseline.
How many pages?
It's like telling someone, I would never kill anyone. It's like, well, I would assume that you would never kill
I'm
anyone.
on page
It's very
177.
bizarre. So they
Step
start going through
174.
more of the old footage. And they see that she's a little bit more
It's
rough
like...
every single night. And they don't see the extent
looks like
of the full footage.
halfway.
They just see glimpses,
Halfway
pieces,
through.
and parts.
So
They-
you're
That's
saying
pretty
they're
half.
checking daily?
They're just, no, they're just going
back
through.
even more.
Yes, and they just see a few little
174
moments where
or
she's, again,
170.
being rough in a way that they don't like. It doesn't seem to be a one-time thing. They don't go through all the footage. They feel like, we've seen enough. We've seen a few clips. That's not what we want
335
in
is
our
the
house.
last
You're
page.
gone. Get out of here. You're not a good nanny. So they didn't see all the clips that I was telling you about earlier.
Yeah.
They just see some small, very rough, very, I would consider abusive, but you know, they don't call the cops. They just say, get out.
So how long was Nanny there for?
10 days.
Okay, so that's when they...
Yes.
She's gone. Okay.
She's gone. They fire the nanny. They kick her out. And the whole time she's packing her stuff, she's not even trying to question why they're kicking her out. She's not even asking, oh, can I get paid for the 10 days? Which they, again, think is very weird. Because if you genuinely feel like you didn't do anything wrong, you'd be like, why am I getting kicked out?
Yeah.
Where's my payment? This is unfair. You booked me for 3 months. I could have booked other clients. Nothing. Just silence, and she leaves. And now they're just trying to focus on getting back to normal because it's a sudden change without a nanny. Dina's still recovering. Tim is taking care of her and the kids whilst working. And so finally, weeks pass. And then they're like, you know what? Just something about that nanny irks me. Now they're clear-minded. Things have gotten better. Dina's recovered. And she's like, let's go through all the footage. Dina cannot even handle looking at the footage. Tim said, I was sitting there watching, and each time the nanny even shows up on the baby cam, I had to mentally prepare myself. My heart would start racing. My hands could not even stay still while they're holding onto the phone. Sometimes when he sees the nanny in view, he just wants to squint his eyes because he knows what she's about to do to their baby. And he's just sobbing the whole time, wiping his tears, wiping the tears off the screen. I will say that the footage is so violent. The footage is, I mean, people that don't even know Baby H like myself, no relation to Baby H, it's so hard to watch the footage. I think it's worse because it's very unexpected. There will be moments where the nanny is holding the baby in her arms, and it seems like she's kind of rocking the baby back and forth. And then all of a sudden, out of nowhere, she chucks the baby across the room.
So this started when? Like the first night, second night?
Yeah.
Immediately?
Mm-hmm. Dina starts freaking out. She and Tim are both just trying to figure out what the hell they're going to do about this. And then they reach out to the girl on Red Note that even posted about the nanny in the first place. She's not responding.
So I'm so sorry. So about the footage.
Yes.
What was it? Is it just constant, like every couple
night.
hours?
Yeah, every couple
Just
hours.
throughout the night, she will walk into the room and abuse child and then leave.
She sleeps in that room.
Oh.
So she sleeps on that queen size bed, and the crib is next to her. Every time she has to do midnight feedings, throughout the night, and she has to comfort the baby when the baby is crying.
Right. But instead, she's just like hurting the baby.
And then you'll see moments where she's bottle feeding the baby, and then she'll get up and she has to burp the baby. But she'll burp the baby so hard the baby starts crying, and then she'll start shoving blankets into the baby's mouth. So it doesn't even feel, not that abuse is ever logical, but it's not like this baby is crying, I'm at my wit's end. Not that that's okay. I'm not even, please, okay? But it's even scarier.
Yeah.
Because it's almost like she's trying to make the baby cry so that she can abuse the baby.
That is weird. Okay.
It's very bizarre. This red note referral is not responding. At first, Dina and Tim are trying to reach out because, first of all, this lady is crazy and you need to help us get to the bottom of it. And second of all, she could have done this to your baby because you also used her as a confinement nanny. No response. So interestingly enough, they decide, why don't we try running her phone number? Because something about this feels wrong. She was pretty responsive, and now all of a sudden, if we tell you, hey, the nanny you used for your baby is abusive, you wouldn't want to call me back immediately? That doesn't make sense as a mother.
Yeah.
They run the phone number, and this girl that recommends the nanny on the app is not a random customer providing her 2 cents and a referral. She is the nanny's daughter. She's got the same last name, everything.
Whoa.
But nowhere in the post does it say, hey, this nanny is my mom. In fact, it says, this nanny is my neighbor's mom. It's a flat out lie. It's not even an omission of the truth. Christina, the red note OP, the girl that recommends the nanny, the daughter of the nanny, she made it appear as if she has relatively zero incentive to promote this nanny other than perhaps her guilt for canceling on her. She made it appear to be the most natural referral process, just vouching for the nanny when it's her mom. It is alleged that she not only lied about that, but she helped her mom get a travel visa into the US from China. So her mom was living in China. She gets her into the United States on a tourist visa, which you're not allowed to work in the country on a tourist visa. But then she's setting her mom up to work in the country, allegedly, which is illegal. So once all of these little sick puzzles are coming together, Dina and Tim are messaging Christina nonstop. I wouldn't even say they're calling her out. They're being quite understanding. Even in their initial message, it's along the lines of, hello, I'm the mother who just fired your mother, Nanny Lou. I'm not sure if you're aware of the reason behind your mother being let go, but it was child abuse. We would like to arrange a face-to-face meeting with you to discuss this matter. There are some videos that might help you understand and make a judgment. We also want to discuss how to properly handle this situation moving forward. Thank you.
They didn't file a police report?
They do eventually. But they're basically reaching out to her to state, I don't even know if you know this about your mom. I'm about to break some very harsh news to you. Christina does not give a response. No response. So then they go to the police. They file a police report. The police tell them, we can't do anything because that woman is back in China.
Wow.
She allegedly left for China the night that she was fired.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
The police can't help. Christina allegedly doesn't want to help. Dina and Tim decide, fine then, we're going to try and get them to help. We're going to go on Red Note. We're going to go on Douyin, which is Chinese TikTok, and we're going to tell everybody what happened so it doesn't happen to anybody else. Who knows? She could be in China right now trying to be a confinement nanny. So November of 2024, their social media post goes viral. It's a long post with pictures of the nanny's ID card along with her social media profile and a Google Drive with all the baby cam videos.
Google Drive.
And they write, CA video, watch with caution. The nanny's name is Lou. She was recommended to us by another mother on Red Note in May of 2024. The other mother on Red Note said the nanny was her neighbor's mom and she had hired her for her first child. We contacted this Red Note referral and spoke to her on the phone to inquire about how the nanny was, and ultimately we decided on a 3-month schedule with the nanny. But instead, this is what happened. There's 9 clips inside the Google Drive. The video starts with a disclaimer. This video might be the most malicious maternity nanny in the world. Open carefully. This video is shocking. Warning, mothers with high blood pressure should be cautious.
Are you linking these in source notes or no?
I will. Just be very careful. Yeah. I'm not a mother. My sister saw the videos, and she said it kept her up for like 2 nights. It's very viscerally, you see it and you can't unsee it. And yeah, and she's a mom of 2, so it was rough. The case blows up to the point where even if you type in the words Bay Area on Douyin and read for a while, and not anymore, but at that point, one of the first results was Bay Area abusive nanny. Everybody starts resharing this video. And at first, I will say netizens' reactions were kind of mixed. A good chunk of netizens, they're busy commenting on the video itself because of just how visceral the image is. But a lot of netizens are also confused by baby H's parents, Dina and Tim. They're attacking them, going, why didn't you immediately call the cops the night you fired her? When you found out that she was suspicious, why didn't you immediately investigate further? I'm so mad. Why don't you watch over your own baby? But other netizens' posts, they start going viral too. And they're also Bay Area moms, and they're commenting, that's the freaking nanny that we initially tried to hire. We interviewed her. One poster says, we saw the original post from Christina too, and we thought, okay, well, she sounds nice. We get to the phone call stage where I'm talking to the nanny on the phone. The way she spoke and the way she answered questions was quite unprofessional. And then compared to her resume, which was over the top and professional, it just felt like it didn't make sense.
Yeah.
That's why we didn't hire the nanny. Another poster comes online to say, I almost hired her too. But the reason I didn't was, honestly, like it was a whole fight between her and her husband too, because it's kind of embarrassing. At the time, it seems stupid. We didn't hire her because I was going through her social media account and all of her pictures were heavily filtered and edited for a 56-year-old woman.
have
Which,
work.
I know it's bad to just judge people like that, but compared to other professional nannies that were posting on RedNote, it just kind of felt weird. You know, most professional nannies were posting natural, unedited photos, at least on their professional account, to showcase their lives and what kind of person they are. But it was just weird. It was just weird. You know, but my husband was like, give her a chance. We went to the phone interview, and that's when we noticed something more alarming. The original poster, Christina, mentioned that the nanny was from a big city, Beijing. This is like saying they're from New York. Right? Cities in China are ranked as tiers. Beijing is a tier 1 city and quite literally the nation's capital. There is some stigma, unfortunately, of professionals from tier 1 cities might be considered, I guess, biased, more advanced, you know, because it's a tier 1 city, which is clearly a huge selling point. Otherwise, Christina wouldn't have even put it in the original post that she's from Beijing, right? But when this woman gets on the phone with the nanny, the only thing she's noticing is her thick Northeastern accent. Nothing is wrong with that. There's actually a lot of tier 1 cities in the Northeast. It's just a random lie, it felt like. She's like, it's so random and weird. I guess it would be the equivalent of, instead of saying you're from Dallas or Austin or Atlanta, still massive cities, you're like, oh yeah, I'm from New York. I'm from New York City. I'm from Manhattan. It's kind of like, I don't know why you would have to lie about that. There's nothing wrong with it. It's just why. Interestingly enough, another netizen comes forward and she says, oh, I had such a bad time too during the hiring process, but not with the nanny.
Look at my
with her daughter,
strawberry
Christina.
butt sticker, by the way.
Yeah. So if the netizens' discourse is 100% accurate, then this means Christina does work at TikTok as the talent acquisition lead, allegedly, and she's supposed to be helping attract top talent. Sometimes she'll do interviews when there's some really big talent that she wants to bring over to TikTok, poach, if you will. I would imagine to some degree she has to be a likable human being.
It is
One
amazing.
netizen writes, I was interviewed by Christina. The whole time she was super unprofessional.
You can get it too
She
if you
made
go to
several
sourboys.gg.
attempts to lowball my salary. Everyone I know in the industry that
I
knows
got
her
it from,
does not like her. So all these things are coming together online.
Call Me Chris and
Christina never
Oopaville's
reaches out to Dina and Tim at
candy
this point.
company.
They're posting online and people are putting the pieces
Your
together.
protein
It appears
coffee.
that Christina, the TikTok employee, is the
I
one
am
who
still
brought her
going
mom
eating
through a
a
tourist
waffle.
visa. Allegedly, illegally set it up so that she could find a job in America, which she's not supposed to be working on a tourist visa, lied about a bunch of things, and then Christina's husband, so the nanny's son-in-law, was allegedly the one to drive her to Dina and Tim's house for the job. Now, this is very important because he reportedly, allegedly, makes almost $500,000 a year working for Snap, the parent company of Snapchat.
Oompaville.
Remember, Nanny Lou said, my daughter and my son-in-law are executives, high-ranking executives.
I don't know if you
in the
saw,
Silicon
but
Valley.
Oompaville on the EDP documentary, when they were asking if he had anything to say to EDP, he said, all things considered,
$1 million
try
household
suicide.
income, and yet their mother must work as a violent, abusive,
'Cause he's really
borderline
funny.
homicidal nanny. I mean, that's what netizens can't even wrap their minds around. Because sure, if you don't have money, maybe you force your parents into a job that you know they're gonna be bad at. Maybe you don't know how bad they'll be, but they don't even need
Rims!
her to work.
It
Like,
has
they make
rims!
way more. I mean,
Let's
yes,
go!
the Bay Area is expensive, but
As
are
usual,
you
been
serious?
looking the entire time.
The
Thank
nanny,
you.
Christina's mom, can't even legally work. I mean, none of this is
Love
making any
you.
sense. So netizens dig even further, and they find out that Christina had actually posted about her mom way before her being a nanny. She was on these forums on WeChat. So the nanny posts are on RedNote, which is the TikTok refugee app. Then you have WeChat, which is like WhatsApp. And she's posting on there in these groups, these group chats where she recommends her mom as a nanny. And she says, I'm recommending a nanny. My colleague originally booked her. So now she's switching it up.
But this is older than Reno Post?
Yes.
Okay.
My colleague originally booked her, but recently she decided to return to China to have a baby. So now it's her colleague, not her. She recommended the nanny to me. Several of my colleagues have used this nanny. She's very clean and reliable, and the daughter also lives in the area. So lots of trust. Nobody responds. So days later, she's in a different group chat on WeChat, and she's writing, wait, wasn't someone here looking for a cleaning lady? My colleague just moved, and his cleaning lady is now available. She's Chinese. She's been working for their family for a really long time. I haven't hired her personally, but if anybody needs her, I can get him to send me the info. I heard she's quite cheap. Their house is a 2-story home, probably 1,800 square feet. The cleaning lady comes in once a week and charges $50. No time limit. Which, side note, that's an insanely low fee to charge. It's crazy. Like, these rates, everyone online were like, these rates don't even make sense, especially in a big city. According to Reddit and other online sources, house cleaning services in the Bay Area, you're looking at $30 to $70 per hour. It's going to take multiple hours to clean a 1,500 to 1,800 square foot home, depending on how messy it is. $50 for the entire place just doesn't make any sense. And because it's such a good deal, everyone on WeChat starts asking for the contact information. They're responding in the chat like, oh my God, please, please, please. One person comments, oh my God, the price for her cleaning is lower than the floor. Like, it cannot go lower. It's already on the floor. Please, I need the contact info. What kind of godsend price is this? Christina responds, I'm also so tempted to use the cleaner, but my mom is visiting in the US and she's been cleaning my house. She's definitely not as good and she's got a really nasty temper. I never got to use the cleaning lady for cleanings, so let me know if you guys want the women's contact info. And then she sends the phone number, which turns out to be Christina's personal phone number. And the person that she's referring is her mother.
Wow.
Which, side note, what makes all of this even more twisted, if it's true, is that, again, Christina makes a lot of money, and on top of that, she works as talent acquisition for TikTok. Let's be pretty real.
Yippee!
She probably knows to a,
Yippee!
I would say, relatively deep level how advertising works. Her way of advertising her mom is so meticulously thought out and sinister. She never says it's my mom. Because what's wrong with that? You could just say, hey, my mom works as a,
I love them
as a
so
housekeeper. She
together
just
so
pulled
much.
out
I
a
love
job.
them separately. When they got together, I was like, match made in heaven. Oh my
And it also
God.
sounds like she
I
definitely
had no
wants
idea
the
who
money.
Oompaville
Yes.
was.
1000%.
Like, I seen
A
one of his
nasty
videos
temper?
before,
Yeah.
but I did not
Oh,
know.
just wait, there's more group chats.
But I love him.
That said, to everybody's amazement, it does get worse. It said that Dina
For
and Tim,
this,
they fired the
I
nanny
already have
October
them.
3rd. And October 4th,
Right here.
someone in the group chat is explaining, hey, I still need a cleaner. I still need a cleaner, aka the nanny, aka Christina's mom, who is now in China. And they were told, quote, oh, the cleaners are fully booked and they're not accepting any new appointments. There's no more slots available if anyone's wondering. No, the cleaner fled to China.
Oh, so knows exactly what just happened.
Yeah.
Okay.
And is still responding like, oh, she's booked. She's all the way booked. But that's clearly not true. So people are digging up all this information within 24 hours of Dina and Tim's initial expose that's posted on Chinese social media. Now, mind you, up until all of this, from October into November, Christina is not reaching out. They're trying to work with the police. The police can't really do anything because there's no extradition treaty with China. Even with the video evidence, there's nothing that they can do. Christina never reaches out, not once, but within 24 hours of this expose going up, she posts online. Christina posts online. Victims, please contact me if you have been harmed.
What?
Yeah.
That's it?
No, and then she continues. I am Nanny Lu's daughter. Regarding this matter, I did not take the responsibilities for safeguarding the situation, and I did not know nor care for my mother's personal health and mental state. Regarding my mother's working as a nanny in the US, we did not know that this was happening. For the full 9 months that she was here in the US, she did not live with us. She used my Red Note account to post, pretending to be me, and used my cell phone number to contact the victims. I did not know about any of this.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
If you do not believe me, we can video chat so that you can see that I'm not the referral's voice. Regarding this matter, I feel so wronged. I don't know how to fix this. Either it just feels incredibly unjust. With my family's financial condition, I did not have any reason to recommend my mother for her to obtain an illegal job in the US. AKA, I'm rich. AKA, like, why are you throwing this in there? And she's saying, regarding the aftermath, I don't understand why the parents of the child did not call the police right away, but instead chose to let my mother go back to China, and then chose to address the issue by online bullying my family. My husband did not receive the messages you claim you sent us. The reason for not responding immediately is, 1, my mother did not admit to doing anything that she was accused of. 2, child abuse is very serious and it's a crime. We were hoping that the police would handle the issue. On top of that, when the police asked us and inquired about this issue, that was the first time that I saw the security footage. It shook me to my core. After I confirmed the safety of the baby, my first reaction was, is there something wrong with my mom? Like, is she having a mental breakdown? The week that I spoke to the police, we were constantly dealing with the authorities, constantly dealing with this matter. I was repeatedly calling my parents in China, suggesting that they go to the hospital to get my mom's mental state checked out. Did I try to avoid this matter? Yeah, I did. I admit that. Because I didn't want to get in contact with the parents directly. I wanted to trust that the police would handle it. If they were going to arrest my mother, they should arrest my mother. If they were going to sentence my mother, then she should be sentenced. Whatever needs to be done, it's fine. Please, everyone, just try to think in my shoes for once. If this happened to you and your mom refused to admit this, and then you see the security footage only to realize the truth, besides taking care of your mom, what more can you do? What can I do in this situation? This has already happened. I mean, comparing the damage to the family of the baby that they've received, you know, the damage that it's done to me and my family is, I guess, dismissible. The impact that it's had on me is, you know, insignificant. I can very much understand the parents of the baby's anger after 2 months. And I also understand that they're not seeking money, but in my current stage, I can't fix my mom. So all I can do is beg for the parents to answer my call. If you don't want the police to handle it, then I'm also open to hearing your demands so we can settle it privately. I mean, I guess who raised her, right? Yeah. There's not a single apology in the statement. I mean, this is the hill you want to die on? Like, child abuse is okay, it's not my problem? That's the hill? It's always hard to understand when people decide to be so stubborn and wrong and morally corrupt. It doesn't even make sense. Christina basically complains, for lack of a better words. She did her best. This is not my problem. My mom might be mentally ill. Why don't you let the police handle it? Also, the post is riddled with, you know, me when I lie moments. You know that meme? Things just don't make sense. Your mother hasn't lived with you for the past 9 months. How did she get access to your Red Note account and your phone number to impersonate you? Not to mention the referral post that was made promoting Nanny Lu as the best nanny ever. It was written with a lot of trendy words. I guess, like you would say, more slang.
Yeah.
It's not something...
Yeah, my parents can't even figure out how to make an account. Like,
yeah.
What are you talking about?
Exactly. After this post blows up, more screenshots get unearthed. And I will say, this time around, it's very difficult to validate these screenshots, so take it with a grain of salt. But someone claims that they are in a group chat with Christina. Christina has been ranting about this situation to the group chat. Allegedly, she wrote in her chat that she wanted her mom to work in the United States because she doesn't want her to just sit around at home and do nothing all day. Then she allegedly goes on to write, look, the employer didn't pay enough, so she threw the baby. The child was hit. That was that. They definitely didn't pay her enough for all that work. Anyway, once this turmoil dies down, I'm going to treat everyone in this group chat to a meal.
What?
Another alleged chat says,
I saw
in a few
the
days, the internet will
"this
move
is
on.
not
No
okay"
one in China even
thumbnail,
cares what you're seeing.
but
The outrage
I
is
have
just all
not
fake
seen the
commotion
video.
based on what big data is pushing to you.
Huh.
Let the law handle it. The outrage is going to die down. I mean, what? Do I need to go to jail too? Again, these are alleged messages. Finally, someone in the group chat gets fed up with it and allegedly responds to allegedly Christina. You're just indifferent to it? Do you really feel nothing about the videos of your mom abusing the baby? Or are you just like your mom? If this is actually Christina, the account responds, I'm used to it. That's why I want her to work. She can't just stay at home. Whatever grievances that the mom has, like, what does it have to do with me? The worst part is, it is said and alleged that Christina changed her profile picture in the group chat to be of baby H. So one person that exposed the group chat said from the beginning to the very end, she never felt that she nor her mother were in the wrong. Instead, she believes it's Dina that's in the wrong. That's her attitude. That Dina and Tim are the reason for all of this happening to her.
Sure.
Her attitude feels very much like, everyone is bullying me on the internet. Like, what does this have to do with me? Why am I getting bullied? I'm not the one that hit the kid.
Yeah, like even like the very original post, she's saying that, why didn't you call the police right away? Are you kidding me? That's your first response?
Yeah. Oh, and then she makes another post. It almost feels sarcastic. The opening line is, I'm the daughter of the malicious nanny from the Bay Area.
This is her second post.
Yes. We have been speaking and communicating with the police about this matter. If the affected family is still unsatisfied and wishes to resolve this privately, please answer the phone. Currently, we have received many personal attacks and threatening messages, which we have reported to the police. We hope that people will stop illegally sharing our personal information. All my explanations and actions to address this issue will only be conveyed directly to the family involved. Thank you for your understanding.
Wow.
People went in. People
I did
went
not know
into
she's on
TikTok.
Netflix.
See,
No.
what's interesting is
Yes.
she did really good at marketing the mother, right? She understand what the algorithm, what people wants to
Yes.
see, and it worked. But when this happened, backlash happened. Like anybody outside can see, like whatever she's doing right now is gonna make the things 10 times worse.
Mhm.
Now everyone hates you, not
Yeah.
just your mom, but you.
Yeah.
But because they're not, they're messed up inside, they can't even help it to be evil, right? They can't even take a second to think, oh, maybe I should apologize first and not to play the victim card. They can't even help it.
I find that when people are just really bad people,
Yeah.
it always comes out. Even if they're smart, successful, it just comes out.
Yes, when the tension is high, they don't know how to change that.
It's crazy.
Mhm.
And people were upset. A lot of people that were on Chinese social media that were on Red Note, they also work for TikTok. And they were reporting her internally. Nonstop. Everybody was reporting her. And finally, someone who allegedly works at TikTok, and again, take this with a grain of salt, said, yeah, okay, so her status right after this whole thing blew up, everybody reported her, was on leave. And then now it's account not found in the internal, employee.
Like she's fired?
It seems like she was fired. And it's also off her LinkedIn. Her LinkedIn has gone kind of private, if you will. But it does appear that her husband is still working at Snap. People have mixed feelings about this. I would say it's like a spectrum. Some people think that the husband, Christina getting fired for her online post is one thing. Yeah, because you work at head of talent acquisition.
Mm-hmm.
You're like the worst person to entice people to work for TikTok. You just don't do your job well anymore, right? But with the husband, people are a little more mixed. Some people are saying, well, he didn't really have involvement. That's not his mother. And should his whole life be ruined because of that too? But then other people are saying, he drove her. He drove her to the place of employment. So even if he didn't know that his mother-in-law was abusive, like his wife seems to know, he still knew that she was illegally working. So you're still allegedly indirectly helping commit a crime. Now, as for the nanny, I don't think anything will happen to her unless she commits a crime in China that is different from this, or she tries to come back into the US, which I don't think she ever will. There seems to be not much else the police can do at this point. As of baby H, she has received full body x-rays and MRIs. She is too young to know if there's any lasting impacts from the abuse. It does seem like there were no direct critical conditions that need to be, examined, but I'm sure the guilt, the trauma, and the anxiety of like, okay, what if, it's still going to be there for a really long time. The parents say that they feel so much guilt that their baby suffered inexplicable harm for the first 10 days on Earth. They don't even know if their family will ever psychologically heal from this trauma. Regardless, some netizens feel like everybody in the case is to blame, including baby H's parents, Dina and Tim. In fact, some netizens even take it further and they feel like the parents are the main blame. They say, so a newborn was left with a stranger? Why have a baby for someone else to look after, especially a newborn? Stop leaving your kids with other people.
The Rotten
Another
Files.
reads, I
What's
don't
it about?
excuse this abuser at all, but parents should be aware that there are people like this. You really cannot trust strangers with your children. Being aware of that and planning ahead to stay at home with your kids, even for a few years, is being a responsible parent.
I'm gonna let
A
him
few
stretch
years.
his legs.
It's up to you to protect your kids and raise them. If you can't put your kids before your job, you are not ready to be a parent, maybe ever. Some other netizens agree, writing, leaving babies to strangers is taking chances. Why can't moms stay at home to take care of their own? Don't have babies if you can't provide maternal care. Another reads, popping out a baby and immediately handing her over to a random nanny is mind-blowing. There's a whole thread of netizens agreeing
It's not
and
really a
shouting into
random
the
nanny,
abyss of their
though.
echo chamber, writing, women have been doing it for hundreds of years, but nowadays we don't do it anymore. It's sad that our baby's life is not worth it. They have to worry
Oh,
about
okay.
long-term
Same
effects
as
on the
her
baby now
YouTube.
because she was, tired. The nanny was tired and abused the baby. I mean, I don't mean disrespect, but it's the truth. To some degree, I think that everyone is entitled to their own opinion. But no, I don't
Oh
think
my
you
god,
are.
it looks so
One
good.
comment reads, for those blaming the parents not taking care of the baby themselves,
Look
this
at
nanny
that.
was actually hired
Oh.
as a postpartum doula. This is very common in China. Postpartum nannies are specifically trained to take care of newborns, so they start their job when the baby is 1 day old. Their salary reaches towards $10,000 a month because of their specialty. The baby's mother is also suffering from major bleeding when giving birth, so she was hospitalized.
Chad, that was
Other
awkward.
parents just
Anyway,
didn't agree with the way the parents handled it. They say it's not the parents' fault.
rims. Oh, the
but
rims are my
I
favorite.
understand the point,
Oh.
but why are you not checking the camera footage videos on a daily basis? I would watch the camera every time the nanny goes in, or at least check daily what she does at nighttime, especially when the baby is so young. Others are
2
commenting,
times.
why bother getting a camera if you're not going to check it, especially in the beginning? It's like getting a house alarm but never setting it because it's a safe neighborhood. Others write, during my postpartum, my baby and nanny stayed with me in my room full time because I was so paranoid. But most netizens are fighting back. They say, in another interview, the mother said she suffered postpartum hemorrhaging and was extremely weak during this period. Dad needed to go to work during the daytime. Not every mom is lucky to recover perfectly within a few days. Can't people be nice and understanding? Other netizens were more focused on the actual abuse. They say, honestly, I just watched the first 2 seconds and I instantly had to turn off the video. I felt like I was watching someone murder a newborn. It was that violent. Another comment reads, at first I thought she threw a doll. I didn't imagine she was hurting a baby like that. And some netizens are focused on the question that a lot of netizens have. Wow, so both the husband and wife are high-earning tech workers. Why does the mother even need to take the nanny job? She's obviously a horrible nanny and now a criminal. It just sounds like too much greed. Honestly, for that, I think they should lose everything. Another netizen writes, the daughter and son-in-law of the nanny should be arrested for felony accessory after the fact and afterwards be sued in civil court for everything that they own. Some netizens disagree, commenting, oh, so we're firing people for crimes committed by their relatives? What do you guys think? I mean, it's not just crimes committed by the relative, though. They got the job, they drove her to work, and then to a degree, we can assume or allege that they helped her flee the country. What do you guys think? Do you guys think that Christina and her husband should be held criminally liable for what Christina's mother did and how they helped? Or do you think maybe they should just get fired from their positions? Or do you think only the abuser should be held liable? Let me know in the comments. Also, there's currently a petition for change.org for the USCIS, United States Citizenship and Immigration Service, to investigate their illegal employment and infant abuse allegations. I will link that in the show notes. So with that being said, stay safe, and I will see you in the next one.
It was another hour. Oh my god. I just gotta lock in. I just gotta lock in, guys. I don't care what video it is. I just gotta
Bada bing, bada boo.
look at how
Look
at how close.
everyone comes up with their own explanations for it. You know, the mind can do very silly things. She was just zoning out and happened to be staring there. It wasn't intentional. Sang's mom had set the table. She has a plate for herself, a plate for her husband, and a plate for her daughter Sang. And there's this one spot where there's no plate set out and there's just an empty chair because tables usually have sets of 4 place settings rather than 3. Then Sang's mom keeps staring at this empty chair and she's almost smiling towards the chair as if somebody is sitting there sharing this invisible meal with the family. People thought maybe she's just reminiscing of an old fond memory. Sang's dad tells her, you know how your mother is? Don't get too freaked out. She's just been tired with everything that's been going on. That's what the dad would say, but she's not so convinced. The next night at dinner, it happens again, but this time, the mom has even set out a set of plates and utensils for the empty chair, and she's smiling, talking to herself, before she turns to her daughter and tells her, don't eat so much. You have to save some food for Nunu. It's like her mom is talking to a ghost, and everyone in the neighborhood is starting to get freaked out by their family. The first few times everybody was understanding, but now it's been months, and it is clear Sang's mom has lost her mind. They say she lost her marbles. Sometimes the wind would blow, and Sang's mom would sit up in the bed. Her eyes are glazed over. Did you hear that? Did you hear that? Hear what, Mom? It's just the wind. It's okay. No. Nunu is calling me. Nunu is calling me. I've got to go. Did you hear that? She would run out of the house, banging on the neighbors' doors. Nunu called me. Did anybody hear in which direction Nunu's voice was? Anybody seen Nunu? The family tried everything. They brought her to a doctor to treat her at home. They put an IV in her, and for 2 seconds, the doctor and Sang and the dad are outside talking about the mom's condition, and the mom runs outside with the IV bag still attached to her, running through the woods screaming, Nunu, where are you? Nunu. They wouldn't find her until late that night. The IV bag is still attached to her vein, but because it's absorbed all the liquid into her body, the negative pressure is causing the IV bag to slowly fill with her blood. And she's just sitting there,
I don't know
leaves
what's
in her
wrong,
hair,
but this is
screaming,
off.
Nunu, where are you?
Like the IV bag sucked the blood out of her?
Yeah. If Sang had to pinpoint where this all started, when her mom started losing her mind, she could, because it all starts with this little doll with creepy eyes. I mean, there was something seriously wrong with that doll. The minute that she brought that doll home, everybody felt it. It had the kind of eyes that follow you around as you move. But that doll is no longer here, and neither is Sang's sister, the doll's owner. Nunu is gone. Just a little 5-year-old girl nicknamed Nunu, and her doll disappeared into thin air. Everyone in the neighborhood thought she was dead, but nobody would hear from her until 26 years later. She comes back with a very crazy story. She had been kidnapped and trafficked, and she was gonna hunt her trafficker down. She was gonna kill her trafficker.
I'm getting too stressed, guys. I'm getting too stressed.
We would like to thank today's sponsors who have made it possible for Rotten Mango to support the NAMI network. This network's nonprofit mission is to end sexual abuse, slavery, and human trafficking by creating pathways to safe employment and providing survivors with empowering resources. This episode's partnerships have also made it possible to support Rotten Mango's growing team. We would also like to thank you guys for your continued support as we work on our mission to be worthy advocates. As always, full show notes are available at RottenMangoPodcast.com. A few disclaimers for this case. There are heavy mentions of sexual abuse, human trafficking. Please take care of yourselves, and if you need a break, we'll see you in the next one. We also worked with our Chinese translators on this, but please let us know if anything is mistranslated, miscommunicated, or anything that we missed down in the comments. As well as, Nunu published a book on her first-hand account on everything that's happened. It's called A Path Blooming with Flower. Our Chinese researchers read it to help gather the data for this case, so most of the in-depth descriptions of events are thanks to her book. She was really able to convey the feeling of these very intense moments and how she reacted, and even recall all these small details that help build this picture of everything that's led to this. So with that being said, let's get started. July 14th, 2023. It's kind of a strange day. Everybody is gathered in this big, giant room, and they're all hoping, God willing, fingers crossed, okay, that the 61-year-old lady croaks and dies. They are gathered here today to hope that this 61-year-old senior citizen plops dead. They hope that they put her in the van and just kill her. Listen, that's what people are saying and wishing for. That's not what I'm saying. It's just not exactly what you would call normal. But 61-year-old Hua is not normal. She's got this skeletal frame, to put it lightly. She resembles an anatomically correct medical skeleton wearing clothes. Her shoulder bones look like they're gonna break through her thin white shirt. And even though it's summer, she's so old and frail that she just looks cold. If you know nothing about this woman, but you know that this entire room wants her to die, you might think that everybody else is the problem. How could they possibly wish ill health on this nice old little lady? She probably can't even see well. But then, this old lady looks up at the 31-year-old woman on the stand, and there is something about her beady little eyes. Her eyelids are drooping, which is a natural inconvenience that comes with aging. The look that she's giving the 31-year-old woman on the stand, it's a death glare. And then she picks up her hand, points a bony little finger at her, and spits, "You're a liar." The way she's going after this young woman, it is clear that they have history. And they do. It goes back 26 years. It's when the old lady Hua kidnapped and sold the woman on the stand. For the past 26 years, that little girl grew up and started hunting down her own trafficker. The 61-year-old woman that everyone calls the human devil, a trafficker so evil, she would even sell her own son.
What?
Yeah.
She hit her own son?
That was her very first trafficking victim. There's this ongoing debate on whether or not some people have lived a past life. Or maybe, I don't know, we've all lived a past life, but we just don't remember it. It's just like few people, they remember such odd details that they make the news. One parent writes on Reddit,
It's still
my
one
youngest
off.
was around 4 years old.
What are you
she would
talking?
tell me about how warm and cozy she felt inside my belly, and how cold and scary it was to be born, and how the hardest part about being born was that she, quote, used to know everything, but now she doesn't know anything again. I would give her the space to talk, but her frustration at almost being able to remember everything was palpable. Another reads, when I was 4, my parents and I went to my aunt's farm, and the wind started picking up, and I looked back at my parents and said, "Gotta tie the hay bale down in the wind. That's how David died." 4 years old. To this day, nobody knows who David is. That's kind of how Nunu, a young woman from China, felt. For the first few years, she didn't really know what was real, what's not real, or what could have been a previous life, or maybe she's like imagining things. Maybe she has a problem that she needs to handle. Her grandmother would tell her, "No, you've been abandoned by your family, and that's why I'm your grandmother. I took you in because you had nobody else. I mean, what was I supposed to do? Let you freeze to death? Your family abandoned you." It made sense because otherwise, why would she end up with this random family that she's never met before and call this old random lady her grandmother, unless the story is true? But it's like this weird part of Nunu either lived a previous life and she remembered, or something's not adding up, because she has these short little visions, these little memories. They feel like memories where she's not abandoned. Her parents love her. She remembers that. It's so vivid. She even remembers, or she has this vision, of course, of going dress shopping with her parents. And when she is not able to pick between the 5 different dresses, her dad would throw his hands up in the air and say, "Let's just get them all." She remembers playing in the back with this, feels like an older sister, and falling down when she would run, and her parents made sure she felt better at night. I mean, how does she remember all these things so vividly if they never happened to her? Maybe it happened to her in a previous life? Or perhaps it's like a fake memory her brain created to keep her safe from the truth. Or maybe it's the truth. A few years ago, a series of videos start going viral on Douyin. Douyin is like the TikTok of China, the original TikTok. It's of Nunu, the younger woman from court, and she's sitting and she's talking to the camera.
How old is Nunu?
She's now in her 30s.
Oh, this is a video of a 30-year-old Nunu.
Yes.
Okay.
Hello, everyone. I'm asking for your help. I think I was abducted as a child. I was probably kidnapped between November and December when I was around 5 years old. I remember being with my parents at the time. I think I remember my parents moving to a new city for work. They were renting this small apartment. I lived with them and my sister, who I believe is 3 years older than me. I was trafficked by somebody close to us that had gained my family's trust. And I also remember, calling
Why are
my
you
grandma
bonking
Abuda.
me?
So in China, there's a lot of different dialects. So she's trying to give these little tidbits of information so someone can be like, oh, that sounds like a southern accent. Oh, that sounds like, you know.
Right. The exact region.
Yes.
She doesn't even know which region she was from.
No.
Right. So basically, every state in China almost has its own little dialect.
Yes.
So she's trying to tell people, okay.
So she's like, I think I called my grandma Abuda, or something like that. I recall calling my mother Mai, something similar. She's saying something similar. I remember my hometown as a pretty mountainous area, but that's about it.
我希望大家帮我扩散消息，让我的家人看到，帮助我早点回家，谢谢。
Most of the comments consist of netizens that are unable to help Nunu, but are encouraging her, hoping for the best outcome for you and your family. I wish I could know something, but I'm not sure. I'll reshare this video with my friends though. But there are some weird comments too, like, she's a girl, her parents probably sold her so that they could have a son. You can stop looking, you were most definitely sold by your parents and they're not gonna acknowledge you even if you find them. Some would comment, she's a liar and she's trying to gain attention online. In the non-stop comments, there's one that starts gaining attention though. Can I get your contact information? If I'm not wrong, I think we're cousins. Immediately,
I want to do
everybody
headbets,
starts
but that's
commenting on
2K.
this
It also
supposed
only works with my
alleged cousins
VTuber, not my
comment. This girl
PNG
makes
tuber.
traditional meow costumes for a living. She's also doing this for clout. She's commenting to gain attention for her business.
The quote-unquote cousin
Yes.
is selling
Traditional costumes.
dress. Oh, so people are saying she's marketing by doing.
Yes.
Okay.
Everyone starts taking turns leaving mean comments until one reads, wait, have you guys actually looked through her profile? Go to the ones. If you scroll all the way down, she has pictures of herself. She looks just like the girl that says she was trafficked. Look at their eyes. Maybe they are cousins. Do you know what the Ben Franklin effect is? It's actually so fascinating. What do you think is the best way to quickly get
Yeah,
someone to like
and I
you?
have it expensive
Obviously,
because
they
I
have
don't
to be on mutual
really
terms with you to
like
begin
head
with.
pets. I think
They
it's
can't
cringe.
know anything too much about you. They can't have heard about your reputation because that's a bias. But imagine a random neighbor moves in. You haven't heard about them. They're not a mutual friend. How do you get them to like you? What's the easiest way?
Common ground, similarities.
That's what some people think. But there is a psychological study, a small one, that says it's something else. You know, people always say, maybe you give them like a small, thoughtful gift. Maybe you buy them a coffee and stop by, a pleasant surprise.
That's why I want it. That's crazy.
Instead of doing that person a favor, you ask them to do you a favor.
My stickers. This is where I left
Really?
off.
Yeah.
I don't know about that one.
It's this weird phenomenon. If you do a person a favor,
Wow.
you expect that they will like you more, right? But research shows it's actually the opposite. If you do someone a favor, you tend to like them more, even though you're the one that inconvenienced
God, these are
yourself
the
to do
one-
a favor. Now, the favor can't be a big favor. It can't be, hi, can you sell your house and give me all your money? It must
These
be
are the
like, oh my
pieces I
gosh,
was
can
looking
borrow
for
that
for like
book? I've been
30
wanting to read
minutes.
that book for
I
months
uwu
now
to
and
piss
it's been
people off.
sold out.
Can I borrow
Who-
some sauce?
no.
Like,
Yes.
like something so small.
That's funny, to be fair.
And there is this strange human bias that we rationalize our decisions as being logical. So in our minds, we like to believe we're all logical creatures, and we logic ourselves into thinking, I did them a favor because I like them. Otherwise, why would I do them a favor?
Yeah.
And then on top of that, you feel good about yourself. It's so interesting. There's a subtle self-consciousness of if somebody else does you a favor, you feel slightly indebted to them,
Yeah.
which makes you just the tiniest bit uncomfortable every time you run into them. Because it's,
Yeah.
oh, I gotta thank them again for this. Oh, I should buy them cookies. Oh, I forgot cookies from the store. Okay, next time I gotta remember, I gotta buy them cookies to thank them. However, if you do someone a favor, you feel good about yourself and you already feel a sense of closeness. And every time you see them, they're like, oh my gosh, I was meaning to buy you cookies. You say, don't even worry about it. I don't need cookies. Nunu's family is on the second floor of the apartment building. And it's 5-year-old Nunu, Her 8-year-old sister sang, and her parents. They have new neighbors that just moved in. Now, there's a few ways that this could play out. One, you go and you introduce yourself and you bring them a basket of baked goods. Or two, you just wait to never see them, and then you see them in the hallway and you act like you're super busy and try to ignore them and keep distance from your neighbors. Or you play with psychology. You play with the Ben Franklin effect. Nunu's family hears a knock on the door. Hi, I'm so sorry. We just moved in next door. My husband and our daughter. Oh, hi. My daughter's about like the same age as your daughter, the little girl. Yeah, they should play sometime. But I have a small little favor. We haven't finished unpacking yet, and we just ordered food. They didn't include utensils. Could we borrow just like 2 sets of utensils just for the night? Nunu's parents give them a few sets of utensils, one for each of the 3, mom, dad, and daughter, their new neighbors. And the next day, the neighbors bring them over completely washed, and just like that, trust is built. So for the next few weeks, every time the girls run into the family, they would wave, say hello, hi auntie, hi uncle, until Nunu makes the grave mistake of a very bad trade.
We are so
Nunu's
back.
playing with the next door neighbor's
This
kid.
is how much we have
So they
left.
have a
This
kid.
is how
They
much
do,
we've
yes.
done.
Like a son?
A daughter.
A daughter.
About
Look at
Nunu's
that.
age. And Nunu has a pair of rollerblades.
I can
The
finally
girl next
sleep
door has this
peacefully.
creepy little doll. Okay, I mean it's
I-
kind of cute. Maybe,
yeah, I
could
have
be cute,
YouTube.
perhaps, maybe, not really.
That's
but
my main shit,
it
dude.
just has these creepy little eyes that follow you, and the eyes look like they're moving. And somehow Nunu gets convinced into making this trade, trading in her perfectly good roller skates for the creepy doll with the moving eyes. But now it's
I
too
have a
late to
lot
go
of
back on her
edited
word and ask for her
videos.
trade back, because that goes against
I
every
have an
single
editor
unspoken toddler
because
trade rule.
I
You
want
can't
so
do that.
bad.
So Nunu decides, maybe I can just make the best of it. Maybe I could knit it in Anna's. Or maybe it just needs a cute crocheted sweater in a bright pastel color to take the attention away from her creepy little eyes that are bulging out of her head. But that is neither here nor there. She goes next door to play with the little neighbor girl, and she's hanging out with the girl her age when the neighbor's mom, the new neighbor, she comes home. And she leans down, gets eye level with Nunu, and asks her, "Do you want to go shopping with me?"
Best be sorry, crazy.
"Oh, no, I'm okay. I should be home for dinner." "Are you sure? We can get anything you want from the store. You sure there's nothing you want?" Nunu takes a moment to think about it. "Well, I did want some knitting needles to knit my doll a sweater." The neighbor agrees to buy her knitting supplies. She grabs
I'm done with this video. I've been streaming for almost 5 hours and I have an 8-hour shift tomorrow in about 8 hours. So I'm gonna go to bed even though I'm not tired. I'm probably gonna stay up for like another 2 hours because that's just how my brain is when I have to go to bed. So very helpful. Yeah. Yes, if you haven't subbed, please sub. Scary Woman, I would like to see you back. If you want to, I have a Discord that posts my schedule. I'm gonna do Legos again on Friday, I think. Tomorrow I'm playing DTI, just to impress. I very much enjoyed talking to you. Thank you for keeping me company. It was very nice. Holy shit, I've stayed up so late that usually there's like 1 million people streaming, and right now there is 4 people that I am following. Bye. Thank you, Spicy. Thank you. Thank you. Rain, I'm Bat Waffle. Yeah, I think we can rename you that in the Discord. I think that sounds good. Sounds good to me. Okay, we haven't had a raid with Spatula for a while. LMFAO! Yeah. Cool. Anyone else that wants to say something, say it now or forever hold your peace, or wait until tomorrow at 9 p.m. PST and you can say it there. I'm a post the grippers emote. Do it. He'll like it. Anyways, all of you, thank you for being here. And now I can continue my Batmobile instead of having it be a rebuild I am now finally continuing it. I'm so happy and so excited. I subbed to YouTube before despair. Slay. Slay. Thank you very much. I don't know how to do a kiss. Moi. I don't. Whatever, who cares? Everyone give me your waffles now. It's a robbery. That's not very Batman-like. That's not very Batman. That's not Batman. I only have pancakes. This is awkward. Well, that's awkward. Anyways, before we raid, everyone get a good last look. Look at this from all angles. Wow. Wow. This angle. Wow. Wow. This angle. Wow. Look at that. The headlights. Look at that. This has absolutely no engine. I did not make an engine. There's no engine bay. Nothing. Just pure Lego. All it does is run on Legos. I'm British, Leave Me Alone is a tank in the middle of Vin Diesel's nose tank from Fast and Furious. It is not. It is not. It is a gas tank, I believe, to spray like the Joker or something. Or an oxygen tank, possibly. But I don't think so. It could actually be. But I don't know. Anyways, I gotta go bed. I gotta. I love talking to you guys, but I gotta go home. I'm British, leave me alone. Oh, they're British. We love British. I gotta go say hi to Spatula and then leave. Bye guys. Thank you. I love you all platonically. Thank you. I'll see you tomorrow.